It is 8 minutes past the hour, and welcome in to the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour. Trying to talk over the guys who've got their own show off mic, but we are trying to get with it and get going for another edition here of the Rick and Bubba Show. Y'all can just pause and we can do this on air if you want. As we get started for another day, it is the Good Time Game. And so we thank you for being with us today. Wheel of Meat could spin pretty it's very, very highly likely that it will spin today. It could happen today, so that's there for you. Don't forget, we'll not really know when we're going to do it. You'll just hear, hey, we're doing the Wheel of Meat. So no reason to start calling now. Even though Greg loves when he's screening that you call and want to know if it's spun. So I'll tell you when he's doing that today. Normally it's in the 7 a.m. Central Time hour if you want to call and ask Greg that. But we have got the guys ready to go. We got Adler in the TV room, and I got Mr. Greg Burgess to my left, and we got Helmsy to my right. What's up, boys? How are y'all? Y'all good?
Hey.
Y'all good? If you call and ask me about the Wheel of Meat, I'm hanging up on
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Why?
Because when you hear the music, that's when it's happening. Not before, not after.
So
if you want to go, I will say this. Hey, I hadn't been listening. Have y'all done it yet? I might give you a half yes and then hang up.
Okay.
I won't be as mad.
Not as mad?
Yeah, slightly mad.
Well, speaking of mad,
red rump,
and I don't blame him for being mad. We all should be mad because it's all going to affect all of us. We've all got our little routines in here, and we kind of get going for the day. We come in, trying to get show prep done, link up with satellites and all that, and just kind of getting ready for the day, making coffee, making sure equipment's running.
Before we jump into that, you brought up routine. Do y'all like the new routine? I feel like it's new for all of us, where we kind of go to our offices and hang out and then come in here before the show.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I like that.
Yeah, if I had
we
more...
can still hang out,
yeah,
but I feel like we're getting more done, too.
Yeah, and the reason why I'm doing that is because with our new setup, even though it's really nice, where you sit, there's no counter space at all. You can't do anything.
Yeah, you're right.
So I'm like, I got to have a little bit of room.
I kind of like what we do.
Yeah.
I kind of like what we do in there.
Okay.
Hang out, get coffee, talk.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And
close our door, not speak.
If we want to, yeah.
And it's a little warmer back there, not much.
It's a lot warmer.
As we are broadcasting live from this ice box that we're in. It is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life that we can't heat this freaking building.
Here we go.
It is ridiculous.
I guess you don't care about the environment.
It's ridiculous is what it is. And I hope everybody hears me.
I'm going to bring a space heater tomorrow. One of those. I may even bring one of those propane things you take to an event outside or hunting camp.
Yeah. But anyway, I mean, how long have we been in here now?
About 6 years.
No,
3-4 weeks.
It's time enough to get the freaking HVAC
1
fixed.
month. We've been in here for a month.
It's not broken.
Working.
Is,
but don't you think we've given enough time?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway,
can't be that hard to remedy.
No, it's just, and the reasoning is it's ridiculous. Okay.
How do you feel about it?
Well, it is.
I think you're more frustrated about that.
And I'm not mad at any one person. It's just, come on, man.
We've had this discussion.
What are we doing?
We've had this discussion. I can deal with this. I'm not saying that it's right, but what I ain't going to be able to deal with is in summer if it's hot in here.
Yeah.
If it won't come on to a certain time, you can't turn the air.
And we're not being
that's different.
We're not being unreasonable. Okay, it's cold. It's crap in here.
It is chilly.
All right, and
today's not as bad. As
anyway, I just don't like how we just keep kicking it down the road and nothing's getting worse. You ain't got
to throw equipment around because you're mad.
And then that's the next thing. And we're going to bring Adler in here because he's not a happy camper right now, but it affects all of us.
Tell him how it started. You and I were sitting here.
I heard some screaming in here,
and there was this noise that Speedy and I had not heard before. And I thought, what is that noise? Speedy's like, I think it's the camera. So then that's when Adler was like, yeah, I'm resetting it. And then it went downhill from there.
Yeah, because we've never heard it moving. It kind of moves left and right or whatever. And we heard, and I'm like, what the?
Yeah, that's never good when your camera is making that sound.
No.
It's supposed to be silent.
Right, and so we're in the process of moving cameras from tripods up to the wall, mounting them on the wall. They're robotic cameras. Adler controls them from in the TV room, so we don't have camera operators. They're just on a tripod, and he can swivel them around and up and down and zoom in and out and all that kind of stuff. And there are a couple of them in here, 3 of them, and then 1 on him. So that's a total of 4. But the new guys are pretty cool. They look like a little dome. I mean,
They look like
Darth
pretty neat.
Vader's
head.
Yeah, they really do.
robot.
Greg, that's very. They look like Darth Vader's looking at us. That's very
what
good.
I see when I
that's
see
it. And the one that is over here to our right and is in the walkway of the studio door outside into our office area is tilted and was the one making the noise. And then all of a sudden I hear from Adler, oh, my gosh, Adler.
Yeah, so
That ain't what he said.
Well,
I came in and noticed right away. I looked at that tripod and I'm like, all right, it's lower and the legs are not fully out.
Yeah.
That's weird. And I honestly, I hate to jump straight to this, but I thought it was the Bible study guys.
Yeah.
Because we have a whole bunch of guys come in here on Wednesdays, set up a bunch of chairs, do a Bible study. And I was like, all right, somebody just nudged into it or whatever. Let me fix it, whatever. And then I go in here and notice that the angle's all weird, and so I did the pan, tilt, reset button. That's when the camera's supposed to go like left, right, up, down. Okay, I know where I'm at now. I'm good to go. And it starts shaking like this, just shaking
You
like
could
this.
see that from the monitor in there.
Never
Yes,
good.
just shaking like this. And
Never
that,
good.
And then Helms was like, what's that sound? I'm like, oh, great, here we go. I go and take a closer look and see there's chips off of this thing.
yeah, it's cracked.
The tripod is bent, and the camera has 2 chips in it. One piece is broken, and it's like your quarter panel on the car. If it kind of popped out a little
Yes.
bit, like it's fallen.
It's missing its hood. or
This
bumper.
thing has fallen like a tower and hit the floor. That's what it appears to be.
It 100% happened. That's what happened.
Yeah.
And we don't know how it happened because Adler says when he left that was not the case unless you just missed it and somebody picked it up and put it in. Do you think if it happened, somebody didn't even know it was hurt and just put it back up and left, or I don't know.
If you knock something over, you just stand it back up and
There's
leave.
15 guys in the room, so I mean, I never heard anybody go,
No,
whoa,
you
whoa,
would've
hey,
known.
hey. Yeah,
Yeah,
I never heard anything like
Watch
that
out!
happen.
Watch out! Catch that!
I left after Rick,
Okay, and that's
so it wasn't Rick.
so
We could blame Rick the Wrecking Ball. I mean,
What if
that's
you did it and
that
forgot?
is a possibility.
Now, he does come back up here sometimes after hours, so we can't rule that out.
Guys. I don't know
right
what
now
to do.
it's
They
leaning.
said, I've had this camera for, like you just said, for 3 weeks.
It's been,
I used busted cameras for a decade at the old studio. I get new cameras the last 3 weeks. This
And
is
it's
awesome.
that's the
I'm so happy.
That's the camera that he's showing, or he was is that camera. So it's at least showing a picture, but it's leaning and it can't move.
Yes.
So
It won't move.
My pan tilt does not work. My pan and tilt does
somebody kicked a leg of the tripod or something like that,
Accidentally.
probably accidentally, and it fell. And we got to figure out what happened.
not. And then they hit it, and then they hit it. They didn't tell nobody.
They didn't leave us.
Yeah.
They didn't
look,
leave a note.
Well, the good news is, hopefully good news, we do have a security camera in
Yeah,
here.
we do.
So
Yes, we do.
I have texted the engineers and said, explain to them what happened.
No way that works.
And
There's no way. Where is
No
it?
way.
There it is. There
They
it is.
can't even fix the air conditioner.
There's
and
no
heater.
way that thing works.
No, that's not on them. They have no control over that.
There's no way that security camera
No-
works.
no
we'll
way.
never know the answer.
I hope
to
it
that.
does.
They
I
said
hope it
they said it
does.
goes to
I
the
hope it
tech
does.
room in there, but they were mumbling something one day.
I think my peanut M&M's my number one. Problem with the Butterfinger is if you get one that's already broke. I did that one time. I opened it up and that crap went all over me, and then it's melting. You can't, But I never was a Snickers per se, but you've harped on them, so I try them a little bit more now. I mean, they're good. I don't mind them.
They're all right. I mean, they serve their purpose. I convinced myself that a Snickers is a protein bar.
Reese Cup is another level. It's like your mouth for a moment went into heaven, and then it came back.
Did you see that Tiki brand company had to put out a statement?
Our products are designed to enhance backyard gatherings and to help family and friends connect with each other at home in their yard.
So they felt like they had to do that. Pitiful. That's the world we live in.
It is.
Hey, Tiki, I was going to give y'all a pass.
Yeah.
I didn't think y'all were somehow involved. And when I say the lasagna thing, we were actually in college then.
Yeah, that was.
Well, I was in college. You were hanging out. But
that made me really mad.
Yeah, because he had a lasagna just like he liked it.
Worked hard for it.
And we would take.
Nobody had any food in the house.
No, we never had food. We would starve. I don't eat hormel chili now because of that.
I remember eating combos.
Yeah, I ate so
I always
much.
thought their bean ratio was a little high. Didn't you?
Yeah. I ate so much canned hormel chili. If somebody brings it up, I wouldn't go near it.
Oh, yelling red.
So we would take the few chairs that came with the trailer that were around the table in the kitchen. You know, you got some chairs, but we didn't have TV trays, so we would turn the chairs around and watch TV and eat with the chair in front of the couch.
Right.
You know what I mean? So
As a tray.
So he had his. He'd just been waiting so long on that lasagna.
You know, took it back. There were no microwaves. It took forever to cook. You know?
Right.
I've been waiting on it for 45
and I came
minutes.
through and either picked the chair up like I was doing a lion tamer move or something, and I ripped the chair and I didn't realize this lasagna was on it and shot it across the room.
And we lived in this old nasty trailer that landed face down in the shag carpet.
No way to save it.
I went nuts.
And then of course I kept when
He kept bringing it up.
About the time he got settled down, I said, "Where's that lasagna?" Flop.
Look.
How cool is this, you guys? How
Yeah,
cool
that
is
looks
these things?
real good.
Yeah, that's
It's
dandy.
representing the National Guard.
Yeah, thanks for making a
Looks
man.
like you're representing something else.
The National Guard just gave you one of these buff things that people use to put around their necks, around their heads, and you've made a man bun out of it with National Guard on it. Military man bun.
It's one of the things you can do with it on here.
By the
Rick.
way,
There's
we must
instructions.
eradicate the man bun.
If I got mine right.
Yeah, you just keep that on the rest of the
What's
show.
the back of it look like? I gotta see the back of it. That's it.
You look like you're going in for surgery. Dr. Bussy.
Hey,
Well, I hope
that's
they
what
get it all.
Well,
Hey.
Bubba, I see you finally decided to do that 50-plus colonoscopy.
Yeah. Oh boy, hey,
That's coming.
I'm in the crosshairs too. I mean, they're on me about it.
I know.
You can actually do this and pull it up here like this, and that's what Tyler does in the bullpen when they're freezing. And
Hey.
then puts the cap on.
I ain't gonna tell you what you look like. You hear me laughing?
Why do you always video me eating? Let the light be you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
The point of view they have is horrific. But they had a permit and they had tiki lamps. And really, if the people had just said, "What a bunch of idiots," and moved on, they would have hollered and yelled their terrible stuff on their bad PA system and left. But when you go over there with masks on and start punching them in the face, now everything's escalating.
When you have protesters like this, they need to be kept miles apart, not on the other side of the street.
Listen, about these people tearing down these Confederate monuments, what are they going to do with the ultimate symbol of the Confederacy, my pretty white Southern face? What are they going to do when they come after us?
All right, we are back 22 minutes past the hour, so Camera Gate 2022 has started. Someone, after we left yesterday, we think, accidentally knocked over one of the cameras on the tripods that has yet to be mounted to the wall, and it's a brand new camera, so now it's leaning over, so it's a leaning Darth Vader, Greg. That's the way it looks.
What if we turn the camera on and Big Boy's big head goes in front of the camera?
Yeah, we look at the security camera and he's in there, and him and the coyote have been playing, and he like throws the ball to the coyote, it runs and gets it, and brings it back. And he's like, "What are you doing?"
To give somebody the benefit of doubt. It may have been like the cleaning crew.
Yeah, it was an accident.
And they may have reported it. We don't know that.
That's true. That's true. Of course, I mean, terrible communication around here. But
and in their defense, I think they came last night. That would be that. I don't want to blame anybody with that knowing, but I would say that would be the first line of defense.
Well, first of all, we know it's an accident. All right.
Yeah, no, I don't.
You're acting kind of like it's not.
But if it's kind of like, hey, you backed into a car and the owner's not around, you leave a little note that says, hey, knock this over, or accidentally hit you.
I wouldn't have left a note. I would have just emailed whoever my boss.
I'm talking about a car. You don't email a car.
I just stood it up, man, like I didn't do it.
Yeah, do you really? So we'll get to the bottom of it. But
I really hope that that camera, security camera, works and we have
that would be
access
awesome.
to the footage.
You kidding me?
Because whoever it was, God love them, they panicked. I'm sure.
Oh, of course. And I'll tell you this, it might have been Greg.
Me?
Because if he was to knock it over, he wouldn't even look at if there was damage. He'd just put it back up.
You're right, but I hope I would remember knocking it over.
No, I'm just kidding. I know
no,
it's not
seriously,
you.
if it ends up being me, then I need.
First of all, we know it was an accident. Second of all, the person that knocked it over might have just propped it back up and not even looked. And so they don't know they damaged it, but I think they probably do. And it might have already been reported. We just don't know.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's that's been the drama of the day so far.
So, do we know if the security cameras work? I mean, is
the
footage?
I don't know yet.
They do after 7 o'clock. They come.
Okay, good, perfect. Stealing hours.
I'm waiting on an answer for that, Adler. I don't know yet.
All right. So yesterday I went up to Huntsville and saw my dad and took him to a follow-up appointment with the cardiologist and everything. And he asked me.
I hope you were nicer to the medical staff than you are to the folks around here.
Yeah,
what? I'm not mean. I'm not mean to anybody.
I ain't such a bad man.
I'm not. I just get crap done. I mean, gosh.
I don't want you to change. I'm just messing with
I mean, what do we need to do? Do I need to write a punch list out?
That's fine.
All right, let's see here. Let me see.
This is on me. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
we'll write it if you want to. Let's see. Fix cameras. All right. Golden ticket seats.
We're going to get those upholstered, by the way.
I don't know.
I heard we were throwing
we need to
away.
recloth them.
I heard we were throwing
I don't
them
know
away.
if that's how you say it, recloth them.
And we're going to make them sit crisscross applesauce in the
I
floor.
do. We got to do something with those. We can't put those out.
I got news for you. They're probably not going to get redone.
Really? Does this sound okay? Fix bouncing board? Is that okay? Because this board that we use bounces every time.
They'll know what it means, yeah.
Do I need to say please in front of all this? Because I do need to. Please fix.
No, I would just write down the list, and at the end, write a little note that includes some pleases and thank yous.
This cable.
Let's talk about please.
The TVs don't work in here, and so what do I say with that? Fix.
TVs still do not work.
Fix TVs don't work
in studio.
All right. Work.
What else would you say?
Well, he says that it's not the TV that it doesn't work; it's the cable that runs in the ceiling or something somewhere. I was just trying to figure out how to do that. All right, so we got those 4 things. Adler, anything? You need anything, buddy?
I need to know who did that. Who broke my camera?
Who broke? Oh, okay. Oh, that's at the top.
Who broke the camera?
Who broke Adler's camera? All right, that's there. All right, got it. Oh, the heat. Could we have heat?
Heat during the winter.
Could we?
Are y'all sure it's not on today?
Have
it's a little
heat.
warmer in here today.
Could we have heat?
I think it is currently trying to warm up.
Yeah,
right.
But when we got here this morning, it was freezing.
Yeah, I think it feels a little better.
And when I say freezing, I mean like if you would shake our hands, you'd go, "Wow, why's your hand so cold?"
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So could we have heat? Who broke Adler's camera?
Who broke it?
Please fix security cameras as discussed because we're going to move them around.
Yeah.
Golden ticket seats. I mean, I know that's last because we got to do platforms and all that. Please fix bouncing board. Audio still pops. There it is
Just
again.
did, yeah.
Audio still pops in
headphones. It gotten a
headphones.
little better.
It had gotten better, and yesterday I noticed it took a step back.
By the way, it popped right after you said pop.
Maybe I'm just used to it and I don't hear it anymore.
Yeah.
I've grown.
It's been
like
21.
nose blind
It's been
with a
21
stink.
days. You've created a habit.
Yeah, like when something stinks, you're around long enough, it don't stink anymore.
Yes.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about, Greg.
Studio TVs still aren't operational.
Correct.
All right. And we got to hang TVs.
Let's talk about
security camera at this door.
Yeah, I got that. That's
okay.
Yeah, got security cameras. All right, so there's a punch list. See,
there you go.
There we go. All right, so I was in Huntsville yesterday with my dad. Took him to the doctor's appointment, but he said, "Hey, son, if you don't mind," and I'm like, "Well, no, Dad, I don't." What? He said, "Could I get a haircut on the way?" And I'm like, well, sure. He goes, you should have brought
Where'd you
Greg,
stop?
and then we laughed and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, he's right.
Yeah, and for years, he's gotten his haircut at Kurt's Barbershop.
Okay.
All right, now, does that not sound like a cool barbershop?
Oh, it's got to have the pole out.
Oh, I'm talking about old school. All right, he's got
the guy's wearing the shirt, the typical barber shirt.
He's got one chair, and it's been him forever.
Yeah.
In the same little room, same building. When you walk in there, you're like, I'd like to stay here all day and just talk and hang out.
Old school. I miss the old school barbershops.
And he treats my dad so. I mean, like when my mom would take him, he comes out, gets him in because can't see, needs help getting in. And Miss Wilburn, you just stay in the car. I got him. He just loves my dad so much, and I appreciate that so much. But I got to go yesterday, hang out, shoot the bull, and get a haircut with my dad. And
of course, he looked at you and said, "What?"
Yeah. But the big joke was, and the reason why I bring it up is, why didn't you bring Greg? He could have got a haircut here. Because the discussion on the show is, you won't go anywhere because you don't want to get a haircut at a new place.
Yeah, I can't settle in where I want.
No.
I'm going to try to go today, Greg. Get me one.
Why don't y'all go
That'll
together?
be 2
That could be
haircuts I've
team
got
building.
since you've gotten one.
Yeah.
Y'all get a team building haircut.
I ain't got time for that.
Huh?
No.
You could do it
Today's
before
a
the
busy day.
feed today.
And I got to
right
figure
after
out,
the show.
and I got to figure out I can't do Bible study in here because you have to use that in order. So now I got to figure out what I'm going to do.
We'll yell out in the hall like we did.
I don't like asking y'all to change your routine.
No, what we did last week was not
normal.
normal. I mean, we're normally not out there.
We're not going to be hanging
That's how
pictures
you get
today.
me in it.
Yeah,
I promise. We're not.
and plus, we got the podcast and everything else today, so you're good.
Okay.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A bit hyperbole there. Not sure that's going to happen, but the white supremacy neo-Nazi movement is so irrelevant, or it was, so eradicated and ignored, and very few people even giving credence to anything that their evil tongues would spit out. But now, since the new strategy is if they do go get a permit and they have the very dangerous tiki lamps, instead of them sort of being irrelevant and a joke, attacking them while they're having their permit-provided protest that no one cares about.
Right.
Attacking them and fighting them has now galvanized them to be in the headlines everywhere. And now they're going to have more rallies and more meetings. But indirectly, you now have a movement that we pretty much had squashed out that didn't exist anymore and became an embarrassment on history, is now alive again because the attacks on them while they're doing their meaningless, no one cares about it protests that they have the right to do if they get the permits, is now they're becoming a big deal again. And now you're going to see more of these, which will lead to more fights, which will lead to more of them, which will lead to more fights. And really the problem probably would have been better eradicated if we would have just looked at them for the pitiful people that they are and laughed at them and moved on. Yeah. Because they didn't have the numbers, but now they're starting to get galvanized, and they're going to get out there and do more and more of this now.
Because I'm shocked there was even a get together.
Because
I didn't know there was enough of them still around.
From the footage that I watched, what took place was horrible, and they should be held accountable for it. But the chaotic part and the violent part started when protesters went up and started fighting them. But now they're going to convince them, to this caller, what he just said, that now there's a war. Now they're taking down the Confederate symbols. Now they're doing all this. Hey, I tell you what, this is a time
you're going to rally people.
Now, I tell you what, now the little bit deranged, but I wasn't quite there. Now they're going to be thinking there's a race war going on that really didn't exist, and now they're going to be convinced it is on. This new anarchist approach to it really is the worst strategy.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why Martin Luther King was not for it.
I will say this, during my years of playing football, I mean, I was so exhausted by all the violence I've already experienced. It was a hard time to get me to be violent because all my violence was over.
Yeah.
You know,
that was his point.
My head was hurting. I was tired.
Yeah.
I had bruises all over me. And I had all the violence I needed.
Yeah, you didn't want anything else. That's so good. Man, but now, oh gosh, sports, you got to be scared of everything. Oh, we got to, no, that's too violent. Oh, so now they don't play. So now they sit in their rooms and play, games all day, and then they find out
everybody in there kicking that statue looks like a gamer.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I know it's horrible because there's some people had bad situations, but
right.
We were a lot better off when we didn't wear helmets on bicycles or seatbelts in cars. We were a lot better off, I think.
Thank you, Greg.
We were.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Great. Good.
Here's one of the things, man. I just want the statues to stop being looked at as a hate symbol. That's one of the main things I wanted to send a message out today, and hopefully y'all can discuss. And I wanted to know y'all's thoughts on that, because back in the day, there wasn't people that were actually for slavery. There was people that actually lived there that were actually fighting for their homeland, and I have family that fought in that war. And I fly that flag on the front of my vehicle.
Well, see, that you also can't be delusional. One of the problems with the symbol of the Confederate flag is that war is over, and it has a place in history, and that should not be ignored. But it has no relevance, and it doesn't fly over anything with any authority today. The Union won. The attempt at independence was denied, and the will to continue that was broken by the Union, and we are a union, and we all have the same flag. And whether you like it or not, these neo-Nazi, the racist movements of the 60s, the segregation of schools, the blocking of the University of Alabama, when you look at those pictures, you see that flag flying. So whether you like it or not, that flag has horrible connotations to a lot of people, and rightfully so, because it was used, whether it should have been or not, as a symbol of racism, bigotry, and hatred. So that's on the people. If you want to blame people for your flag being divisive, blame those people. Just like I would say to Muslims who say, well, I don't know why y'all think we're all a bunch of terrorists. Well, I'll tell you why.
Because of the terrorists.
That's why you have bad publicity. So if you don't like the Confederate flag being seen as a racist symbol, that's not the fault of African Americans. That's not the fault of minorities. It's the fault of the white people that used it for a racist symbol. That's whose fault it is.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to
All right, 25 minutes till top of the hour. It's the kickoff hour. We are live, and we thank you so much for tuning in. All right, so we're going to take Rick off the list?
Yes, you
okay.
scratch him off.
Rick's off the list.
Camera breaking list.
He didn't do it. He's here, and he didn't do it.
What I do want to know is, how is your dad? Is he doing good? How was the doctor?
How'd the haircut come out? Look good?
He looks good.
We stopped at haircut, so I know he's looking like it. He's got it like he likes it.
Kurt got him.
I'm assuming that everything went fine at the doctor.
Everything went great. Thank you. So that we go there. It's funny because the nurse that took us back, we just start talking and small talking and stuff like that, and she ends up knowing.
Did she like his haircut?
Some of my sons, because she's JC's age, and she's at Calhoun now, about to transfer to Jacksonville State. She's in nursing school and all this kind of stuff. Anyway, small world. We strike up a conversation with her, and then one of the other nurses comes in and is helping us, and so we're having a great time. You know, they're all so cordial and nice, and so they check him out, and they were just bragging about how good he looked, and said he felt great. And so got a great report, and I think we follow up with the hematologist in February for that report, and so things are going well. I mean,
it's been a long journey.
Yeah,
think about when it all started.
I know.
And now where you at?
Yeah, I was talking to my mom and dad about that, about the last couple of years with them, with her, with battling cancer and the operation and chemo and radiation and all that kind of stuff. And she's a cancer survivor, praise God, and still doing well. And then he had the 5-way bypass. I'm like, y'all been through a lot.
Y'all stuffed a lot in 2 years.
Yeah, but you know what? They're. I mean, you wouldn't know it if you saw them, because they don't complain about it. Right. They just keep on churning. And so it was a great day with them. Got home last night. I did send a text to you guys. I appreciate you responding, Helmsy.
We were honest.
And Greg. I knew I would do the same thing. I'm like, I know y'all forgot about me. But I'm leaving now, and I think I was. When did I send it, around 6?
Oh, it was late.
7?
Yeah, it was late for us. And matter of fact, I probably when I left here, which was around 11ish. I thought to myself, because you had just left, and I thought, you know what? Later on, I'm gonna hit them with a Marco Polo and let him show us kind of what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
And I just completely forgot. Horrible. I mean, that's on me.
No, what you know the saying, "No good deed goes unpunished."
Yeah.
Yesterday, y'all don't know this happened. I was saving it for right now. All right, so the World Games lacrosse deal happened yesterday.
Yeah.
Brody came. It was a lot of fun. Got a lot of great feedback from all of y'all. We were able to make it with the parking
Didn't
lot.
break anything.
Actually, I don't know if you have
Except that
Helmsy
camera.
or Greg. I've gotten 2 or 3 other emails from inside the building of people like, "Hey, you got a friend here," or
Okay.
whatever. So I don't think it's a
No,
mass.
mine were the opposite.
You know, there's just maybe a few, and it could be that we just hadn't spoken to them, and they are actually really nice people.
Yeah, they
just,
probably didn't know what was going on.
right,
yesterday.
and just
They were
very
thinking, "Why
uncomfortable
are
by
these
the whole
people-"
deal. Yeah, probably so. But
Why's that
one of
bald-headed
the
guy cussing
one of the
everybody out?
representatives for the World Games that was here, just to make sure everything went okay, forgot her
Coffee mug.
what do you
Oh,
call
yeah.
those?
Coffee mug.
But they're like a Yeti kind of thingamajigger. They're bigger. They're not like a you know, I guess we'll call it coffee mug, but it's
Yeah.
sure enough good one.
Yeah.
Okay?
Travel mug.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there you go. Thank you, Greg. And so we didn't know who it was. If it was, there was a couple of them.
Yeah.
We didn't know who it was, so I emailed her, and she said, "Actually, it's me. I'm lost without it." I didn't know where it was. So I left it there, and I said, "Oh, hey, I knew that when I was leaving to go to Huntsville, and where their building is, I would literally drive by it." And I'm like, "Hey, I'm about to come by. You want me to bring it by to you?"
Well, that's above and beyond the call
And
of
she
duty
said,
there.
"Yeah, if you'll text me, I'll walk out and you can just hand it to me." It didn't take but literally 90
Is
seconds.
it right there
out of my
behind
day.
the Marriott?
Yes.
Do you know that
Where?
I used to work in that building?
Are
by
you
the way,
serious?
For 4 years, I worked in that building on the 3rd and 4th floor, depending on what I was doing and all that.
That's
But
I
I was
pulled up.
That was my daily. I went to that place. This was right out of college. Well, about a year or so after college. Amanda and I had just been married, and we lived in some apartments in Liberty Park, and that was my go-to for 4 years.
How about that?
Yeah.
That's where I went. So you can see how easy it was.
Oh, yeah.
I was going to jump up on the interstate right there,
Yeah.
and so I'm like, "Yeah, I'll just," because she was like, "I'll email the ZZK
That's one of
rep, and I'll go. Then we'll meet here." I'm going by.
Yeah.
Here's your cup, and oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, what you don't know is that when I was getting in the car, I didn't realize there was still coffee in it.
You drank it.
I didn't realize there was still coffee in it, and so when my hands are full, I got a backpack and different things, and I'm kind of holding it weird. So as I'm leaning in the car, I'm leaning
it over.
forward, and what I don't know is I'm spilling coffee all over my truck.
Oh, no.
And so I go back seat, close the door, and then I go front seat, and then I realize, wait a minute, why is there coffee all over the door? And then I start backtracking.
You
I
never
had
thought when
spilled
you
coffee.
picked the mug up, there might be something in it.
There wasn't but about maybe a quarter left, and it didn't feel like it was really light.
Yeah.
I just didn't think about it because it had a
funny.
top on it, but with the top, it had a little hole for the mouth, and to keep it warm
when you
and all
lean
that.
forward, you had
it
it
all
on.
here it goes. So I found a towel in my
get
truck.
mad and yell
I
at
found my
her about it?
towel in the truck, and so for about 4 or 5 minutes, I was cleaning my truck up.
Oh my!
No good deed.
And I mean, hey, coffee
Trying to help.
everywhere. I started laughing because I said, if y'all two were here, I'd be
See, that's
like,
what happens when you try to help somebody. I try to tell you.
hey, all over the back seat, on my seat, on
you
the
know how silly he
floorboard.
is about his vehicles. I bet he was
Oh, I'm not-
mad.
Why do you always say that?
Hey, you're a little picky about
You
it.
take pride. Now here's what I say: you take pride in your vehicles.
Well,
That's a good thing.
We've never talked about
You
my
take pride in
vehicle.
everything.
Well, I just saw him one time. He thought somebody messed with him. He went nuts.
I went nuts.
You went crazy.
Because you know that's me. You're something
Kicked
else.
the camera over him. Went nuts.
Anyway, I thought that was funny though, because I thought about y'all.
That is funny.
Y'all didn't even know that happened. I was out there
I love
cleaning
the
up
fact you're trying
coffee
to help
all over.
somebody out. And he did it. That's my favorite part. Hey, I'm gonna run this by there.
Yeah.
All right. I went back to wearing a mask yesterday too. I hadn't worn a mask,
Yeah, you
but
got to if
the
you're
policy in all
required.
these doctors' offices now you got to wear
know
one.
that don't
Felt
work.
kind of weird. But I have a weird mask story too. You know these KN95s? They're
Yeah.
supposed to be like the sure enough good ones. You got
That's
the
what I
N95s and the
hear.
KN95s.
Well, which one are you supposed to have?
Well, I don't know, but the KN95s, I think they're the ones that they're like the N95s, but they got that little filter on the bottom, and it's got like a double layer inside. I mean, it's supposed to be really nice.
They're just trying to
but you know, the N95s, the big complaint is when you put them on, you can't breathe. So this one allows you a little bit of a filter hole there. So weird story that has to do with this one I'm bringing up. The KN95 has been talked about because when it comes to the Super Bowl at LA's SoFi Stadium, Super Bowl fans are going to be required to wear a mask. To attend
during
the game.
entire game or just to get in?
Attendees will be handed KN95s as they
as people passing out all over the stadium.
Yeah, as the championship game is subject to California's strict COVID rules, because you got the SoFi Stadium this weekend hosting the Rams and the 49ers. They say Super Bowl fans will also be required to wear masks at the event unless they're eating or drinking. Okay,
well,
so
my gosh,
so
just eat and drink the whole time.
I feel sorry for the guy or the lady that has the little stadium jacket on and required to make sure each little section's okay. Well, they the mask police now?
Yeah,
He's
you're not eating.
You're not drinking. You're not eating. Put it back on.
I think this is just a way to sell more concessions.
I don't know.
It's not a bad idea.
In order to attend the game on February 13th, proof of vaccination or a negative test result must also be shown at SoFi Stadium.
Okay.
They say the Super Bowl experience at LA Convention Center is offering free at-home test kits and running a vaccination site prior to the game on February 5th.
Let me ask you this. When they say you have to have a negative, do you take the test there, or you just show up and go, "Here's my negative test"? You can fake that.
It's kind of like what Bubba had to do for the NASA SpaceX launch that he went to and never got to see the launch because they kept postponing it. Mm-hmm. He had to give them a negative test.
Right.
Yeah, but when do you take it?
He took it a couple days before he went.
Well, how do they know that's legit?
Well, they just, my
point is,
at this point, you just have to trust the physicians.
It's completely useless because people are just going to get one and go, this is me, whether it was them or not.
Well, to your point, you take it 24, 48 hours prior to, and then you live life after that. How do you know you can't get it after the negative test? But they want something official, like Helmsy's saying, negative test or vaccine proof.
Just see why.
Which the vaccine proof, we're at a different time now with the variant.
See why.
Now, if you have the vaccine or not, I don't care what you do, but you can still pass it. You can still pass it and catch it. So we're in a different setup here.
So that rule should be adjusted.
It should. It should. You would think it would. So there you go.
I'll just watch it on TV. I was going to the Super Bowl.
You were. Yeah. We forget that the championship or the conference championships are this weekend.
How bad will Kansas City beat the Bengals?
I don't know. Something weird. I don't know. I don't know that it's going to go as planned, either in that game or the Rams and the 49ers. We'll see. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And so if you don't like it, that's on them. But you also got to have enough sense to know that it's the truth. Now, do I believe that the handling of the protest in Virginia was handled correctly by the counter-protesters? I don't. But still, what actually happened is not the fault of the counter-protesters. It's the fault of the people who responded in the way that killed people.
Helms, I can't believe your granite broke, man. Sorry, buddy.
Can't have nothing. Big slab of granite. They had the first piece in place, the second piece in place, third piece broke right in half out in the front yard. And the guy's hurt. I hate it.
I just hope he hasn't been watching any Alexander Shannara ads, man.
Yeah, me too. That's what Greg just said.
Yeah, man. Sorry, buddy.
Well, he'll have to get in line behind the RS.
How's the ad go, Greg?
Call me, Alabama. If you bust your ass in Helms, just call me.
Rick, the supreme leader in North Korea said he's going to watch the American stupidity a little longer before he decides what to do.
Okay, buddy.
He better watch them cruise missiles with warheads on them.
Well, I've got to say, if he's watching the news in America.
Hey, we want to let this lady in with the sign?
What do they say?
They said you have an extra golden ticket. Speedy, you don't want to let her in?
I was just playing Greg. It's every now and then it's fun to play Greg. You can say whatever you want, and really nobody questions it. You know? I don't want to let that lady in.
Okay.
Don't have a seat.
We have a seat.
No, I don't want her in here.
Speedy.
I'm still on Greg.
Okay.
It's my kid's first day of school, so I'm free!
Yeah! Free, you don't know what to do.
Rick and Bubba, why not?
Let's go there.
Yeah, plus Speedy didn't want to let you in. All right.
That's not true. That was Greg. That was Greg.
That was just for you, buddy. That was just
Thank
for you.
Well, I was playing Greg, though. Wasn't me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Hey, Bubba. Read this word.
Interesting.
Okay. Very, very, very interesting.
Read this word.
Interesting.
Read this word. Just read it.
Interesting.
See, that's how I say it too, man.
Instead of interesting?
Yeah. Who says interesting? Like, I don't have, like, interests.
Yeah.
I have interests.
Interests.
Read that word.
Interesting.
It's all over the place.
Interesting.
Interesting or
Yeah,
interesting?
I know. I hear interesting or interesting.
Which is right?
I don't know.
I don't either.
Potato, potato,
There
which
you
I've
go.
never heard anybody say potato.
Who the freaking
I don't
crap
know
says
who-
potato?
Who came up with that? But that's ridiculous.
You're on the program. Go right ahead.
How you doing?
We're good, man.
I'm one of those neo-Nazi skinheads you guys are talking about, and it's more about being a separatist and being able to be proud of who we are, just like every other race is.
Right. So what I'm saying is, so your desire is that you don't think your race is superior to others. You just don't want to live among other races. You want your own separate community or country or something like that.
I don't care where anybody else lives. Everybody has the right to live. I'm just saying, I believe everybody should stay with their own. You know, I don't throw my propaganda or whatever you guys want to call it, my ideals on anybody. I don't force it on my children. I don't force it on any of my family members. I feel how I feel. And I don't think it's right that all these other groups, Black Lives Matter, can come and throw a wrench in our little machine.
What does it really impact you? What are you not able to do to, if you wanted to, you could go and live your life and just choose who you want to be around, choose where you want to be. So why can't you just do that?
Well, I do that, but I work the same as, like I said, same as anybody else. Okay. The other day, somebody came into my place of employment and they were offended by my tattoos. I never said one thing wrong to this person, and it was a person of color.
Yep.
And they just went off, called corporate and everything.
So
what is your tattoo?
Wrong.
What's your tattoo?
It's a big swastika on my neck.
Yeah, that's pretty. I mean, you do. I mean, you're not delusional to think that because of world history, not just African Americans, but just the whole Nazi movement was offensive to a lot of people. I would think that if I was Jewish and I came in and saw that, I would have a reaction as well. Don't you think that's reasonable?
Thank you, Greg. They are your friends, buddy. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show made possible by LinkedIn.com/Bubba. You know, growing a small business is tough because not only are you trying to run that business, but you're also, now that you're shorthanded, probably doing more work that needs to be done. Trying to keep your head above the water and get after it. Spending time searching for the right candidate shouldn't be taking up a lot of your time. Let LinkedIn.com/Bubba do that for you via the world's largest professional network they got, 770 million people? Think about it now. You can focus on your job and what needs to get done. Let them get everything lined up for you and use screening questions to get your the person that you know. Okay, I'm interviewing this person, and this person could probably do what we need. and they've done all that for you. LinkedIn Jobs helps you find those people worth interviewing faster at linkedin.com/Bubba. You have nothing to lose, everything to gain, as your first job post is free. So don't wait any longer. Go to linkedin.com/Bubba and post your job opportunity for free. And as a listener and viewer of the show, you can enjoy that benefit of that first job posting for free. LinkedIn.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so we're heading back. Just talked a little bit about the Super Bowl. You got the conference championship weekend dead ahead. There's a couple of different things. I saw where Baker Mayfield said he's given up social media for a while.
I understand what
he's
he means
out
there.
He's out,
He's
and
baking.
and a big lawsuit where there's folks that are suing the L.A. Chargers for leaving San Diego, some business people and all that. So you got some NFL news out there, but the big one is the big games this weekend.
Yeah,
Sunday.
Probably won't watch. Probably won't watch them. Won't be in a position to watch them.
I will
really
if I
couldn't care less.
I will if I'm there, but I'm not sure. Where Tyler coaches at Northridge High School, they have a home run derby to help
Are you
raise
in
money
it?
and all this kind of stuff. And he
But them hands gonna hurt. It's gonna be cold.
he sent us a text as a family and said, "Hey, y'all come over if you can. It's a lot of fun. Families will be there and stuff. So we might go hang out with him. So I might miss it too. I don't know. We'll see."
I watched a movie yesterday. Didn't know. Went into it not knowing what to expect. The Eyes of Tammy Faye.
I watched that. That was
Tammy
good.
Faye Baker and Jim Baker. So Jessica Chastain plays Tammy Faye and does a brilliant job, by the way. And
How
then
old were
who's
you when
this
all that
guy?
went down?
Oh, young. I probably wasn't even. I didn't
remember it.
And then is it Andrew Garfield?
Yeah,
he
plays in everything.
He is in everything now. Some of it's a little weird.
I think the first thing I saw him in was Social Network.
Yeah, that was the first
And
thing I
then
saw.
he was Spider-Man once.
Yeah.
And now he's Hacksaw Ridge. And
Yeah.
He's one of them people that's got an accent and you don't know it.
I've heard this one comment on it a little bit. I haven't seen it.
It's good.
It is.
She does play Tammy good.
I know, you never know, based off true events and all. You don't know what's true and what's not,
Right.
and you find yourselves reading articles about it as you're watching
Yeah.
the movie because you want to make sure it's factual. Jerry Falwell Sr. is a part of it. Robertson's a part of it.
Yeah.
It's how all that came together. It's very interesting.
So that's your takeaway. Or is there something that you went? I did.
Oh,
wow.
there was a lot in there I did not know. A lot. And some of it's rumored too. So you don't know if it's actually factual or not. I'll just leave it at that because I don't want to get into those conversations.
Right.
Because it's that'll take us down a road that we probably don't need to go down. But
There's a couple of facts that have been proven.
Yes, you're right,
yeah.
Greg. I don't want to talk about those either. I didn't know. First of all, I didn't know that Jim. Here's one that we can talk about.
Okay.
Didn't know that they started off doing puppets for kids.
I didn't know that.
That was their
See,
ministry.
that's what I'm looking for.
Tammy and Jimmy. That was
that's
their.
how they broke into the deal.
Yeah.
They had on a
And
Christian
we're really
network
good
television.
at it. Probably should have stayed in that lane.
Listen,
Okay.
he could raise some funds.
He could.
Yes, sir.
He could.
He could get the phones ringing.
Sure could.
He was best at that.
He's good at that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Telethon, man. He was the king of the telethon.
Just a lot of stuff going on back in that day in the ministry that I
Right.
had no idea.
Lisa's grandmother, and I remember when we first dated and we'd go to her house, bless her heart, she had a picture of the Baker family on the wall.
Oh,
and
man.
she sent them a check every month.
You can't have
And
that.
a lot of people, I mean, that
Yeah.
was their target.
Yeah.
Right.
And
People that probably didn't have the money to
And let me
send.
say that
Right.
did a lot of good. Okay, but
But just humans and greed. And
that's
here
it.
we go.
Yeah, and then you have other ministers in the region that now want to be a part of it because it's so big, and now we're planning things and doing. I mean, just a whole big ordeal. Crazy.
Turn that. TV
But it's a good movie.
That TV network.
Good.
Turned
night.
it into
What a-
just huge.
Yes.
You've got me into Navy SEALs.
Oh,
So,
SEAL team.
SEAL team, whatever.
Watched
it's
an
called.
episode of that last night.
That's Paramount Plus.
Who's your
at
favorite
CBS.
character?
I'm learning their names. I'm not that far into it.
Billy.
But I kind of like the guy that looks like, what's the guy off Yellowstone everybody likes? The
Rip.
Rip. He kind of
Sonny.
looks like.
So you're talking about Sonny.
He's-
Talks kind of like Gary.
He's always got a problem with everything. He's got phobias.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
and
Sonny.
he's scared of everything, but he's a
Yeah.
he's a bad, you know what I
So
mean?
Ray,
But I like Clay too.
I do.
Yeah.
Do you know who at the end? Well, I'm in like season 3 now, and I know this has been out a while. Speedy and I have just now started it.
I actually started episode 1 forever ago, stopped it, never went back, and
Okay.
don't know why. And then you started talking about
Yeah.
it again. I said, I'm going to go back to that
Yeah.
and see.
I'm
Kinda
somewhere.
high pitch like that, Greg.
You did.
I know you got up in that
I
operation.
said, I'm going to go back to that.
I'm somewhere in season 3, maybe like episode. They'll have an episode.
Oh,
It's
they
like
will.
14. I think I might be in 13 or 14.
I'm used to these 10 episodes a season
I
kind of
know.
thing. They got like 20.
I know. It is. It's amazing.
Thereabouts.
It is, and it's good. To me, this is one of those shows that's good, but it gets better as it goes.
Mm-hmm.
So you're in for a treat there. But I've kind of went back and forth. Jason, I like, but he can be a bip to me. Sonny's the guy everybody wants a Sonny around who you're talking about, and he kind of talks like Gary.
Yeah,
he kind of
kinda
talks
funny.
in between Gary and what's the comedian that
Dunham.
golly. No.
He has that voice a little bit.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
I like him a lot. And then what's his name? You just mentioned that you
Clay.
like Clay,
The new guy.
Spencer, like him. And then, but Ray is my favorite. And you'll see why as the episodes.
Now, which
go
one's
on.
Ray?
He's a black guy.
Okay, number 2.
Yeah, Bravo 2.
Yeah. Always seems to have a lot of logic in all the discussions.
He
kinda
has-
brings
he's
by
my
the way,
favorite.
we're talking like these people are real.
I know.
I'm so sorry.
These are
y'all.
their acting names, by the way, that we're using.
Right. I'm sorry, Greg. I know
yeah,
you
Ray's
checked out.
Ray's my favorite.
Yeah, you would like this. It's kind of it. Not only do they build characters and you follow along with
Yeah.
their family, but every episode they got some other handle across the country or world that they got to go solve.
Yeah.
So it's every episode brings
I
another
don't
challenge.
because it disrespects the military. I'm not watching.
It does.
If anything, it'll make you appreciate what those guys do every day.
Wow. How many times do you think I looked at Terry and said, I wonder how many times stuff like this happens and we have no idea?
I know. They're probably all the time.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of, I mean, I understand they got to make a TV show, but
yeah,
I would think they probably went to some experts and
100%.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
That's all I'll say. But yeah, it's pretty good. And is it SEAL Team?
SEAL Team.
SEAL
Yeah.
Team.
It's a
Okay.
CBS show.
What's the
and I
name
get
of
it on
their team?
Paramount. Bravo.
Bravo. Okay.
Yeah.
There's a couple of other ones that are pretty good too.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come right back. Sorry about that. Helms and I just started talking about a TV show.
We started off talking about Tammy Faye and ended up at SEAL Team.
Yeah.
How about that?
And not really sure, can't follow when new episodes of 1883 are released. It's very frustrating.
It really bothersome in our house. That's why we watched SEAL Team last night. Amanda was so disappointed. We've been playing this for like 2 days.
We'll be right back. Rick joins us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, I understand a Jewish person, but the actual person that owns the building that I work at, he is Jewish, and the guy actually likes me. If we want to go by history, I'm sorry, but why should a black person feel offended by a swastika?
Well, what if it was just a white person that was offended by it?
Well, I'm sure there's plenty of white people that are offended by it.
There
There's
are.
a lot of things. There's a lot of things that people do that offend me, but I don't.
You're just saying everybody can express themselves and everybody should be left alone to their own point of view as long as it doesn't harm others?
Yeah.
So
I
would
do.
you react to someone that wore something that was offensive to you?
Oh no, I don't. I mean, I see little colored kids running around all the time with their pants sagging down to their knees, and that
Right.
offends
Well, I'm not
me.
talking
I
about
wanna
that.
see
I'm
their
talking about
underwear.
if somebody had a symbol on their shirt or on their arm that you thought was downgrading or had a history of considering your culture to be beneath theirs, would you think you had no right to respond to that?
Well, I don't feel it's my business to tell anybody else how to live.
But wasn't that the whole Nazi movement to tell people how to live?
Who could live
it
where? Who could open a shop where?
Who could live or die?
That's correct. But
So you understand that
Okay.
symbol doesn't seem to jive with what you claim to believe.
well, no, it does. Okay.
It actually
I am
doesn't.
a separatist. I am a separatist. I believe that I live in my own little world, and my little world's going to go how I want it to.
But the Nazi movement, though, didn't believe in living in your own little world.
Exactly. I was going to say that they meant in putting everybody in their world.
Do you think Adolf Hitler was a good person or a bad person?
I know he was a civil rights leader.
Oh, wow.
He was a genius.
A genius in what way?
he got a whole country of people to stand behind his every thought. Okay.
Does the term madman come up with any of that?
Okay.
Did you see what happened to Germany after World War II?
Why, yes, I did, and that was repercussions for his actions. Okay, and I
still
understand
suffering
that.
for it today.
He was genius. He went mad at the end. I mean, the guy he was paranoid schizophrenic too, but the man had a mind on him. Okay, the man was genius.
No, I think
the devil's quite genius too, but I'm not following him.
I think he was good at tickling people's ears, and he rose to power by telling them a lie that they all bought into, and it cost him dearly again. He wasn't a very good strategist. He opened a two-front war. If he'd have stayed with one, he might have actually won it before he went after the Russians.
Yes.
So I don't even think he was good militarily.
He didn't.
He was suicidal, is what he was.
All bullshit aside, I don't believe that the man.
Just get rid of it. We're not going. You're not going to say that, sir. I would hope you would revisit that, because I think you're way off the page.
But what we did, we allowed you to, cause as long as it stayed civil and there was no language or anything, we allowed you to make your point. I think hoping you might hear it. The things you kept claiming you wanted, the things that you claim to believe contradict what you say you want, which is a clear sign of
the
chaos.
swastika did not stand for some of the things you were saying you wanted.
Especially not everybody just keep to themselves and nobody has to live the way I want to. No, taking over the world meant you want everybody to live the way you want to.
Yeah, ask the Polish people.
Rick and Bubba.
Dude's got problems, man. I would not support a business that had a guy working for him that had a swastika on it. Wouldn't do it. Wouldn't do it. There's nothing cool about it. That is pure evil. Always has been.
Nazis weren't big on everybody just being left alone, or they wouldn't have tried to take over the world and place everyone under their rule and then kill everybody who wasn't like them. Not really to each his own symbol.
Plus, I would hate to point out to the guy, he says he's white. He's probably a mutt just like the rest of us.
I'm a direct descendant of Brigadier General John Hunt Morgan, and that's one of the statues that they're, or monuments that they want to take down up there along Robert E. Lee. Well, it really bothers me that the Confederate flag and all is been associated with the Nazism and all that. I mean, it just, I'm not a racist or anything like that at all, but I'm a proud Southern man, and a lot of this stuff is just crazy.
It is, and of course, I think you can be a proud Southern man and not have to wave a Confederate flag. I mean,
well, it's aggravating. I understand both sides of it. I really do.
It does. And another thing, just since we talked about it, there's also the faith side of it for those of us that are people of faith,
and that should be the top level of all this.
It really should, guys. If you're a follower of Jesus, you're just going to have a difficult time trying to reach people that whether they should or they shouldn't, and there's a lot of legitimate reasons why that flag is a symbol that it's gonna damage your witness if you're clinging to it. It ain't worth it. Let it go. I mean, if you can be more effective for the kingdom of God by being wise enough to avoid things like that are not going to make or break your life, and you go, I've got a better chance to reach fill in the blank for Christ if I just say, you know what, it's not worth trying to legitimize or talk about misunderstandings or whatever. And there's some things that obviously it's different. I'm never going to compromise Christ. If you don't like I'm the way, the truth, and the life, and no one comes to the Father except through me, well, see, I can't ever compromise that. If that's what's offending you, the actual gospel, then I got to stand by that. But if it's things that don't even matter, and I can be more effective to reach somebody for Christ by avoiding these things, not being in those situations, not clinging to these types of symbols, then by golly, we ought to do it. 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Hello and welcome. Glad you're here. This is the top of the hour has passed. Now we're rolling into a new hour. We've had the kickoff hour with Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Andel. This hour starts with the national anthem. It is 8 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Everybody ready? Let's go. Bubba is still out, but he is doing better. So we expect, barring some backward slide, Bubba will be back with us tomorrow. I was scared of all the things I'd done. Yeah, I know I'm not the only one. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right now. Somebody say, tearing down the high again. There ain't no doubt about it. As a matter of fact, baby brother, you'll be glad to know that I was over the weekend, kind of scanning around. Was it over the weekend? Maybe it was last Thursday night. I don't remember when it was.
That's close to the weekend.
I don't know when it was. I was kicking around on the old tube, doing something bizarre. I was actually trying to watch something like cable, and you realize, so it's only I've caught this when it's on. I can't just watch it when I want to, but old school back when we used to suffer.
Yeah.
But anyway, Young Guns was on the original.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
Good
Young
movie.
Guns was on.
The second one not quite as good as the first one, but the first one was good.
Well, what does that tell you about? And I am familiar with the group Need to Breathe, and if you were not watching on TV, that's what we were all singing to. On YouTube, you were like, I'm not sure what Rick's singing there. But anyway, what I'm saying, it Need to Breathe, the band. It seems to me, since Greg, you and I are mid now, rolling into late 50s. It seems to me that Need to Breathe might be too young to reference Young Guns in a song, but they did. And in the song, they're referencing Young Guns.
Oh yeah.
And I'm thinking, are they too young to have known that was an icon movie? That you would put in a song. I mean. It'd be like them referencing, I made enough to make Josie Wells proud. You know what I mean? You're like, well, y'all know the outlaw Josie Wells. But anyway, so but that movie. You know what's funny about watching the movie Young Guns, and we mention it on the show periodically. You're going to find there's certain movies that come up on the show all the time, certain bands, that kind of stuff. Is that at that time period, watching the movie, it's Emilio Estevez who is the wild card, and Charlie Sheen is the conservative, straightforward brother.
He's playing the straight guy.
How about that?
Isn't that weird?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
in real life.
Yeah, because really, in real life, Charlie Sheen is Billy the Kid.
Yeah.
Not Emilio Estevez.
If it helps
that's
you.
for sure. Tiger blood.
Yeah.
The two main guys are 41 and 38.
And Need to Breathe.
Correct. And that's around, I'm 43.
Okay.
That was a big movie for me growing up.
That helps.
So probably a big movie for them.
Okay, got it.
You're 43.
40.
A few days from 44.
And by the way, I absolutely love the band Need to Breathe.
Yeah,
I do too.
Very good. Very good.
But anyway,
Ain't no doubt about
so yeah, I was watching it, and there's just you go back and watch some of these movies, and you go, well, this movie couldn't run today. I mean, some of the stuff, right?
Goodness gracious!
And has it ever gotten you kind of like the fact that we did a story yesterday where nobody in Seattle is going to be able to read To Kill a Mockingbird because it's racially insensitive.
Kind of missing the point.
I think y'all understand the
storyline.
Point of the story, but anyway, I think there's things now when you watch the rerun of some old movie on cable, and they edit certain things. It's interesting now the phrases and things they consider you shouldn't hear anymore.
Yeah,
that
they take out.
Yeah,
they're going.
Yeah, there's words,
but now they leave in.
Oh yeah. There's words when that I thought as a society we all agreed on that you probably don't want to be exposing to just anybody who happens to be walking by.
Yeah.
But now they don't do that. They edit out like certain phrases and things you'd say to people.
I know.
And you're like, what's that out of it? Yeah.
But then they'll leave in, and you're going, well, so you left that in.
Yeah. So
it's a strange little trying
It
to
is.
navigate all this these
Mm-hmm.
rules.
And I've come to the conclusion, and I'm just going to move on, that Greg will never watch the newer Western, Old Henry. I'm out.
I keep forgetting.
I'm not going to bring it up again.
I can't. It doesn't come across as I'm scanning.
Not gonna.
I'm gonna have to go find it.
I won't bring it up anymore.
All right, I'm gonna watch.
But you recommend it.
I do, and
I keep trying to.
I mean, I'm not saying
it
it's
may
going
be
to be
on
the greatest.
that channel
Western.
I don't get
It's
or
not going to be on the greatest westerns of all time. But if you're like me, I sit around and it's so difficult to find anything worth watching.
Old Henry.
Yeah, and then I love a good western.
I do too.
And I don't like a bad western, but I love a good western.
Mm-hmm.
And I watched it one night and actually got Sherry interested in it. It's got a nice little twist, there at the end, but it's. I mean, it's not. It doesn't belong in the elite westerns.
But it's good enough to watch.
Yeah. Please don't.
I mean, you're not
it's a
putting up there
2021
Josie Wales
movie.
and The Unforgiven.
Yeah. Oh no.
Or Cowboys.
No, this is not a western that, like, people who love westerns. Like, I got to conversing with a friend the other day who loves westerns, and of course we're rifling off the greatest of all time, and we were in 100% agreement. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's some that we all just agree on. It's not going to make that list.
Okay.
Oh yeah, but it's
It's a decent.
Let me see
movie.
here. All right, old. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I know. But okay, I've seen. So this is one you rent.
Yeah.
Okay, this is not a streaming deal. This is I go to Apple Movies or whatever, and I'm actually renting the movie.
Yeah, it might be on the
So
others
Greg,
too.
it's not on like Netflix. You're thinking it's a streaming movie or whatever.
Prime,
Even though it's
Prime.
streaming, you know what I'm talking
is
about.
streaming.
But it's not like on Amazon Prime or
Yeah,
Netflix.
there's
Well, I
some
guess
you
you
can
could
rent.
you could rent it from Amazon Prime, but it's a movie you rent, not that they offer as far as the service.
By the way, talking about the new
that makes
the new times we're living in on streaming and the original programming now it's on all the streaming apps and stuff. Have you seen that commercial yet? I don't even know what. I guess it's for Apple Plus. I guess it is. And that actor that was he's in a lot of stuff, but I don't know what his name is. He's one of those actors.
Oh, yeah.
I think
There's
he's
a lot of
best
those out
known.
there.
What was that? What was that series that came out? And it was on cable. And it was about the old guys of advertising in the old days, and it was the men. Mad Men. That actor that was the main actor.
That's funny.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, have you seen that commercial where he's basically calling like Tom Hanks and everybody that's doing all this stuff for Apple? He's like,
Y'all ain't call me.
I don't get to do a movie. I
That's
mean,
funny.
Yeah,
Everybody's on Apple Plus.
Look, and
Me.
he's flipping Greg, and he sees it.
Yes.
What? He's like, Snoop's got a show? And he's like, so there's no. He goes, yeah, see, y'all did a lot of fun. I look a lot of fun. And Tom Hanks, and he's leaving a message for him. And it got so long, it said the message is too long.
Yeah. John Hamm. Good.
Oh, wow. So you did 2 movies for him.
Yeah. Justin Timberlake.
Yeah, he's like, wait a minute, what? So that's a pretty funny commercial, by the way. 15 minutes past. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You know her foot is killing her. I mean, killing, like broken.
The guy at the beginning, he gets a kick and his shoe comes off and he keeps kicking with the sock and then he bends down.
And I didn't even realize that I stopped at Twister. I didn't even realize it until my wife said, "Here you are again." I'm like, "What?"
Twister's kind of corny to me.
I'm right here.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The corny part of Twister is that we got this rival weather bunch, and they in black vehicles, and they're trying to be sharp. And they've got the same time being boom, boom, but we got villain weather watchers. Hey,
You're not taking Twister
right
from me.
there. That part ruined
You're not taking Twister from me.
that part ruined the entire movie.
You know, guys, life is like a movie. You know what I mean?
Life is like a movie, you know what I mean. First everything seems normal, then things start moving to the beat. Life is like a movie, you know what I mean. You're just trying to live your life, then you find yourself in a scene. 1 minute you're just working, just doing some IT. The next minute, you're plugging into the Matrix, chilling out with Keanu Reeves. 1 minute, you're checking the mail, and the next minute, you're handcuffed to a scene.
You want to play a game?
Life is like
Hey, somebody get in here and make some coffee.
There's like half a pot still in there.
Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn.
Or when climbing 2 flights of stairs makes you feel like Rocky. You go from stretching your back to fighting for the freedom of the whole country.
Freedom! Freedom! Freedom!
This is Crimson Tide.
Gentlemen, we've gone to DEFCON 3.
Not under siege.
Hey, Adler.
Yo.
Can you put this in the merch closet for me?
Life is like a movie. Life is like a movie.
You know, it's like Mama always said. Life's like a box of chocolate. You never know what you're gonna get.
Life is like a
Ooh,
movie.
nuggets, Rick, not.
Let me stop you right there. Dying ain't much of a living, boy.
This is from the outlaw Josie Wells, which is pretty much the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Life is like a movie.
Got me a refreshing Coca-Cola in the glass.
1 second you're sipping on a bottled Coke, the next second you're John McClane.
Life is like a movie. Life is like a movie.
Or you're making yourself an energy drink and it reminds you of cocaine.
Say hello to my little friend.
If I told Bubba this was Free Willy, he probably wouldn't have agreed.
Life is like a movie. Life is like a movie.
Wow. Pretty good view up here. This is nice. It is nice. I'm flying, Jack. I'm flying.
Life is like a movie, let me tell you what I mean. You're the actor and the director, you get to choose what's on the screen. You can make your life good like Mary Poppins or bad like Requiem for a Dream. So don't do heroin or methamphetamine.
Life is like a movie. Life is like a movie. Life is like a movie. Life is like a movie.
Right now, get special financing for 60 months on select Tempur-Pedic and Beautyrest Black mattresses.
We are here, Thursday edition.
With pharmaceuticals.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big. Our old buddy Bubba hopefully will return tomorrow. Looks like he will. All right. And so today, Wheel of Meat could spin. Look for that. A very, very interesting Rick and Bubba University, the podcast for this weekend. I had the honor of being at a location and hearing this man talk about his call in his life. Boy, you're not going to get you'll get a lot of details about the call in his life, and it's going to break your heart of how wicked this world really is. But this man's call is so dangerous. We will have to call him fake names, and you're not going to be able to see his face or anything like that. But it will be a fascinating conversation if I can just shut up and let him talk and try to set up some good questions. But you certainly won't be interested in me this weekend, but you will be extremely interested in him. And so make sure you make that a priority. And it's going to break your heart, by the way. I know, sometimes you're like, I'm kind of aware of how wicked the world is, but don't show me too much.
Right.
The things that go on in this world.
It's hard to believe that
it is.
could be that.
Yeah, it kind of goes back to, and look, his team has turned world governments upside down. But anyway, so we just like yesterday, we were talking here in the break about yesterday's Wednesday Bible study, which is now available to you.
Good one.
We're walking through the book of Genesis, and so yesterday and now available is chapter 4. It doesn't take long once sin enters, the human race for things to start getting worse and worse and worse. And, we get our first murder. It didn't take very long at all. And it's interesting when you see in this, and I've said this over and over again, I'll say it again. And when studying that in preparation and then going through it all together yesterday, and Greg and I were just talking about it. I know Speedy, you've already heard it too. Adler was here because he puts it together. I'm not really surprised about the difficulties that happened to me and the bad things that happened to me. That really doesn't surprise me because Greg, I will say this. I really have never had this delusion that people after the fall there are people that can be good and do good things and of course be redeemed and all this, but really where did this phrase of why do bad things happen to good people? Where are all these good people? It's like what is this? I know on my best day, I'm still a pretty wretched, sinful person as far as my sin nature that's still there. What is the most surprising thing is God's mercy. It's the mercy that God has shown me that is so hard to believe, not the difficulties that sin and a fallen creation have put in front of me or I put in front of myself. It's His mercy that is the most shocking and surprising thing. And even in that story, which that's the part I had not really paid attention to until I sat down and actually studied it, is how much mercy God is still trying to show even Cain.
Yeah.
He gives him the warning, hey, Cain, look, I see you're mad. I see what's going on here. Sin is crouching at your door. There's God just saying, look, don't do this. And then even when he does it, he comes back, and even with the punishment that Cain brought on himself, God still shows some mercy.
Yeah.
So that's the thing that's so surprising. But we do live in a fallen, wicked world that God is going to redeem, and thank the good Lord above individually will redeem any of us who are willing even today, no matter what. So catch that one if you haven't.
It's gonna be good.
Yeah, and then catch the podcast coming out this weekend.
You got me home last night. I really needed that. Coming back from Huntsville late, it was good.
Yeah, I must warn you on the podcast this weekend, and this is not this guy's intention, by the way. That's what I love about the guy that I got to hear and I'm going to get to interview. He's not one of these people that comes in and says, "Look, man, God's called me to this. I don't know why the rest of y'all aren't doing it." He's not that guy. He gets up there and says, "Please don't sit out there and start thinking that well, what I'm doing for the kingdom, it doesn't really matter." He goes, "That's not what this is about." He said, "All I'm trying to let you know is there's a need out there.
Yeah.
Hey, we're on it. If God calls you to it, fine, join us. But this is very tough on my wife. This is tough on family. My wife prayed about somebody needs to do something, and he's like, but none of us thought it would be our own husband, because you always think, hey, somebody needs to do something about that, and then you go, and then God, what if God calls you to do it? And you're like, whoa, I didn't mean me, and so, but anyway, but I will warn you, no matter how much he doesn't have that attitude, I will warn you that it's one of those things you're kind of like, wow, I'm a loser.
This guy's doing a lot.
Wow, he's really putting himself out there.
That's his day.
Right. Yeah. Here I am concerned about traffic.
Yeah, I drove an hour and a half north and back yesterday. Wow,
right.
I had a tough day, didn't I?
Boy, woe is me. I only got 6 hours sleep last night.
Right, he's fighting international human trafficking. Wow, okay.
Pretty big. That's a big one. Wow, how can people do that, Greg?
I don't get it. I don't understand it. Evil thing.
Look, there's
how can anybody treat another human?
I know. Look, there's a lot of things out there that are sin that I understand that. I can see the intrigue of that. Mm-hmm. But this, I don't. I don't. This is depravity at a level that it's just wicked. It's just evil, and we don't want to think that things are that wicked and evil, and we don't think that we don't like to think that even the adversary is as wicked and evil as he is. But it's the best thing that I was ever told concerning, and again, and we made this clear throughout all the studies, whatever. And actually, our pastor talked about it again this past Sunday, and it really needs to be understood because you don't be sitting there gripped in fear. The Lord God Almighty and Lucifer that tried to overthrow and became the devil and became Satan. This is not Star Wars. Star Wars is written, and it's just a movie, and you can enjoy it, but it's written from this Eastern mysticism, yin and yang garbage. There's no power that is good and then power that is bad, and they're both equal. And the adversary is so demoted down. It's just a created being that went bad. Now, we don't need to tangle with him without Jesus, but you have to understand, and I had a friend tell me this one time when I was really new to the faith. He said, you have to understand that even though you're redeemed, and you are redeemed, which is great, as much as God loves you, and Jesus showed that on the cross, as much as Jesus Christ loves you, Satan hates you at the same level, if not more. So don't think it's kind of like, hey, you know how we present him. Hey, he's kind of trying to have a party. He's a party animal. We should be with him, but he's partying a little bit. No, this is wicked, nasty, kill, steal, destroy, mutilate, crush. It's not a funny thing. It's not. It's very, very serious. So bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big. And we'll be back. So catch that this weekend and the Bible study from yesterday.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Has started. It is the Rick and Bubba Show.
What in the world?
You better start eating, bro.
All right. Yeah, so there's tamales and then like scrambled eggs and cheese and salsa.
You like that?
Yeah, it's real good, Dan.
Woo. Just tamale. That's tamale casserole.
Nail gun?
Nail gun.
The only thing that keeps me awake at 3:30 is if I don't settle down. If I keep going, I'm fine. But if I stop, like where I get concerned, hey Greg, where I get concerned, I don't like when my body is that out of control. It's doing its own thing. It's doing its own thing. It's like, so I can't keep you from going to sleep. I mean, I can't stop you. Have you had the thing where you try to stay and watch something with Lisa or whatever, and find they start dogging you? Just go to bed.
Wake up.
Just go to bed.
Bubba, Greg's gonna try tea.
You put anything in it?
Just a little bit of sugar.
No, I mean like something.
No. I promise you.
That's a foul. I wouldn't do you.
No.
Saw him coming out of the bathroom with it.
It's horrible. It's like water with a little bit of heat.
It's growing on you.
No, it's too weak. I don't taste nothing. Except a little bit of.
You're starting to like it a little bit.
Oh, that's gonna be a thumbs down.
See how many guys are getting fired from being there that they see now? Their business are realizing they're white supremacists and they're like getting fired.
Oh yeah.
You've never had a tamale before?
No.
What?
Smells like a corn tortilla.
Yeah. It's like a tamale is like corn with meat on the inside. It's awesome. I grew up on tamales as a kid. That smell even reminds me of being a kid. Is it okay?
Very good.
Sweet, first tamale.
Very good.
Kim Jong-un's gonna kill people, but who he just don't feel like they really believe he's a living God.
Greg was complaining about those biscuits on Monday, you know?
The doughy biscuits.
He thinks I threw them away. I'm gonna start just like putting them like by his desk. If you can sneak a biscuit like in his work area, I think we should do it.
Game on.
I hope that's exactly what happened.
If I start playing addition,
So what did you think about that? Clear mind.
Mentally, I have to get used to it.
But how funny is it that Nashville, and that guy even brought this up the other day,
I just don't
on
like
their
looking
reader
at
boards
my-
and everything,
I don't.
they have to announce.
I know, I
"Do
agree.
not pull over me
I'm
this day."
trying to.
Well, people will pull over the little.
He's executing people because they don't think he's a living God.
Who messes up and tells him that? Just tell him you think he is. You know what he's going to do. Who's the DA that did that? I'm sorry, with that haircut, you're not.
before we go, in any break, you will see that. And that is Bubba making him something else to eat.
I just say one a break. Keeps, good to even.
How many breaks do we have? 16? So that's 16 peanut butter.
Y'all got any words of wisdom for Smokey on his last day? Words of wisdom for Smokey?
Words of wisdom. Don't assume anything. Prior planning prevents poor performance. Don't eat anything that you're not sure what it is. Identify anything you eat. If you're in a third world country, take extra toothbrushes. Trust me on that one. I don't know what to do with the last one, but
The girl that died from Tillicum killing her, we have like her signature because she signed our badges at dinner with Shamu.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, she came around and
So you
signed
met
everyone's
her? badges,
yeah.
And then years later.
Yep.
Greg, don't make that sound.
I went in 6th grade, so I don't know what year that was. 2008, I think.
It wasn't good, Greg, I'll tell you that.
No, it didn't turn out well.
It was not good, no. Hey Greg, do you have to do any work on this computer?
Huh?
Do you have to do any work on that computer?
That's right, yeah.
You do? When would you be doing that?
Jim was not working with Larry told me he was
Really?
Wow, what do you mean?
I don't know.
What are you going to do with it?
Is the mouse broken or anything?
Oh, no.
He was unbelievable.
I have thrown these dang gum biscuits away 1,000 times. Why are you doing this to me?
Hey, you want to throw biscuits at Greg for your last day?
Yes.
Minutes past the hour. From the No Name Studio, Rick and Bubba's show. No Bubba. He'll be back tomorrow, barring some kind of setback between now and then. Come on home, Bubba. All right, so Relief Factor. Love it. A lot of you love it. Thanks for the feedback on Relief Factor. I can still remember the first meeting we had with them. And we were sitting there and we were talking about the research, and it really started out, they were like, what is something that we could do to help the aging process? And at the time, of course, I was aging process. I did like those people. But of course now I know exactly what we were talking about, and I take it every day. But it actually can work for you, and this was something that was discovered, that if these botanicals help with the body's natural inflammatory response, well, wouldn't that just apply to any situation involving inflammation? And and so here are a couple of testimonials from members of the audience. Alicia's in Memphis. She's been in a knee brace for 10 years since college because of the pain after seeing a chiropractor as often as 3 times a week. And she said that she tried Relief Factor, is now 100% out of pain, and she is finally in control of her life. Here's Rhonda from Wiggum, Georgia. Says she struggled for years with overall aches and pains all over her body, including a lot of muscle aches. Her husband, who is a longtime fan of the show, heard us talking about Relief Factor, ordered some for her, and now she says that she sees results in as little as 2 weeks. So she feels like she's got her life back. So way to go, hub. So go to relieffactor.com. It's all natural. And I know you say, well, I take stuff to try to manage pain in my life. And good. There's some stuff that has been developed over the years, and we're glad that they're there, but they were never designed to be some lifestyle choice. There's side effects when you overuse them, and there's addictive properties and the opioids that have ruined so many lives. So why don't you try an all-natural approach, relieffactor.com. 3-week trials, $19.95. You'll know inside 3 weeks whether it works for you or not. And you can do that now by going to rickandbubba.com, looking at the sponsors, or directly to relieffactor.com, and then we'll get your email. All right, so update. I've got an update, and I know we got some other stories to get into. So after everybody left yesterday, I had to come back to the office and.
Just go ahead and tell us, buddy.
Yeah,
it's okay.
He's getting to the.
Never mind.
He's trying to say you did the camera.
Mm-hmm.
You
Go
broke
ahead.
the camera.
Just go ahead.
I just said
it's okay.
All I said was uh-oh. I picked it up and they wasn't bent or anything. I just set it back up. I mean, it was
confession time.
Uh-oh. That's all I said.
It was. I mean, no. I mean,
that's what your uh-oh meant, though.
Yeah,
that's what you were trying to get to the bottom.
Yeah, I mean,
I didn't want to point a finger.
The camera was fine. I set it back up and looked at it, and I just turned that corner a little tight, and my foot hit the tripod there. And
you're not serious.
No, I'm just kidding.
I'm just Greg Adler didn't want because he's been talking trash. I'm going to tell you whoever did that's in trouble.
He's about to call you out.
Tell you what.
Get on the mat. Here we go.
No, I have.
Please tell me you did.
No, this camera thing.
Please.
Rick,
no, I promise.
For the show, say you did.
No, I promise. Well, I just did. I started to go a little further with it, but I saw Adler's face, and I was like, okay, he's just thinking,
boy, I've been talking long.
He's really upset about this. I'm about to find out how this Brazilian jiu-jitsu works.
Yeah.
But anyway, no. Guys, on the camera, and I will get to the real update. But on the camera, I don't think it's all that complicated. The camera was fine when everybody left, and when we came back, it wasn't.
That's right.
So whoever has been in here after we left, that's who knocked it over.
Yeah.
I wish it'd be one of us.
I know that we were just hoping it would.
No, let me tell you what I said in the break, which would be.
I wish it'd be Adler, and he just forgot.
No, I tell you what would be hilarious if we look at the security footage, which we will when Super Tom gets here, and Bubba had come up here to check on his office.
That would be so good.
He knocked it over. That's so good. And you see him pick it up real quick.
Yeah.
I cannot wait to see that footage. Like I'm hoping for good footage. I just hope so bad.
So is anything funnier than it would be Bubba?
You would be funny.
What
I think you would be funny. Yeah, sorry.
And I have that look. You see me looking around, putting it back, and you looking in one hand. I'm eating that extra breakfast thing from yesterday. And that's why I came up here to get it. And I remembered it because you was hungry.
What if a person like lives in the ceiling? You know how like you hear those stories. They live in the attic, and they like you see them crawling out. They drop ceiling at night, and they bumped it over.
What if it was the guy that was frustrated with us for playing lacrosse yesterday?
Yeah,
came in and actually frustratingly threw it down.
Yeah, and kicked it.
Oh, and he said, "Hey, throw that lacrosse."
What if he came in here with a lacrosse stick and hit it?
There it is.
Yeah.
What if he put his lacrosse helmet on and dove through it?
Ooh, I like that.
What if Greg lives here at night and we didn't know it, and he was like in his pajamas and he knocks it over in the middle of the night?
That would be good.
His pajamas.
I lived here, nobody knew it. My hair all messed up. Look.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
We'll see.
Look, it was an accident.
Sabotage, Rick. Sabotage.
What could be.
Looks good.
Look, there's, as you said.
Listen here was not happy.
Well, no.
Hey, when he realized it,
he said you can't have nothing.
I wouldn't be happy either. You know, if we had worked on getting new cameras and one of them had been damaged.
I'm looking at it right now, and it's just crooked as it can be.
It is.
Is the actual camera okay?
No.
So the shot that you're seeing right now is from that camera.
Okay.
But I can't watch. Okay, this is gonna be bad. Watch what happens when I try to. Oh wait, it's moving. It's working. Oh, there it is. There it is.
That's just a little slide adjustment.
A little shimmy. It gave us a little shimmy there at the end.
Greg was trying to describe what the camera looked like. He said it looked like Darth Vader,
It
which
does.
really does.
It really does. Yeah.
Little mini Darth Vader head.
Yeah.
I am your camera.
So when you got here, you couldn't
It's
believe
good,
it.
Speedy.
Thank you.
When you got here, you couldn't believe it, could you?
Yeah, no. At first, I was just like, "Oh, somebody."
You should have heard the language.
I really did think.
My favorite line. My favorite line, by the way, was about that security camera when I pulled it.
Yeah.
When I said, "Hey, we've got a security camera. We'll find out." And your comment after that, we will not repeat.
No,
but
it's
was,
got too many
But was
F-bombs.
no, Greg.
It wasn't.
He did not use the
For some reason, you went to
F-bomb.
a Brooklyn accent. I think you won.
But that made my morning.
Yeah.
I'll just tell you.
I will
Rick,
be very
and the whole
surprised.
time he's mad, he's got an X-Men shirt on. A faded X-Men shirt on.
With
And
a
he's
cup
mad.
of coffee.
Yeah, I tell you what, one of the guys on the Rick and Bubba team's mad at you. Which one? Guy in the X-Men shirt?
It's that faded X-Men shirt he got. He's had for 10 years.
It's actually purposefully vintage, Greg. So that's why.
Well, it looks
Yeah, you wouldn't know
purposefully
about that. It's
bad.
called fashion, sweetheart.
Greg.
Okay,
Yeah.
sweetheart fashion.
That's great fashion. I wear stuff that looks like it's old and messed up. That's good.
Greg, he's got a camera.
Greg.
That's true. Never mind.
That's in now.
It was just funny when he was all mad with that shirt on. I don't know why.
Yeah, no, you're right. I've gotten angry before, and I didn't expect to be angry that day, and I wasn't dressed for anger.
That's right.
And then you end up looking.
That's so great. That's such a great statement. What if you're the guy he's mad at, and he's dogging you in that shirt, and you're just staring at the shirt, and you don't hear a word he says?
There's something to that. I've been angry before, and I wasn't dressed for anger. And nobody can take me serious. They're like, I think you have a Bible verse on your shirt.
Yeah, man, you can't be hollering.
I'm sorry, I'm just not afraid of even a chosen shirt. I'm just not. Or if it can have something on it that's like supposed to be a positive message.
Yeah.
That's good. So anyway, we'll get to the bottom of it, buddy. It's gonna be fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm gonna tell you who's gonna join you in anger is one William Bubba Bussy.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Because he don't like when stuff gets broke.
Hates stuff like that. And listen, the speech he'll get to on if they had been already mounted, this wouldn't have happened.
That will happen.
He'll get to that speech so fast.
Yeah.
And I hate for him to have that kind of stress this first day back.
I know. Sorry, bud.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough time.
Yeah.
All right, if anybody did this, you need to come clean now because when we watch it on the video, it's going to be bad.
No, look, right there. That right there is a security camera, and apparently Adler has some things to say about it. But
Maybe we can pull that footage too.
But anyway,
I wish it would be Adler that fell in it somehow.
But guys, if somebody in here knocked it over, you need to come clean about it.
What if it's Greg and he goes, "No, that wasn't me."
Yeah. You know what I'm doing now? Because as we get older, we forget. Now I'm going, is there a way I did that? And I just
I know.
Whoever did it set it back up.
Yeah. Right.
So that's the thing that says, all right, you know what you did.
Yeah. Right. It's going to be. So here's what we're going to find out. We're going to find out that it was a cleaning crew, and they've probably already reported it.
Yeah, and they didn't mean to.
Yeah, they didn't know how to get in touch with us, and they reported it to the.
Is there a possibility they knocked it over, didn't realize they damaged it because they didn't really look at it, and they just set it back up?
Of course.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because the tripod legs were a little. They were in, right?
Yes.
So if they were really trying to hide it, they had to put it back exactly the way it was.
Well, they're not very smart.
Right.
Oh, buddy.
Right. Well, that's back to Greg again.
Buddy, come on,
guys.
You've had your past with cleaning crews.
You have.
I would tread lightly.
Don't you think you've done enough?
Yeah, don't you accuse anybody of nothing.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, blind spot.
All right. Okay. We don't need to rehash the AirPod incident. Okay?
I like when he had to write a note apologizing.
I did write him a note apologizing, Greg, because that's the kind of man I am. I own up to my mistake.
By the way, just so you can be prepared for apparently what's coming next, you got a legal pad laying around that you can write a note?
Yeah, you're ready. You're going to have to apologize to somebody.
I typed it.
You typed it so I can read it.
Printed it up. Yeah.
By the way,
Mayamo Adler.
15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number.
I'm hungry.
I am too.
Real hungry.
It's coming. It's on the way.
Hey, buddy.
It is.
What if they did it?
Greg, now you've got me worried. Did I do it? I don't remember
what I'm talking about. Like, I know I didn't do it, but in my mind, I'm going, what if I did it?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And he is a cancer survivor, is that correct? Or is still battling cancer?
When he was a kid, they would have the day, it's a telethon they have, I guess, for cancer research. Anyway, he would sing the national anthem and run the bases, and he was battling cancer at the time. Now he's 17, and he is a survivor. And he was throwing out the pitch.
And he had pitched before because this one gets away from him.
Yeah, he says he does pitch, but
his form looked okay. He just the ball
got away from him.
It really got away from him.
Of course, somebody captures this, and you can hear the PA announcer setting it up. Take a look.
Visit your neighborhood Ashley Home Store for unbelievable deals on furniture, decor, mattresses.
Listen.
Okay.
Won't you please welcome the child who 10 years ago, at age 7, before these same gentlemen on this field, spontaneously made his mad dash around the bases, running for the first time under his own power after years of treatment at the Jimmy Fund. Now a 17-year-old right-handed pitcher at Barnstable High School on Cape Cod. Welcome back, Jordan Leandry.
Here he comes. Nervous, as you can imagine.
Real nervous, by the way.
And they're all surrounding the mound.
Oh, wow.
In the back.
The setup makes this even worse. He's walking out on red carpet.
Red carpet. Big cancer survivor. Once was a little boy running the bases. Look, they're all very emotional.
Wow, the setup.
Oh, yeah, the setup makes
people
this
are standing in front.
There's a fat photographer has no idea what's about to happen.
Yeah, I know.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
Oh, my gosh. I didn't know that was in
I'm
there.
telling you, I didn't realize it was
Right in the old boys.
Y'all. He threw it over the catcher's head, and it hit a rather chubby photographer.
Guys, Speedy, go back a
Right below the
little
belt.
more than that and listen to the last words the announcer says.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
Right in the stones.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
See if you can't hit a portly cameraman in the stone. Wham! Guys,
And he goes down. Let it roll. Watch him
watch him
off
fall
the
out of
screen.
the screen. Guys, it hits him right in between the legs.
Guys, this is the setup's made this so much worse.
Watch it. Watch it. He's down. He's out.
Guys,
Oh, look at him. See him make a face.
Listen, I think I can hear it hit him. You can hear it hit him.
Oh my gosh, what's on your phone, Greg?
Josh had something weird.
I'll tell you what, y'all gonna get whooped over them big.
Get him! Get him! Get him! Get him! Get him!
Thank you so much for tuning into the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. The Friday edition of the show has started.
We going to see an eclipse on Monday?
I'm working on several eclipse scenarios. One, we drive somewhere into North Alabama. Of course, this is going to be a 93% covering right here, but I want totality.
Yeah.
Whatever that word is.
Totality.
Totality. That's it. Thank you.
Whatever we got to do, I'm in.
Hello, everybody. I'm Bill Bubba Bussey. And as you may know, on August the 21st, we will have a total eclipse of the sun here across the United States of America. While it is good to study the event, do not look directly into the sun.
Don't look at it then, not the next day, or even the next.
You're really not supposed to look at the sun ever.
It's a giant ball of fire and a nuclear explosion, and if I stared at it on any day for any amount of time, it would damage my eyes.
Don't look at it like, see, I just looked in the sun. Don't do what I just did. I mean, unless you're trying to make yourself sneeze.
Never look directly into the sun unless you have proper eyewear.
Put on some of these eclipse glasses and look up real quick at it. You can see it, come back, look up and see it again.
Totality.
Don't stare at the sun.
This is very simple. We think you can pull it off.
I tell you what, on Monday though, I'm not wearing these. I'm wearing these babies.
But if you are going to look in the sun, just use one of these.
And for those of you that would like to buy some pet goggles, look into the mirror today and repeat this back to me. I am an idiot.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't start another.
All right, we're back. 9 minutes to the top of the hour, Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. All right, so I do have an update on something that the audience has been asking about, and we need to get an update on this today. It happened. Camera gate's going on. We'll get to the bottom of that. Likely,
think we've done
look, likely at the end it'll just simply be an accident, and we'll work on it, and we'll resolve it, and maybe you can always make the case too that we really need the cameras mounted, and they'll say, you got time. No, one got broke because those stands in there, they're pretty volatile. But anyway, but you know what? We'll move on. That's part of it, the moving process. All right. Matter of fact, I wanted to ask you guys something because I'm starting to get pressure now from friends and stuff that said, hey man, whatever, y'all like to come by and see the studio sometime. Are y'all kind of at the point like, I don't really want to do that till it's like really finished? Do you feel like
it would be nice?
Do you feel like bringing them by now is almost like, hey, I want to come by and see your new house, and you bring them by while there's still boxes and stuff laying everywhere?
Right.
Don't you want to wait till you actually moved in?
Do you know what I'm doing as a tactic, though, to
What?
some of the engineers?
What?
I'm telling them that certain people are coming by in the next week or so
So it'll maybe go, oh, wow, I need to get that done.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that mean to me?
No, but
I like it.
Maybe a little bit, but so
it's a tactic I'm using.
I told them James Gregory was coming. They didn't care.
I love how you went to his name.
I was just thinking about one of our guests we love.
To your point, I did it with my family.
Yeah.
I was like, we need a couple more weeks.
Yeah, let's wait. Let's settle. And again, yesterday at the Bible study, still had some guys try to sit in golden ticket seats. I said, guys, this
Rick, those don't even look like seats.
They like them.
I put the portable ones in front of it so they wouldn't.
No, well, they just
like that one.
They moved
dumped over sideways. Please tell me nobody was trying to sit.
No, he one next to it.
Looks like the camera.
All right, so let's.
They are more comfortable.
All right, so here's an update. And I gave y'all the setup. I think the first of the week, and that was that I got a text that Chandler Cox is being considered to work at the place where I go to try to do better, the home of the 3 o'clockers, Godspeed. And so Blake Prime, who is Blake's really into fitness. And so he's helped me a lot, but he's really into it. And so
you call him Amazon Prime sometimes.
Yeah, you know what? Starting tomorrow, yes.
But really needed to get a headshot from.
I'd like that bio and headshot there, Blake.
Prime, get us the bio and the headshot.
Come on, buddy.
Yeah, I mean it's really odd because it's not your personality not to be on top of that.
No.
Yep.
But
people want it.
You're right. Yeah, it won't take that long.
Treat it like it was like healthy food and get it done.
Treat it like you were trying to get me and Speedy and Greg to come.
About to say that.
Yeah.
I was about to say this. There's no need to make me feel the way you want to make Speedy, Greg, and Hemsfield.
Yeah.
All right. So
good night.
Yeah, but anyway. So
wow, persistent.
Right, and just stop.
Love his effort.
Hey, and I appreciate your effort with Bubba, but you might want to give that up. All right. So
Rick, there's the things that are possible, and there's things that are impossible.
Right. Some mountains that you just can't climb.
Yeah, Rick. But Everest didn't go anywhere.
No. We have a better chance of that camera fixing itself.
but anyway, so I was down there yesterday trying to do a little better, trying to get 3 o'clockers rolling. By the way, got to see a guy we may kick out.
Huh?
Yeah.
Rick, can you do that?
Rick, I don't think you have the authority.
No, I'm not talking about kick out of the whole system. But
Rick's throwing people out.
But he can't be a 3 o'clocker.
What, do you get your pad again?
No,
or your area?
No. The 3 o'clockers, that we got a certain attitude that's got to be there.
Oh.
Okay. And
but see, Rick, when we've already discussed this, what our dad referred to 3 o'clockers as is a complete opposite of what you guys.
And that's
so it's hard for me to.
Well, I'm trying to twist it.
I see what you're
I'm
trying
playing
to
a game with that a little bit. Which
when
is
Dad
good.
called you a 3 o'clocker,
you didn't
it was
want
not positive.
Well, what I'm doing with the 3 o'clockers is, do you remember the movie Benchwarmers?
Yes.
Where they take something that's negative and all of a sudden they have their moment. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Pretty funny.
Yeah. So anyway, but we kind of say, we'll say, it ain't for everybody. Can't just anybody be a 3 o'clocker. And we had somebody trying to be a 3 o'clocker, and we're deep into the workout, and he's sitting down on his platform messing with his phone. And Amazon Prime called him out, and I said maybe he needs to try another class. Maybe he's
did he have an emergency or something?
Hey, maybe he's a 4:30. Maybe he's 11:45 with span.
What was he? He wasn't doing a TikTok or anything. Was he?
I really think he was just keeping around with his phone.
Oh, it wasn't important.
One of them people that if I got the phone, I got to glance at it.
Well, he put it down. He put it down and got him started working, and then he hadn't been paying attention to instruction, so he wasn't doing the workout the right way either because I could tell he wouldn't listen.
Oh no!
And I just said, look, you might want to try 4:30.
Did you say it as Beth Mowens or as Rick?
No, but I'll get to that because I did get to speak as Beth Mowens yesterday. Because
don't tell me you did that.
Because all of a sudden Amazon Prime came over. I'm in now. And he said, hey, Chandler Cox is here. And he said,
Rick.
He said, come over if you want to come to the office after you're done
I hope
or whatever.
You at least talk to him normal before you did it.
Nope. And
Rick.
So
good. Now, he probably thinks there's something wrong with the bearded guy.
So anyway, all of a sudden, like in the middle of the workout, Garrett, who is one of the trainers there too. Who we had on the podcast.
You're right. Real serious.
And he walks in, and I see he's got a guy with him that looks kind of like a go-getter, and all of a sudden he sees me, goes, and he points over to me, and I said, "Is that Chandler Cox?" Yeah.
Went right into it.
Yeah. Look, and he just started shaking his head. And he was like, "Oh, you don't know what you've done to me." So,
Okay, that helps.
It's nice to meet you, Chandler. Can I go get her? Yeah, and they'll give it to Chandler Cox. And he's just like, you could see there was a moment. And his fiance really, really likes it. She was like,
So they've embraced.
She said,
That's
people.
good. I feel better.
Hey, I found out people holler that at him all the
Oh,
time.
okay. So this wasn't news good.
Everywhere he goes, that helps.
I've always wondered that if he knew about it.
So now he met the
beforehand.
source. He's met the source.
Big fumble, little football analogy, that I didn't get my picture made with him.
Yeah,
Why did I
or
not
get the video. Somebody records you
Why
doing.
why did I not do that?
Yeah.
Why not? Why is Adler right now not pulling that up?
I
And
don't
there
understand
stand.
That one guy that wasn't doing anything messed his phone. Could have been videoing.
He
Right.
could
The whole
have
time.
the whole time. Or Amazon Prime could have done it. You said, "Hey, I'm gonna go see him. Video me doing Beth."
Yeah, and
he was texting Bubba.
Yeah. And you know what he said though? This is the bad part. And this is always the bad part. Like back when I paddled Dad.
Oh no.
He looks at me, and everybody's laughing, and he's cutting up to it, and he goes, I can't wait to do some training and come in here and train you.
There you go.
And I was like,
Hey, funny man.
Chandler
Hey, funny
Cox
man.
that.
I was like, wait a minute, am I going to be trained by Chandler Cox?
He gonna say, hey, funny bearded guy.
Yeah, 10
You're
more.
going to come in here, I guess, make me do burpees.
How about Burpee City?
Chandler Cox is making me do burpees.
Mountain climbers.
Do some mountain climbers. How about a power clean?
Yeah, I like that.
Nice snack.
I can't wait till he catches you jumping around the corner trying to hide.
Then we'll do a double under.
A nice double under.
Give me a muscle up. Do that.
Here's a muscle up.
Yes, I need all those.
Look out there, Rick. Today we're doing thrusters.
Oh, the great thrusters.
Thruster, which is, by the way, is the most evil exercise
Ever.
I mean, that thing, what in the world?
Oh, my gosh.
Did they get that out of some kind of camp? It's terrible. I'm talking about when people were being punished.
Yeah.
My goodness.
All right, so he knows about it, and
We got that out of the way yesterday.
I'm so glad that happened. Of course,
Yeah.
we don't have any video of it. Thanks, Rick.
That's totally on me. What am I doing? I could have got the guy who was playing with his phone to shoot it.
Yeah.
He had his phone right in his hand. not paying attention. Pretty prominent platform he was on, too.
Yeah.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay, so I know you're like us. You're thinking to yourself, is this just now my life dealing with COVID and the pandemic and viruses and variants? And sadly, the answer looks like yes. So we better move into being ready for that. We have to live with it. So really being able to have defense against it and to be able to treat it is probably the better way to go. And hey, look right here. I want to show you Z-Stack. That you start thinking to yourself, what in the world can I do? It's clear that you can't simply rely on the government or big pharma to protect the family. We're always thinking, where's all the agendas and all this? But with Z-Stack, this really helps. It's specially formulated, and it's immune boosting supplement. So, and it includes zinc. It's got vitamin C. It's got vitamin D. It's got everything. Because if you're like me, the thing that was difficult for me is I hear all these things that help my immune system, but you've got them all laying around in cabinets, and I'm out of this one. Well, look, Z-Stack's got it all right there. All you do is take Z-Stack. It was formulated by Dr. Vladimir Zelenko, the world-renowned doctor that President Trump credited with his successful early treatment protocol, and also his decision to take the hydroxychloroquine. Z-Stack has been scientifically formulated. It is GMP certified, kosher, and also it's produced right here in the United States of America. I love the simplicity of I want my immune system to be at peak strength, and Z-Stack is all I have to do. I don't have to go around chasing all this other stuff because it's all in one formula. It's formulated to help combat any and all variants as well as helping your body fight against the flu. So stay ahead of any potential future variants by preparing what? Your immune system. You got to be ready. So go to zstacklife.com/RickBubba and enter the promo code RickBubba. You'll get a small discount off the first order. That's zstacklife.com/RickBubba, promo code RickBubba, and be sure that Z-Stack works with you for your immune system to be able to battle whatever is coming your way.
I hope your pet goes blind. I do. You deserve to have a blind pet.
Do not look directly at the sun on any day.
On Tuesday, on Saturday, on Wednesday, on Friday, no days of the week should you look directly into the sun.
If you're a dumbass, this message is for you.
In Jesus' name we pray,
Amen.
When I was younger, I used to stutter.
You used to have a stutter when you were a kid?
And then my parents made me stop watching Pooh Bear because my favorite character was Piglet, who had a stutter. Stutter went away.
Are you serious?
Serious.
Have you heard of the movie The King's Speech?
Yes.
That dude, what's his name? Colin Firth or something? Colin Farrell?
Yeah. So,
Colin Farrell, I think.
no, it's Firth. It's Firth.
I'm pretty sure. But he actually got a stutter from doing that movie. Like, he literally, like, afterwards was like, you know. Probably shouldn't have done that.
Probably shouldn't have.
Now, he dealt with them. If you want to say you got to deal with them in the language they understand, right. But when he went off on the bullets dipped in pig's blood and all that, that's just not smart. And of course, the funny thing is, in the tweet he said for 35 years, back on the campaign trail he said 25 years. You know, you can't give him that kind of stuff.
How are they going to get that off Stone Mountain?
Hey, good luck. I tell you, that fat girl, I'm going to go tie a rope around her like she did that little statue in Durham.
Greg, she wasn't that fat, Greg.
I'll go for a fireball. I'm ready for a fireball. It's that time of morning. I've let it go a little later than I normally do. I usually do about 7:30.
You talking about a fireball?
No, we're not talking fart ball. We're talking about fireball.
Fireball.
Atomic ball, the red hot fireball.
Reese tried one the other day and had to spit it out. If you can get past that that halfway point where it's just on fire, then it calms down.
Well, here's the funny thing.
It's more sweet.
Greg and I eat them every day, claim that's a bad batch, that they're not hot enough.
I tried one the other day.
So what is wrong with our taste buds?
I don't know.
We're atomic.
You're old.
Yeah, Bubba, killing it on the kick.
Melting the face off. Yeah, woo! Shredding it! Face melting!
Melting faces!
You got any advice for her on her last day as an intern? You got any advice, Greg?
Everything that Adler showed you to do the opposite. If you do that, you'll be extremely successful.
Okay, that's good. That's
Just
solid. All right, guys, where we're going is top secret. I've been telling them that I was going to take them to this like kind of spooky place that's here. Y'all are going to need your phones because it's dark. All right, it's not haunted. We're not doing anything about ghosts or
Seven minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We are thankful that you are here. As a brand new hour has begun from the No Name Studio. Bubba's still out, but doing better. So he should be back tomorrow.
and barring any kind of going backward, as he feels a lot better. So that's good. And so we got Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here with us today. And we hope to talk to you this hour at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Wheel of Meat still to come today. Wednesday Bible study now archived and ready from yesterday, Genesis chapter 4. And we'll do a new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast today. Fascinating interview that you need to make sure you have this weekend. We can't use the person's real name or let you see their face, but the things that are going on in the world are troubling. But it's good to know there are people that are answering the call to get out and try to combat it. But we'll talk to you about that on Rick and Bubba University this weekend. All right, so a couple of stories that we've had this week, but we didn't get to. But I saw Babylon Bee today that slayed me. So it was sent to me by a friend, and that tells me that there was a story that I'd missed. And Speedy said, "Yeah, we had it." But we've been talking about so many different things on the show that have nothing to do. We tried to give you a break from the world, and this one is nothing. This is not any of some of the doom and gloom and all that. We're not doing that. But it is a story that
it's a woke world. Though.
Yeah, and coming from would this be your America? Well, that's more of the world, and would it be celebrity news a little bit? But here it is. I won't fool with all that. But so we have a reboot, right, of the Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs.
Yeah. Disney is remaking Snow White, and it's getting headlines because of the lead on this, and it's going to be Latina.
Okay, so we have a different ethnicity.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to call a Latina Snow White,
right?
Instead of that. That's fine. I really don't care who plays Snow White, and if that's a step forward, I never found Snow White to be an attempt to elevate white people. But if this is perfectly fine, but it has gotten a response. From an actor who, now, Greg, you might want to stay out of this, okay?
Please.
Peter Dinklage.
Oh, I'm a fan.
Yeah.
Game of Thrones.
Yeah, Peter Dinklage is
and Miles Finch.
A great actor who just happens to be a little person.
Yep.
That's
okay?
right. Yep.
And so he is being asked about this or talking about this, and that would be on you
Me.
here.
Yeah.
And here he is in an interview, right?
Yeah. He's being interviewed about it, and he feels like he's dropped the ball a little bit, but also says, hey, they're missing something. Here we go.
There's a lot of hypocrisy going on, I got to say, from somebody who's a little bit unique. It's really progressive to cast a Latino actress as Snow White, but you're still telling the story of Snow White, and Seven Dwarfs.
Sure.
So take a step back and look at what you're doing there. It makes no sense to me. You're progressive in one way, but you're still making that backward story of seven dwarves living in a cave to get Have I done nothing to advance the cause from my soapbox? I guess I'm not loud enough. But they were so proud of that, and all love and respect to the actress and to the people who thought they were doing the right thing. But I'm just like, what are you doing?
I wish he was our liner guy.
But do you think he's really serious?
No,
he was kidding. But then he's, I don't know.
Yeah,
guys.
Headline is a little misleading.
They're cartoon characters. They're not real.
Right.
There's not anybody that lives in a cave and works in the mine, and one of them's got big ears, and one of them's sleepy. It's not real. I don't understand how we take cartoon characters and try to say we got to be diverse while portraying cartoon characters.
Right. The headline is misleading because it says he's mad, but really you can tell he's calling them out, but he's having fun with it too.
But he is saying that if they wanted to redo the story, they should upgrade.
Well, what are they going to put in the cave now? Tall people? How do you make that right?
I don't know, but Babylon
Give
Bee.
me an example of what we're supposed to. What are we going to change out the dwarfs? What are we going to have? Snow White and what?
Maybe Miles Finch could come up with something.
Does he think that they should? I thought the way they lived was actually pretty awesome.
Yeah, I didn't know they were portrayed negatively.
And by the way, I don't think he's right about a cave. Doesn't Snow White come into their house?
I don't know.
I mean, they work in a cave,
or is that the cave?
They work in a mine, and mines are in caves. But if I'm not mistaken, doesn't Snow White come into their house and help clean it up and give them kind of give them a better life? Or
it's been a while since
I don't think they live in a cave. I think they work in a cave. If we just want to get down to the specifics.
I'm back to this. Why is it offensive if Snow White?
They have a house.
I didn't really pay attention
That's
to what
crowded.
race Snow White was either. No. I didn't really pay attention to that.
Didn't care about that.
Well, I know her last name's White.
Right, it is. But so is our mom's maiden name's
That's
White.
true.
Yeah.
Now, I think why they're claiming he's mad is because the audio we had took out some bad language that he used when he called
dropped
it.
the F-bomb a few times.
Oh, there you. All right.
Well, let me tell you
I
this.
was reading it right here.
This is a long way to give.
Kind of hoping you were going to miss it. It was going to play on the thing.
Yeah,
I didn't say a word.
No, I listened to it a couple times first.
I was hoping. I hope he's missed that.
Is it possible that Peter Dinklage knocked the camera over?
Could be.
Could have.
But Babylon. By the way, Babylon B, really one of the few fearless platforms out there today. Are you ready for this?
Mm-hmm.
Peter Dinklage tries to cancel Snow White, but comes up short.
That's a great answer. Of course, that's how he feels about that.
So good.
Okay, here it is in the story, Rick. It should be noted that the dwarfs in Disney's Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs don't actually live in a cage. They work in a cave. They work in a cave.
Yeah, they're miners.
Where they mine
They're
for
miners.
jewels. Yeah,
They're
what I'm saying
miners.
is I'm just backing up what you said.
So,
you had it right.
So did my pawpaw. My
Right.
pawpaw also worked in a cave. He was in the mines.
Have y'all seen Disney's statement? To avoid reinforcing stereotypes from the original animated film, we're taking a different approach with these 7 characters and have been consulting with members of the dwarfism community. We look forward to sharing more as the film heads into production after a lengthy development period. That's from Disney.
Disney.
So Disney guys just make you.
Can I tell you this? I know some people.
If they're not dwarfs, then it's no longer Snow White. I mean, it's a different story. It's not the same story.
Well, I guess what they're going to do, I never looked at them as being
I didn't either.
bad people or undesirable or
less.
I
just were.
I kind of thought they were pretty awesome.
Yeah,
I remember having the little action figures. I thought they were great.
I was
but anyway,
I'm missing something.
yeah, and Grumpy, of course, was like living with you.
Yeah,
but anyway, it was.
Now grumpy people will be mad.
Well, I'm back to this thing.
yeah.
I'm back to this thing too. Is
Who didn't love Doc?
right? Yeah, I could have done without Happy, but
Yeah, he got on my nerves a little bit.
But the
Well, of course he did.
and enough with the sneezing.
Yeah, sneezy.
But I guess I'm more frustrated. I really just thought the Babylon Bee headline was hilarious and listening.
Yeah.
But I just once again I wish I could just be some kind of voice of reason. This is the problem with the feel-goodism. It just never ends. I think the saddest part about this is taking Snow White, a cartoon that was written so long ago, doing
85 years this month.
Casting Snow White as Latina, and trying to rework the dwarfs in a cartoon children's show. Is the saddest part of all that is the people putting this effort in think they are actually doing something.
Yeah.
And we've got so many really, really bad problems that need to be addressed aggressively. And I think this is once again the laziness of the overly emotional, wealthy left.
Insincere, too.
They do these kind of things, and then they go and sit in their mansion and look out over, the incredible view while sipping an expensive wine and say, boy, I made the world better today.
Yeah.
And you didn't do anything.
I made Snow White Latina.
This is so meaningless. It doesn't solve any problem. And you think you're doing something, and you're being so sanctimonious about it. Mm-hmm. Look at our forward thinking. And I'm like, that's your answer to the problems of the world? Upgrade the image of the 7 dwarfs and make Snow White Latina? What has that solved? We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Anything like that, okay? This isn't like a ghost hunting trip. So let's go ahead and go now. Okay, we're here. Oh my gosh. Y'all ready? Yeah. Okay, all right. Okay. Here we go. Let's do this. Stay together.
Oh gosh. Can we close the door? Why?
Yeah, close the door.
That does look like blood.
It looked like blood.
Oh my gosh, is that blood on there?
You're the only
only
boy.
boys.
I don't want to be in the front.
Here, I'll turn on my light. Hold on.
What if someone slept down here?
Oh my gosh!
No! No!
Oh,
that's
Y'all.
not okay.
Oh my god.
Y'all.
Seriously, that just.
Y'all. Should we keep going?
What if a homeless person lives down here?
That would be.
Guys, I swear, if someone comes out in here, I'm not going to be happy.
Stay with me. Stay with me. Oh my gosh! I almost stepped on that.
This is breaking.
Oh, there's sometimes like writing on the wall.
It's everywhere. It's not okay.
Look. Oh my gosh.
No. Where did they go?
Darkness. Okay, stop it. No. Stop it. That's it. I'm getting out of here. Okay. What does the writing say?
It was over there. That's scary, for real.
It's not okay.
What is that?
I swear you got like Speedy down here or something. I swear Speedy's down here.
It's not Speedy. Speedy went to his office.
Yo, what?
Is there
If
somebody behind you?
if it was actually something scary, Adler would be like running away. He's got Greg. Or
Go look.
Speedy,
And tell
or
me.
someone.
There's nobody over here,
Oh my
y'all.
god, what the heck?
Y'all, there's nobody over here.
It's not.
Let's get out of here, man! Oh, I missed the door!
Oh, wow, here comes the sun in my face.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm looking at it. There it is. Oh, it makes a huge difference. With it, without it. Oh, wow. God. You ready?
Don't look at the sun. Check that out. Look at it now.
Guys.
All right, everybody ready to go to work? Let's get busy. Here we go. Might need to type that.
You pumped about the Eclipse,
I
man?
am, man. I can't wait. I ain't standing in line for no stupid glasses.
That's good, Greg.
My air conditioner's screwed up. I got plumbing problems. I ain't got time to worry about the Eclipse today. Hey, buddy. Lord, thank you for today. If you don't have Eclipse glasses, you couldn't get any. I've got some that Bubba gave me. They're worth probably 50 cents. I'll sell them to you.
$1.98.
$1.98. I'll sell
I
them.
spent $2 a piece on y'all.
Well, it's all about supply and demand.
Yeah,
I'll sell mine today for $300. Greg, he can have those because somebody stole yours and I don't know who.
Who took yours?
You can have mine.
I knew I should have put initials on them.
Listen,
Why didn't you?
Listen, you can have mine unless somebody shows up with $300 in them.
All right, are these my glasses?
That right there's mine.
I can't find my Eclipse glasses. Somebody ganked my Eclipse glasses.
Are you ready to mess around?
I'm not messing around. I'm taking these, Greg. I'm sorry. Am I robbing you of your Eclipse?
No, you're going to actually look at the Eclipse.
Am I robbing you of your Eclipse?
You are, but that's okay.
Bubba, what's our plan? Are we heading out?
ASAP, friend.
We are rolling quick right after the show. ASAP.
We gotta leave at 10:01.
You know that?
I don't want to be late.
No,
guy.
you don't.
Want to be late, guy.
What if people...
It is 21 minutes past the hour, now 22 minutes past. Rick and Bubba show. Will and Meek could happen any time on the program today, so be standing by for that. Could happen tomorrow, too. Bubba returns tomorrow. Looking forward to that. Hopefully he'll still feel good enough and keep progressing like he is now. All right, so a couple of stories that have been laying out there, and we haven't gotten to many stories, and I've kind of enjoyed the break, frankly, but some of these are still pretty light, but they're interesting, and some of them are kind of, I think, good news, which we always love a little good news. And one of them involves Neil Young. Greg, where are you as one of our music connoisseurs? Where are you on Neil Young?
I'm there out of all of his songs, maybe 2. And I don't really seek them out, but if they're on, I won't change it. Maybe 2.
Adler, where are you on Neil Young?
I do like Neil Young. I admit, I've seen him in concert.
Strong?
I'm fading on him as he's getting older and more liberal, and it turns out, Leonard Skinner was right.
You're
about Neil Young.
Thank you. So would you say, forget all the stuff that you're getting? He's being undesirable now. Just music catalog on a scale of 1 to 10, you would rank Neil Young music catalog where?
Maybe an 8. I like Neil Young.
An 8?
Really?
I think it's really a 6.
He's 7.
A 7? Okay, I'll live with 7. He's not an 8. For me, he's about a 5.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, I don't.
What's the?
I'm with you, Greg. I think there may be 2.
Old Man, I like, if that's the name of the song. And then what is it? What's the one? Something. The
Heart of Gold.
The Gold Rush.
Yeah, the Heart of Gold is my
Heart of Gold,
favorite.
yeah.
I want.
And then keep on rocking in the free
What's
world.
After the Gold Rush? What is the one I'm thinking about?
Harvest Moon.
After the Gold Rush.
No, I know what you're talking about.
What's
Yeah,
it called?
I don't know, but
Something
that's
like
pretty
that.
good. But Heart of Gold is the one I remember riding in Dad's truck, 3 on the column, and it's coming out of the AM radio. I wanna live. I wanna. Used to confuse Heart of Gold with America as a horse with no name. All right, so and I loathe America. I do not like America at all. They always make
Ventura Highway gives me a weird feeling.
They always make me feel strange, and I don't think I would like them. And Mark Phillips told me they were jerks.
Okay, you never forgot that, did you?
All right, so Neil Young has unfortunately been handed a cup of shut-up juice from Spotify. This is all so much fun for me because the key to all this wokeness and attacks on your platform, if you're in the entertainment business and you do what we do for a living, Joe Rogan has told the whole wide world, I am by far the most influential, most powerful podcast on the planet. I jumped out there early. I developed it. I had some, a little bit of, celebrity from being on TV and all this kind of stuff in the MMA world and all this. So, he had something to work with. He built him an audience. And he is so influential and powerful from a money standpoint that Spotify stroked a check for his podcast to only be found there for
over $100 million.
Over $100 million. So when Joe Rogan talks about ivermectin and he talks about these things that you're not allowed to talk about, and actually speaks his mind, there's always a call that he must be removed, and we should not have access to the very, very evil Joe Rogan. And Joe Rogan just stands by and says, I'm not changing anything.
You had employees at Spotify when he first came on that said they wanted him gone. They were going to leave.
Yep.
Now you got Neil Young saying you're either going to have Neil Young or Rogan. You ain't going to have both. And Spotify keeps siding with Joe. There's a reason they gave him over $100 million. They did that because they think they're going to make a lot of money.
So the latest update, Neil Young, as Greg just told you, tried to play the card that the employees at Spotify tried to play. You thought he would have looked into that. Neil Young, who Greg said had 2.4 million
followers on Spotify. I mean,
on Spotify that liked his music. And Spotify looked at Neil Young versus Joe Rogan and says, where were Joe Rogan? You may go, Mr. Young.
Yeah.
A Southern man doesn't need you around anyhow.
Nope.
A Spotify man doesn't need you around anyhow.
Yeah, and he'll probably be fine.
No, he'll be fine.
And they'll be fine. But the point is,
Well, I know he'll be fine. He sold 50% of his catalog for like $150 million here recently. So
you can make a stance when you're in that situation.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think he can even make the call. He can't even make the call to remove his own music off of Spotify
If he sold it,
because he doesn't own the catalog.
Oh yeah, if he sold the catalog, that's not even his.
Now, can't you? Although I think in some of these deals, put in stipulations that under certain situations you can weigh in on. They give you control to a certain point. I think it just depends on what you negotiate.
Yeah, he sold 50% of the publishing rights to his entire catalog to some UK-based investment fund deal.
So
they said he got about $150 million.
Spotify says Joe Rogan and our $100 million investment in him is more important than people looking for Neil Young music on Spotify.
Yeah. So see you a good day.
And Neil Young went in and pulled what I'll call the Terry Bowden, where he, if you go in and tell people that they don't give you what you want, you're going to leave. Make sure that they're not okay with you leaving.
That's right.
Okay.
On the way in, Rick, check and see if you actually have leverage.
Tell you what, I'm not going to coach another game if you don't do that. Well, Terry, we'll see you. We were uncomfortably trying to get rid of you anyway.
This is our out.
Made our job easy.
Right. So, so there you go. Neil Young versus Joe Rogan. Another win for Joe Rogan. And that's, even though Joe Rogan and I would not agree probably on everything on the planet, I like the fact that he is using this podcast platform. He's found a way to monetize it in a big way, and he gets to speak his mind. And just like we say on this program, people say, there's some things that some of you like and some of you don't, but some of you say, I like that you guys talk about, like, for instance, open about our faith and things like that. I've often said, which is true, well, we're allowed to do that, not because everybody who carries our show agrees with us. Spotify doesn't agree with everything Joe Rogan says. No. Is because this show produces revenue, and this show has an audience that advertisers want access to, and as long as that's in play, we'll always have the leverage to say what we want to say. Now, you get to where you don't have any results for advertisers, and you get to where the show doesn't make any money for everybody, suddenly our ability to speak freely there'll be a lot more meetings, and there'll be many more commentaries from programmers saying you might want to drop that.
Oh, yeah.
Our freedom, just like Joe Rogan's freedom, is here so far because the show produces a listening audience and revenue for the advertisers. I mean, that's the adult in the room telling you how this world really works.
And Spotify looked at those two item products that they provide, and they go, this one makes more money, so he gets to stay, and the other one, if you don't want to be here, you get to go.
You're out.
I mean, you said you didn't want to be here.
Yeah. Neil Young was not prettier than he was crazy.
No,
Neil Young gets around 6 million listeners per month on Spotify. Joe Rogan gets around 200 million per month.
And there's
Spotify.
your answer.
And there is the answer.
Ding, ding, ding.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
In the path of totality, it's some weird black hole time warp thing, and we don't see y'all ever again until we're 81 and we show up and y'all look just like that, and you got your hat backwards, 81? and you're still trying to do the documentary.
I'm coming right now. I gotta get gas though.
You will be left if you were late.
Oh my gosh, I'm trying. I'm going.
Snacks, energy drink, water.
See you guys.
Hi, buddy. Wish you luck, buddy. See you later.
I'm gonna be late. I gotta get gas. I'm way low on gas. This is not good. He's gonna leave my ass. Really don't want Bubba to leave me. I don't even think he likes me very much. I'm just the only staff member who wanted to go. Where do I go? Oh, wait a second. Is that Bubba? Oh my gosh, I'm having a panic attack here, but I think that's Bubba. I think I'm safe. Hooray! Here at the Bessemer County Airport, or Bessemer Airport Authority. I got my snacks.
Hey, how about it? Time to go see the Eclipse. We're looking for totality. Don't look at the sun.
So the moon touches the sun in 1 minute.
Oh, cool.
Give it a peek. Oh, there she comes. She's got a little beanie going.
So cool.
Got a little beanie there about 2 o'clock.
That is so cool.
There's a lot of celebrities coming to watch. Of course, there's millions of people coming to the totality to see this. And I got a pretty good tip that Mick Jagger has flown into this airport. And there's 2 FBOs here, so I'm kind of keeping my eye open for somebody that has a little accent, if you know what I mean. Could that be Mick coming in that white car behind the fire truck? You think he'd have a bigger car.
It's really crazy to look up at the sun and just see the moon moving right in front of it. Really, really neat.
We're here with Eclipse 1. It's just begun. The sun appears to have a little beanie on it, and we're watching it, but they say it's going to get so dark street lights will come on here because we're in the totality. Hey, that glider.
Okay, I called it a glider. Let's all get past it.
There's people that said if I was on Naked and Afraid, I could still whoop out a pack of peanut M&Ms at any time. There's our boys in green right there. We call it Eclipse food, and this one's gonna be gone in totality. Yeah, we're headed to totality. Totality. Can you feel it?
Do you have goggles for your dogs?
No.
Oh no!
When the sun sets, usually you have long shadows, and see, there's no shadows out here. That's what's so strange about it all. It is noticeably cooler to me out here now. Can y'all tell?
Almost there, guys. Yeah, check that out. Look at it now.
Guys. This is insane. Y'all, this is crazy. This is crazy.
So it is 35 minutes past the hour. You got the Rick and Bubba show, and we got mypillow.com/Bubba. Go to that URL right now, and let me tell you something. Savings everywhere you look. We'll get you a $70 savings right now on the hotel. Look, they're hotel style, level towels. Sorry, I had breakfast try to come back on me there. When you go to these new towel sets that MyPillow has, they're unbelievable. I mean, the quality's incredible. And right now we got you $70 off on one of their quality towel sets. Also, these slippers, Bubba and I love these. I wear the MyPillow slippers when I get home from work just about every day. And I love them. And you can get them in any size, style, color. You will not believe the quality. 40% off right now. Giza Dream bed sheets, we got buy one, get one free. And that's also the flannel sheets, buy one, get one free. Bathrobes, sleepwear, quilts. We got those made from 100% U.S. Upland cotton, 30% off. And we get 75% off on the bed pillows right now. Good gracious, guys. Make a move now to mypillow.com/Bubba and let the savings begin. What is this? What do I hear in the background? It's Wheel of Meat. It's Wheel of Meat. Let's go. Let's go.
Come on, give it a try.
It is the wonderful Wheel of Meat in the No Name Studio. She's been lit up and she is ready to go. You need to call us at 866-WE-BE-BIG and own the wheel today. Delicious meat from our friends at harryanddavid.com. Also, 1-800-Flowers.com. Valentine's just around the corner. Well, we got beautiful bouquets of flowers right there on the wheel. Moultrie's got feeders on the wheel. Cord Buddy's got a cord buddy on the wheel. We've got the sought-after spatula that is on the wheel from the Rick and Bubba store. BuzzBox Coffee's there. Blaze TV subscriptions. Of course, there's also some pitfalls, meaning not everybody wins. Speedy, you'll be back spinning today, if I'm not mistaken. Are you back with us? Testing, Speedy. Test.
1, 2.
All
1,
right.
2. Back.
Greg, your drum's okay in there? Go! Oh, so this is so we'll be adding the acts now? Okay. Adler, I would like to bring up one thing because I know that you are a rocker. Okay,
Yes.
and I appreciate you trying to be sure that all of our audiences feel like they're being embraced. But have you ever looked at the front of the studio when you put the flag and the guitar down there, how country that looks?
Oh, yeah.
That looks a little country and western.
I like it.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right, so anyway, all right, here we go. All right, so you guys are ready to go in there.
Yeah, Rock and Roll City's ready to rock in the city.
Yeah, all right, so Rock and Roll City is ready. All right, so Rock and Roll City is ready to go. Let's try to get ourselves a spinner here. How about Yolanda out of Dora, Alabama? Yolanda, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Hey.
All right, so what do you say to...
How are you guys doing?
We're good. What do you say to Speedy?
Wow, what a wheel.
Go, Speedy. Give that baby a rip. Here comes the wheel. Okay. Oh, nice. Rock and Roll City has come to play. Have you got a cord buddy on that thing, Ender? All right, here we go. Oh, my goodness. What has happened?
Come on, man.
I'm so sorry, Yolanda. It's landed on Pippet. Yolanda, you're eaten by Jaws. Hey, Pippet! Somebody see Pippet! So no winner. Speedy, wow.
I'm sorry. I don't know which side to stand on here in the new studio.
You're fine. You're good.
A little tight over here.
Let's go to where it all began. Gadsden, Alabama, Z93. Brian, what do you say to Speedy?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Speedy. Can we get a winner on there?
Come on.
Let's see. Yolanda was eaten by Jaws right out of the gate. All right. Nice spin, by the way. Okay. Yeah, come on with that. Come on with that, Rock and Roll City. Let's see.
No way.
Again?
I even moved it.
I moved it. Brian, I'm so sorry.
I'm doing it all the way.
I'm so sorry.
How's that possible?
Let's go. All right. All right. Now, look, have we ever in the history of the wheel, had two in a row be eaten by Jaws?
Pippet.
All right.
Somebody see Pippet. Where's my dog?
Let's go to Birmingham, Alabama, where Jay is standing by. Let's see. Jay, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Doing great, man. How are y'all doing?
Jay, I'm telling you, it's dangerous waters out there today. What do you say to Speedy?
Wow, what a week.
I'll reverse it.
All right, reverse spin. Let's give him a reverse spin. All right.
I love how they're playing while it spins.
Look, Rock and Roll City has given us bed music for the wheel. Oh, look at here. Yeah! Chord buddy, chord buddy, chord buddy. Strum it! All right, so you got a chord buddy. So at least you won, Jay, and you broke our losing streak there.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, so if you do you know how to play guitar?
A little bit.
Play guitar. So Chord Buddy will send you everything you need, and also we do need to know what hand you strum with.
Right hand.
Right hand. All right.
I'm a
right hand strummer, Helms. All right. We're putting you on hold.
I love Greg off mic.
And we will we'll get you set up. All right. So,
All right,
so I hit the wrong one. I'm so sorry.
Did you hang up on him, Rick?
I just hung up on Jay. I'm sorry. They look so similar. I'm so sorry. We'll find him at some point. Go! Was it Jay? Right.
Yeah, Jay from Birmingham.
All right, so Jay from Birmingham. You ain't getting in anytime soon.
Yeah.
But once the show gets about an hour deeper in than it is now, call back and we'll
or email us.
Yeah, Jay, email us. All right.
Email us, Greg at rickandbubba.com.
No, don't send it to Greg. He'll never get his cord buddy. So, go! Send it to Helmsy at rickandbubba.com or any of us, and we'll get there. So, Jay in Birmingham, we'll get your cord buddy, Jay. I'm sorry. That's on me. Let's go to Donna. Donna is in Prattville. And what was so funny is I was being so careful not to hit the hang-up button, and then just plowed right in. I'm bullseyed. Right. All right, Donna, what do you say to Speedy?
Wow, what a win!
Let it rip. All right, let's go. Rock and Roll City. Right, here we go. All right, let's see. Oh, look at here. Yeah! Me. And meat it is. Donnie, you won yourself a $50 gift card from our friends at harryanddavid.com. So congratulations. Are they playing with it in there? Is Rock and Roll City playing with it? All right, so Don, I've got you on hold. We'll get that information.
I don't know what to do with him in there.
I don't know. I mean, like I don't even think I'm playing anymore. They're just playing. Okay, all right.
I think this is therapy for Adler.
He's playing with a different aggression today.
All right, look, I'm going all the way over here.
Right.
I'm just moving it around here.
Hey, Greg.
I'm gonna put it on spatula here.
Donna won some meat. Go! There you go. Thank you, buddy.
That was good, Greg.
You like that?
All right, let's go to Troy, Alabama. Troy, Trey is standing by. Trey, what do you say to Speedy?
Wow, what a wheel!
Let her rip. Speedy, that may be the most aggressive spin you've ever done. All right. Look at the wheel. Can you imagine if right now some radio consultant is listening to this show? All right, let's see. Henry the horse. It is Henry.
Oh, no.
It is Henry the horse. It's Henry the horse. What is he gonna do in there? Where's Henry?
I don't know.
Where's Henry? Hey, Henry, how you doing, buddy?
What's up, guys?
Hey, Henry, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. Hey, I know Neil Young threatened Spotify, and I gotta tell you guys, it's either me or Rick. Okay, it's either Henry the horse or Rick, and I'm standing by that.
Be careful, Henry. Be careful. You may be hosting this show. They may put me on the road. And there it is. Wheel of Meat is done for another week. Thank you, Rock and Roll City. Thank you, Henry the Horse. Thank you, Helmsy. Sorry about that, Jay. Thank you, Speedy. Jay, email us about your cord, buddy, and we'll get that to you. All right, Rock and Roll City, they're really something, aren't they? All right, we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, Greg, what's up, buddy? Don't cuss. We're live on YouTube still. You want to rock out real quick?
Yeah. What you want to go with? Just give me something, I'll try to fill it.
Well, why don't you get it going?
All right, I'm gonna keep it simple.
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah, we're Rock and Roll City. Don't you mess with us. Yeah, we're Rock and Roll City. Don't you mess with me or Greg. And drum solo. Rock and Roll City. Rock and Roll City.
We're Rock and Roll City. Thank you so much. We're Rock and Roll City.
Welcome to the city.
Rock and Roll City.
That was awesome.
Yeah.
really cool for about 2 minutes.
That was so cool. And everything's back to normal again. Birds are singing again. Back on the plane.
Totality. We call it totality. What do we call it? Totality.
They have now discovered, if you go back to the history of Baltimore, did you hear this? Yeah. That the monuments that were took down in the middle of the night were actually put up by Nancy Pelosi's daddy.
Yeah, I heard that too, Rick.
And he said they stood to honor the institutions for what they stand for.
Yep.
Who was like overseeing these statues being put up. Really? Nancy Pelosi's daddy. And now Nancy,
Small world.
And now Nancy Pelosi's out there talking about there's white supremacists in the White House, and she's all for these monuments coming down. Her daddy put them up in Baltimore.
Right. Yeah. You know, what if he truly is a descendant of Robert E. Lee? What would it matter? Robert E. Lee's been dead for 147 years. And if this guy happened to be kin to him and wanted to be a sportscaster, why can't he be? Even though in this case it's really absurd because he's actually Asian. And in their statement they said, I hate it's come to this. Well, it didn't come to this. You just did it.
Bye-bye, Miss American Pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. America's over, by the way. It was a good run. You know, we came off, won 2 world wars. That was big. After World War II, the greatest generation, then we went through that. Then we kind of worked some of our problems out that we hadn't dealt with. And right there at the 80s, we seemed like we got it. America's a great country, but it's a lousy God. It shouldn't be an idol anyway. But hey, it's over. There's no saving it if you're going to kick an Asian man off the play-by-play whose name is Lee. It's over.
So I'm glad you're a friend because nobody else has said anything. So I'm glad you
would have said something.
What happened to you? I hadn't shook his hand.
He put that light handshake on me.
I shook his hand.
No!
Well, see, here I've got this.
It was.
I've got this issue.
You know how that is. I was.
And so when I went to shake his hand,
I was very.
I thought I was trying to squeeze, and this is the way I'm doing it too.
I wanted.
If I shake somebody's hand right now, it feels like somebody's sticking 2 or 3 needles into my arm.
Helms, you've been dealing with that for a while. How long?
About 2 weeks.
Dude.
And having tennis elbow because I'm hurting bad.
Dude,
and I feel bad that I have made fun and told everybody else to suck it up that's had it over the years.
You're walking around, not only does your elbow hurt, but you're walking around giving weak handshakes.
I know. Fish. It's like a floppy fish.
I'm so sorry, buddy.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Congratulations to our very few winners. We only had like 2 winners, I think, today in the Wheel of Meat. But congratulations to them.
Had 2 Pippets?
We had 2 Pippets.
That never happened.
We had a Henry the Horse, and then 2 winners. That's all we had.
That's a lot to squeeze in a little segment.
Felt like Rock and Roll City was super tight today.
Well, we're trying to work on it. You know, it's a new setup. We're here, and we've made Helms' jobs impossible. But
there's a new thing going on with it's like Helms keeps getting caught in the crossfire of things he needs to do with our loudness here. Now, I will tell you this.
Well, the setup's just different from
got his chair real high this segment.
Yeah.
I think, guys, it's been like this the entire
I'm on a
show.
pedestal.
Okay? It's
Are you
been,
David Letterman?
It's been this way the entire
What are you,
show.
a pharmacist?
I think what we need to do.
At night.
Here's the thing.
Your nose is bleeding. Hang on. No, go.
Wow, static cling.
Good night. You okay? Are you, wow, you're higher than Big Boy.
Wow, good night.
Live from the stool. All right.
Going even higher.
Yeah. Look at these
I'll make it worse.
Hey,
y'all jerks talk about this.
Treehouse calling wants his view back. Good night.
Ooh, right up your nostrils. Hey, Hams, you seen anything? Hams, you got one in the right corner pocket. Booger, I'm looking up your nose. Yeah. Okay, Greg. Saw a couple does.
Right. Adler,
Wind's
Adler, don't get mad at me, but I'd like for you to come stand behind how high he's sitting.
No.
Yes.
Don't fall for that, buddy.
I mean, I don't. It's not a.
Let's just go test. By the way, y'all hear that horn?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not quite as loud as the drumming that's going on.
Yeah.
In the,
Yeah.
You know, we could. Let's make Adler stand up against the wall. You know, little kids when you mark how tall they get and see if he gets any taller this year.
Don't you move. Hold on. You are sitting higher than he is tall.
That's so good.
That's good.
All right, so let's get back to the problem that we're having.
You says how you want
I
to.
can't even see your harness.
Go ahead, pedestal. By the way, now I don't know how you're going to see your laptop.
What, do y'all not like this? I mean, do y'all want me to move it? It's been like this all morning.
How can you
And
read
just
an email
now.
from
That's the first time you set up, man.
How can you read an email from there?
Yeah.
Hold on. Now I feel better. Look, I'm there.
No issues.
My wife's
No
terrified of
issues.
heights. I don't think she could sit in your chair. You don't talk her off the ledge.
Golly.
Oh, this does feel better, Helms. I see why you do
Does
that.
it really? Is this what it's like to be in Big Lift, Rick?
Okay, let's see. Yeah, this was like
That'd be lift kit,
Yeah, it's all right,
not
buddy.
big lift.
Well, whatever.
Well, here's my problem.
I'm injured. I'm
I can't get my
coming
mic
in.
up this high.
Right. I'm just a little dizzy from the height. Hold on, let me go down.
Right.
Okay. Wow, this is real high.
Right.
Feet can't even touch
That
that.
horn's still going off.
Nearly fell out of the truck this morning, too, by the way.
If you have a black,
I don't know.
if you have a black Dodge Ram, your alarm is going off. In
That's
the parking
you.
lot.
It's mine.
Helms, that's
Are you
That's
serious?
weird.
Oh my God.
Yeah, when you got Helms, he's like, I wish somebody do something about that crap. Just shut that thing up.
Who the heck would do that?
You know who he is? He's King Julian
Oh, wait,
from
we'll cut off.
from Madagascar. He's like, who's making all that noise? Oh, it's me. You know what it is? His chair's up so high that he's got his key in his front pocket. He mashed to the table and set it off.
When I went to lean over, I guess. I don't
Did you turn it off?
Yeah.
Well, probably when you moved.
It's never happened before. I didn't know how to turn it off.
I like when he was going, well, I don't know what that's all about. Some SOB needs to do something. Well,
Turns out there's an alarm
Right.
on this.
Oh, yes.
thing.
Panic.
I
Hey,
didn't know
President
that.
Biden, easy over there. That's if you're getting mugged in the
Yeah.
parking lot. You
Yeah.
can hit that. But anyway, Helmsy,
Probably won't be.
you remember the debacle last week when Helmsy was doing his Zoom online Bible study, and we were all out there, hammering and singing and all this, and he couldn't, and we were
Well,
very,
that
very
was
loud.
wrong. I'll admit that.
And then today, he's trying to get the information from the winners, and Rock and Roll City puts on a concert in the commercial break, and, and he couldn't hear again. It's a very loud show.
It is.
If you don't like loudness, this show is done by some of the loudest people I've ever known.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, there's a lot of loudness.
We
here.
really-
We make a
noise.
lot of
A lot
noise.
of noise.
Even with our trucks.
But I don't.
outside.
Here's the thing. I want to be able to enjoy. Was it Rock and Roll City?
Yes.
I want to be able to enjoy them as well, and so I can't focus on them because I'm trying to get in winners information.
Right.
And so, and I even felt like I was doing a disservice to Donna that won because I was having to ask her over and over. Now, what did you say again? What was your street name? What was those last 4 digits of the phone number? Because I can't hear, and I hated to keep asking. And I said, I'm sorry. I said, but Rock and Roll City is right next door, and they are jamming. She goes, oh, I know. I'm watching them on YouTube right now as we talk.
Okay.
So that hit me that, okay, here's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to not get winner information until we get back on air and things calm down. The winners can enjoy it. I can come in here and enjoy it because I want to see them perform too.
Yeah.
And maybe the winners. I'm gonna tell you what happened today is excellent, and I think we ought to do this. You accidentally hung up on Jay.
I did.
Who won a chord buddy?
You see, look over here. Look how
Strum's
close
right-handed.
Look how close those two are.
Yeah. I don't
And
see how
you
don't do
simply
them all.
said, "Now Jay's coachable." Not sure that most of our audience is, but Jay is.
Well, he did a good job.
Quit talking down to us.
You said, "Hey,
I'm sorry.
email Helmsy at rickandbubba.com." Within 2 minutes, I had an email from him with everything I needed.
Attaboy, Jay.
Maybe that's the solution. Maybe they just email us the info. But
Attaboy, Jay.
then you're gonna have people emailing, "Hey, I won this."
Who died and left Jay Balls? Would Jay's a go get
So
I like
Jay
you to
got
sit up,
to
Greg.
it. Anyway, so But I want to enjoy them too. I don't want y'all to stop.
Right.
See, I'm tired of this. Hey, we'll stop. I don't want y'all to stop hanging out in the hall just because y'all interrupt me one day.
But we normally don't hang out.
We
can beat that. Yeah. We normally don't hang out in the hall. We may not be able to beat Rock and Roll City.
Rick's not going to break a picture today like he did last week.
Right.
Sure.
We hope
well,
not.
I don't think he is.
We hope not. Yeah. Of course, Greg broke a camera apparently.
Yeah, and forgot, blacked out.
By the way, I can tell Greg's really going through his day yesterday.
A lot of popping in my headphones.
I know.
too.
Here's what happens. I know it. I didn't do it, but didn't you think, hey, there's footage? And for some reason, I guess we just have guilty consciences about different things.
Guilty
I
what?
say consciousness. I said, I guess what if my brain has got to the point that I can't remember it enough that I knocked it over and forgot? It's possible, Greg.
No, if that's the case, y'all need to send me on that.
I hate to say that.
Right.
The other thing.
I wish it would be Speedy so bad.
Really?
Yes. By the way, I want y'all to know that the audience is a lot of them are very, very, very in tune with what we're doing here. They know us really well. I walk by because we throw by all the time. And I walk by and I see someone yesterday when I was trying to do a little better and says, "So you don't like that new board?" And I said, "What? Huh?" I said, "What do you mean?" He goes, "Oh, John, I heard you. You trying to dump coffee in it?"
Yeah.
And I was like.
You talking about the bouncing board?
So they pick
Bouncing Betty over there.
Hey, those that are in, those
I like
that are in tune with us. They hear they understand what we're saying even when we're not saying it directly.
They hear it.
Right.
I've heard about 6 suggestions on how you can fix that board, but it's just not fixed yet.
Well, that's all right.
Bouncing
Works.
Betty.
Why do y'all care if it does that?
Greg, that
It's
don't
just
bother you.
annoying.
Look
It's
at Bouncing
annoying.
Betty.
That don't bother you?
It's annoying.
Yeah. Would you ride in a car that's
No,
how the
you're
door
right.
did?
Yeah, exactly.
What I'm saying though is what I can do. I'm not very handy, but I bet I can get some big old something and come in here and drill down right
Well,
there to it.
you know what it is? Like
Rick, quit talking so technical.
All right. All right. So you know how at a restaurant when you got a table that's a little off balance,
Oh,
and
yeah.
you put like a napkin or something underneath
Sure.
it. Let's just fold up some napkins or something and see if that'll work.
Some 2-sided tape will work.
That's something you do.
Oh, what's that? Oh, Adler's got a mouse pad.
It's not thick enough.
it's thick enough.
You had to double it.
Come on, Rock and Roll City.
Nah, you're going to double that.
That's better.
That is better.
By the way, that's not.
And it hides it.
Yeah.
Double it.
I'll
Of
tell
course, you can't work your mouse now,
Yeah.
but
And it looks great right there. Looks
it
good.
blends in. It's
Yeah,
okay.
it's okay.
Gosh, I know you're that passionate about it.
Double it over, and we've solved it.
Yeah.
You just calm down. Let me get the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Imagine how many Pringles you could keep in that, Bubba.
Man, it's like a Pringles cannon. They can just keep popping up.
Are you talking to people?
Yes, I'm getting the information. Hey, Jason. Jason.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Jason, what's your last name?
Yeah.
It's what?
Jeremy.
Hold on.
What are you doing? Salt? You're putting salt in a cup?
No, there's grits in here.
Oh, I thought that was water.
No, a little salt and pepper in my grits.
Oh. What's up, gentlemen?
What up? Thank you, Megan. The Rick and Bubba Outdoor Expo is here. I'm gonna tackle this wall against a member of the Rick and Bubba. We're gonna race. So while we're talking to him, you go ahead and get harnessed up.
Okay. I don't know how to do that, but
I got you. Yeah.
Okay.
They'll get you harnessed up.
and we're climbing this segment.
Yeah.
And we're live.
Yeah.
Awesome.
No pressure.
Okay.
Do you want him to hold up for you?
Sure, that'd be awesome.
There we go. Put this on your belly button. Hold it.
Belly button.
Belly button.
Belly button. Yeah. My belt buckle.
Welcome back into Good Day, Alabama. We are live from the Rick and Bubba studios. They're having an outdoor expo this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and they've got anything you want outdoors basically going to be there, including the Alabama Army National Guard. And joining us now is Major Tracy Colburn and a member of the Rick and Bubba, Adler. Come on over here, Adler.
Let me know before we go live. I got to stretch, okay?
Yeah. Okay.
Just let me know when we're live. Let me know when we're
live.
oh, okay.
You put that GoPro on because it's me and you.
Hey, y'all would tell me if I didn't look cool, right? Y'all would tell me if I did not look cool.
We would tell you
okay,
if you didn't
good.
look cool.
Perfect.
Are y'all ready?
And now. Mark, get set, begin. Let's go. Hurry up. Get to the top. Come on. Start over. Let's go. Come on, KJ. Let's go.
go, Adler. Come on. Come on. Come on, let's go push the leg. Come on, to the top. All the way to the top. Let's go. Come on. There you go. There you go. You gotta ring it down. The easy way. You gotta ring it. All the way to the top. Come on. Come on. Okay, come on. Push him up. Okay. Come on.
Thank you, man. That was good. That was good. Yeah, I suck. I suck.
Oh no!
I can only
This
imagine.
has got to be the hashtag girls. It's got to be. Look. This has got to be. This is it. How do they do this? How do they do this?
Down with the
They
chicken.
got a whole army this time.
Booth number 92. All right, where's the logo? There they are. There's
Happy wife, happy life.
happy wife, happy life shirts on. Look,
The
public has spoken. You should have included tagged in happy today.
On the wonderful little neat green lady. What? Me! Come on!
All right, they're setting up for the archery thing.
Setting up something here,
Right.
just so safety's number one here.
Of course it is.
So we're setting up something in case one goes awry, and we don't want it to.
Or even a rye.
Yeah,
a
ray.
Classic
Goodness
Speedy there.
gracious.
Screw that up.
Speedy's working hard, y'all. Y'all get off.
Keep your finger behind that trigger. Draw back. And look through that peak. And once you find your target, just release.
Thank you very much, Janice. Hey, the Rick and Bubba Outdoor Expo taking place this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at the BJCC. We're here at the Rick and Bubba Studios here with Bubba, and also...
Hey, Greg, take your shirt
JJ's
off.
live right now.
Oh, there he
JJ's
is. I see
live
him. Yeah,
right
there he
now.
is. Yeah.
So he's trying to get Greg to take his shirt off and walk through the shop.
All right, Greg's doing it. Shirts off. Shirts off. Here comes Greg. We'll look at Bubba. Greg will come behind him.
Just come out for the fun. Everybody there has a great time, and we want you to be a part of it.
Look at these dudes right here. They're always trying to get on TV. I'll tell you.
Oh, here they are. All right, here we go.
Wait. I see people coming.
Oh my God!
Oh my gosh, we just have people walk into the shot.
He's got the bow pulled back. He's dialed in. He almost missed the entire thing. Bubba's ready to pull back. He's got the bow. Oh, hold it, Bubba. All right, Bubba's got it pulled back. Oh, wow. He might just be just a tad above him. Hold on. I'm going down lane. Hold on. I'm going down lane.
Okay, Speedy, you just need to quit saying phrases. Okay? All right, yeah, just quit saying things, Speedy.
Bubba's going again. He's jumped back up and ready to go.
Oh, yeah.
Where's he at?
I see you that one, yeah. Top bullseye. Yeah,
All right,
yeah,
he's
I see
on
him.
top of Bubba at 4 o'clock.
Okay, buddy.
He's not.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. From the No Name Studio, thank you for being with us as we move forward. Everybody come on with this. Inner boots and silver spurs. Here's the yellow moon. What is that? When a Cadillac stopped for her. Let's all sing it. And it said, hey, nice to meet you. Are you going my way? Hey. Yeah, that's when it happened. When did it happen? World caught fire that day. Hey, you gotta go down swinging, baby. Swinging. Do you like when there's little ads in there like the Greg? Swinging.
That's a good one.
That is a good one. We're back. Bubba out.
Tom's no longer with us.
We think our little Bubba returns tomorrow.
Yeah.
He's made a turn, feeling better. So thanks for all your prayers and well wishes, and he'll come back tomorrow. And I will promise you, if you're into the pandemic, knowing Bill Bubba Bussey as well as we do, tomorrow he will be an expert on it.
I think he took a job with the CDC while he was gone.
Yep.
And he lived it.
How about this? He will become the new Fauci. So anyway, tomorrow he should be back. A couple things you need to know. First of all, from email. McKinney, Texas. I always really enjoy your weekly Will of Meat, especially Greg on the drums.
Ooh.
Crush.
But the new twist with Adler and Greg, Rock and Roll City, takes it to a new level. So fun and entertaining. Thanks for what you do, and another kind word there from John. Thank you.
Rock and Roll City.
Listening daily on the iHeartRadio app.
How about that?
Looks like Rock and Roll City just got another citizen.
What if this turns into something for y'all in like in 10 years?
Yeah, you
talk
gotta
about
start touring.
behind the music. It's like, it all started in our TV room. We had this thing called Will of Meat. And,
Welcome to the city. We got lots of rock. That'd be pretty cool.
I like that.
I wrote that.
Welcome to the city.
All right, so Ryan Greenwood weighs in.
Oh.
Can we get more guitar in the mix? Nothing ever changes.
Okay.
Yeah, he never had enough guitar.
Typical guitarist.
I can't hear the guitar. Sorry.
I love it.
All right, so checking in today, I saw Adler, of all people, putting this out yesterday. Justice Stephen Breyer.
Mm-hmm.
So
I thought it was some friend of ours or something.
Yeah.
Admit who had to look up Justice Breyer to see who he was.
I did.
I did too.
I thought it was some friend that walked Kevin or something.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Yeah,
I cheated. I got a notification and it had the headline, so I knew.
So it wasn't just me.
No. I actually Googled him.
Well, when I saw it, there was a side of me that said that must have something to do with the Supreme Court, but I don't remember this person.
I almost text back and said, who the crap is that?
But Biden
kind of looks like Speedy.
He does.
I know I'll sleep well tonight knowing Biden may be able to pick a Supreme Court justice.
Well, Ricky's narrowed it down. Before he ever, remember, he's done said what he's picking, and I heard the debates on that all day.
Oh, that's right.
You've eliminated 90% of the people.
Right.
Because you said we're going to have a female black
woman.
Yeah. Well, you
saw
what
which again, maybe there's a great, but now you've dumbed them down. When they get it, everybody's going, well, the only reason you got it, and that's not fair.
Yeah, he should just say, I'm going to go out and I'm going to find the most qualified human being on the planet, and if that turns out to be a black female, then great.
Yeah,
wonderful.
But don't announce it.
But don't do it this way because you're degrading the whole process.
Yeah.
Well, and I don't even think his bunch can't even use the word female anymore. What's he talking about?
Well,
that's right.
Because you remember he predicted he put this promise out before he was even elected.
Yes,
correct.
And then with Kamala Harris.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a story out that he promised a Democratic representative out of South Carolina that he would do this to get his to get his support. There's a story that we have in our show prep that he promised, and is it Clyburn or something out of South Carolina that he would nominate a black woman to the Supreme Court, and then he got his backing.
Look, if a black woman is highly qualified and is available and wants to do it, and that's the best pick that we can make as a country, great, wonderful. Mm-hmm. What this country was trying to do, and I think we've done it, is to deny you even access and consideration. That's over. So now just go out and say, I'm going out to get to the best of the best, because I don't like this attitude that somehow if my standard is excellence that I can't have diversity. That's a very degrading comment to people all over the world. Excellence can be found and still diversity be in play. As a matter of fact, I think if you want to be truly excellent, you probably see diversity there because you've grabbed the best of the best, and they come from everywhere.
Yeah.
And male, female, no matter what ethnicity. But that's not the way the game is played. The game is played in a very degrading way. And always under the guise of, look at what I'm doing. Look at how forward I am. But anyway, we'll see what happens. Is Breyer, is he a lib?
Yes.
So
So
it
it's-
doesn't really matter.
It doesn't matter at all.
Yeah, right.
What is it, 6'3" now?
Trade one lib for another lib?
Conservative, strong.
Yeah. And everybody knew that he would do this, while Biden was in office, so that he could be replaced and it
That's
stay lib.
fine.
Yeah.
And the Republicans will make it as hard as they can on
both sides
the
act crazy.
confirming process, and we'll all get frustrated with how that goes.
Oh,
and then
sure.
and then at the end of it, it'll still be 6'3".
Yeah, I heard some great commentary on that.
Exactly.
Everybody's like, "Hey, don't."
is really
don't
kind of a
if
shame.
if I could give the GOP just a little advice, don't make a big deal out of it because they'll run on that in 2022 that you were all racist, that you didn't want a black woman in it's on the Supreme Court.
It'll still be 6'3". Let them replace with another lib.
It's going to happen.
Get out of the way and say whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, but that's not going to happen. I promise you, Ted Cruz has got something to say about it right now.
Oh yeah. Well, I think what they're saying is,
what about Alyssa Milano? I wonder what she thinks.
I mean,
she was all up in the Kavanaugh.
If you would say this is the best nominee, and we're going off merit, and she happens to be a black female, then that shows honor to her. But to go out in front of it and go, well, I'm just going to name a black female. I don't.
Yeah.
Just because she's a black female, then
that's degrading to the person they pick.
Anybody out there know any black females y'all could send in here? I mean, what are we doing?
I know.
But how about this? They're not going to put anybody up. They're going to try to find someone as liberal as Breyer, so they can at least not lose another spot. Yep. And then we all know that. And I hate that the Supreme Court has turned into that, but that's what it is. And
that's right.
And we've given them so much power. These kind of nominations are pretty important. Yeah. Probably shouldn't have the power they have.
Lifetime thing.
Right. It's supposed to
The lifetime thing amazes me.
Yeah, it's supposed to make law over in the legislative branch, not
if I've got
not
a lifetime
in the judicial branch. But
guarantee, what are you going to do to me? You know what I'm saying? What can you hold over my head to go? Hey, you better act right, or But if I know you can't get rid of me,
Right.
no matter what I do.
Must be the way Joe Rogan feels.
Must be as of today. Absolutely.
Yeah, I tell you, he knows how that feels. Joe
Take
Rogan.
that, Neil Young.
Neil Young, you can back up and head that way.
So,
you can rock on out in the USA, but not on Spotify.
I think about
Call
this.
Crazy Horse.
Yeah.
Clarence Thomas.
He's not black, Helmsy. They don't consider him to be.
He is, but the
because
libs
he's
don't.
conservative.
He's conservative, so he's not black.
He
anymore.
is 73. Okay, he has been on the Supreme Court for 30 years. If
Has
he
that been 30
goes,
years?
if he goes as long as Breyer, he will have served for 40 years. Now think about that a minute.
Right.
40 years if he
about you
takes
sitting
it
up
another
tall,
10
it
years.
really brings it home.
And I'm kind of leaning. My posture's not very good too. I could get on up there.
There we
to.
go.
Yeah.
If you're wanting to know, Clarence Thomas 73, Alito 71, Sotomayor 67, Roberts 67, Kagan 61, and then of course Kavanaugh, Gorsuch, and Barrett are in their 50s. So
There you go. All right, we'll come back. Our first phone segment of the day. All 10 lines are available. Yesterday, honestly, we ended the show on one of the best phone segments we've had in a long time. I believe the audience graded a 93, which that's way up from where we've been. So let's try it again. Phones are available. If you want to join us, 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll chat with you next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Let somebody else talk. Oh, he's on top of Bubba.
Me and Speedy walked through the live shot. Ladies, calm down.
Let me give this to y'all.
I said, well, sir, I don't really appreciate the profanity. And he said, well, I don't appreciate Helmsy, da-da-da. But I said, well, I'll definitely relay that message to him. And I hung up on him, so.
Look, it's him again.
Hey, it's Helms. Okay, hey, this is our show. We're having some fun with you. Now, you need to understand something. What we're not going to put up with, this is it doesn't matter if it's Greg, Speedy, Rick, Bubba, Adler. If you're going to cuss our interns, we're not going to allow you to call into the show. You got to deal with it. Nobody's made fun of you. Well, that's fine. You can think that, but quit calling the show.
In Jesus' name we pray.
Amen.
Yeah, hopefully, you remember last year how hot it was, and nobody could really get into hunting season. I hope it's a little different this year. Yeah, I know. The drought, nothing was. Yeah.
70 days and no rain.
Yeah.
I will tell you, Bubba, you experienced too. I will tell you though, early on, there was a lot of them moving because they were trying to find it. They were walking those dirt fields, looking around like, "What?
Where's my food?
What's happening?"
Trying to find water too.
Yeah.
Dan Moultrie's trivia question has baffled the audience today, and Dan could not be more giddy. There is a species of deer, however, in the world that gives birth to 6 to 8 fawns at one time. Josh in Columbiana. Josh.
What about the Sitka deer?
Not Sitka deer. I'm not familiar with that.
Florida. Rob, what about it?
How about the axis?
No.
The red deer?
The red deer? No. No.
That brown deer.
The pregnant deer.
Pregnant deer. Sue in Atlanta, Georgia. Sue, do you know?
A Scottish deer hound. Mule?
The mule deer? No.
Oh,
So you're saying
mule, axis, red, and fallow are still incorrect.
Brett in Alabama, what do you think?
The Chinese water deer?
Yeah!
There you go. See you at the expo, Adler.
Muhammad Ali dead? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All
Right?
Is he?
Big parade and everything.
Really? Wow, Rick. No, wait a minute. See? I ain't the only one. If you're a celebrity and I think you've got some age on you and I hadn't heard from you in a while, I'll go ahead and put you in the ground. It's a bad habit of mine. I'm bad about it.
Muhammad Ali holding up the Olympic torch, shaking.
Yeah, that was rough.
That was rough.
That was rough. That was a tough moment. You know, something about, we all know that we age and you get things happen, but when like people you think are ageless, when you see it's official, they've aged just like everybody else, it's heartbreaking.
It's a tough moment.
Look at Bob Dylan.
Bob Dylan, Greg.
Speaking of that, he's dead, isn't he?
Bob Dylan is alive, guys. Saw him in concert.
It sounds like he's dead. But he's
Okay, Greg.
I tell you, when it's totally blocked, it's a whole nother deal. How about there's still a lot, 5% of the sun's still pretty bright, isn't it? Yeah, there. To me, I mean, I have to say now there is totality and then there's everything else. We're already looking at the map for 2024 to see.
Rick and Bubba. Hey, this is Adler, man. Do you know how you don't look stupid on air by not calling? Just don't call. He wants to know about your trophy shop, Greg.
I don't have a tell him Greg does not have a trophy shop. I don't.
Greg does not have a trophy shop anymore, so Greg will not be able to help you customize your wrestling championship belt. No, I don't know about a trophy shop in Jacksonville. I don't know about that. But here's what I do know. I was cool with you, man. I was totally cool with you until you called in. You called in saying that African Americans are at a lower level than other people, and that's just not okay. That's not accurate. Okay.
It is 21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, phone troll time, and thank you for being with us. Lines are available, but I guess we're a little over half full right now, but you can get in. We got 10 lines, so there's room. 866-WE-BE-BIG, O'Reilly Auto Parts, upcoming events. So a couple of opportunities for you. Helmsy, coming up Friday night, Man Church, Ardmore, Tennessee. Go see Helmsy. He'll be speaking there as they kick off the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com. The real Greg Burgess on Friday. He'll be in Birmingham, Alabama. Hendrick Automotive. The real Greg Burgess will be there 11 to 1 local time. Go by and get a little grip and grin with Greg and hang out with him and get a deal on an automobile. So that's coming up all this week. This Sunday night, Winfield Baptist Church, Winfield, Alabama. Brian Gunn, Man Church. James Spann on the road Sunday night, the 30th. Shades Mountain Baptist Church. Helmsy, I think they've moved that to the student building. Is that correct? I just want to be sure I had that right. Is that right?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay, so anyway, that's coming up on Sunday night. It is free, and you can be there. And then Monday night, Rich Wingo, Christ Harbor United Methodist Church, Northport, Alabama. That also a man church. So you can find all the upcoming events by going to rickandbubba.com if it involves members of the show. If it's just the guys going out for the man church, go to themanchurch.com and you'll find events there. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices, excellent customer service from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Here we go to the phones. Lisa in Dothan, Alabama, News Talk 103.9. Lisa, you got 30 seconds. Go right ahead.
Rick, I can't wait for Bubba to come back tomorrow.
I know. It's just not the same, when old Busby's not here.
Well, I need his analysis of what he's researched because I'm here to tell you, over the years I've observed, if Bubba says something that he's researched, 95 to 98% of the time you can take it to the bank. He knows what he's doing.
No doubt. Unless it's weight loss, then probably you didn't.
Or stock tips.
Yeah, or stock tips.
I was hoping you would ask me what the exceptions.
Okay, so we'll hear what Bubba has to say, and he sent me an article last night about a guy who's drinking his own urine, but so I don't know what he meant by that. I don't know if that's
Greg's into urine therapy.
I
don't know if y'all know that or not.
Don't knock it till you try it, pal.
Greg, to Wade in Kentucky. Wade, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, short staff, monkey grass, and Green Acres.
Thank you for the call, brothers. What's going on?
I don't care what y'all call that icebox you broadcast from, but if you don't pay homage to the greatest Western ever and tag it with "We don't rent pigs," I'm done with you.
So you're saying whatever we do from Lonesome Dove, we throw in "We don't rent pigs."
Exactly.
Lonesome Dove, one of the greatest Westerns to ever be produced. Thank you, buddy. Let's go to Justin and Coleman. Justin, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, Green Acres. How are y'all?
I'm good, man. What's on your mind? Gang hanging out. Looking forward to Bubba coming back tomorrow. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Well, I just turned 28 yesterday, and
happy birthday.
As a follower of Christ, sometimes my politics, they contradict each other, and I was going to get y'all's advice and show our wiser and more knowledgeable. I'm a libertarian, and I believe in small government and individual rights. And, there's certain adult activities that people may, want to do or use substances. And I would want to talk to those people as a Christian and say, that's not good for your quality of life, your health, or your eternity.
Right.
But at the same time, I don't believe the government should tell a person they shouldn't be able to do those. And what is y'all's opinions on that?
Well, it's been kind of a process, for us too. And I'm not speaking for all the guys, but I'll tell you where I kind of landed on it. You're right. When you get in, you really first of all got to try to figure out. So, what is the role of government when I look at Scripture? And if you go to Romans 13, you really find out pretty quick. Or if you study the entire Bible, we'll actually get to this in our study of Genesis when we get to Romans 6. Is government, doesn't come along for a while. There's an attempt to let, people not have any, decide what, remember that's one of the things that happened at the fall. We decided we wanted to decide what was right and wrong. We didn't want God to be trusted with that. And so we kind of get out of hand and we come up with our own rules and the way we do things. And it led to evil and death and murder and stealing and everything under the sun. And so government finally was established and instituted, as Paul tells us, by God, and that there's nobody that's in a position that God doesn't allow to be there. But why are they there? And that's important to see because some of these people are quite evil. And Romans 13 says they're there really mainly to keep law and order. Don't go against law and order or you'll end up, being in jail or possibly being put to death. So behave as a good citizen because God put the government there for the main function of government, according to Scripture, is to keep law and order. So really that's kind of what I do. But getting overly spiritual with government is usually a mistake because of what you just said, because sooner or later there's going to be a compromise come along that's in the world of government that's not going to line up with God. And so I just kind of take government and I try to go out and use my vote and let government do its part to minimize my taxes if I have a right to have a say in it. But I'll pay whatever they come to the conclusion I'm supposed to pay. But I have a right in this country, not every country, but to try to do something about that. And I try to vote and get a government like you that is involved in my life the least amount possible, that is committed to law and order, because I think that's how we can all maximize our God-given freedom. You can't really do that in a world gone mad that is kind of with no rule and no law and no order. But I don't get overly spiritual with it and start thinking the government is the church, because it's not. And the government really is. There's nothing really overly holy about it. So that's and you never. I mean, you never saw Jesus lead some revolution to overthrow the government. But what he was saying is just, here's how you live your life, and understand why they're there, and they're there to keep law and order. So you probably don't want to find yourself on the wrong side of it.
Right.
I don't know if that helped you at all, but just understand that what you're doing voting wise and what you're doing as a follower of Christ is never going to line up completely, because government is in a fallen state. Let's go to Adam in Florida. Hey, Adam, but you do the best you can to get as close as you can. Adam, welcome to Rick and Bubba. You got 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, is this the Henry and Bubba show? I was the Peter Dinklage story. Is there any way that you guys could play his little rant versus the Elf movie where they
funny.
call him what did he say? Angry little elf?
Yeah.
Can y'all play that back to back?
Hey, Miles Finch is good.
One more time.
Let's go to Scott in Alabama. Scott, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Yes, sir. I don't have a problem with much, but your desk, hang your flag up where it matches over that door. It's driving me crazy sitting on the floor.
What is sitting on the floor?
He wants us to, you see how the access door to the counter underneath?
Yeah.
See how that little door? He wants it hanging up there.
I think there has been an attempt to hang it there.
It's too heavy.
And, no, I think they're going to eventually do it. I think they're just trying to work.
Is that on the punch list too?
It is.
Have we decided we even want that there?
No. They were just, if it is going to be there, it would look better on that door.
Right. I got to tell you, I'm falling out of love with the guitar thing.
I am too.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but I am.
Feels a little country boy Eddie.
Yeah.
Huh? Now, if it was an electric axe, No, I'm just. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, welfare. Look. There are just as many. If you look at the actual statistics, there are just as many white people on welfare as there are black people on welfare in America. A person is a person. You need to start judging people by the content of their character, not their skin color, man. That's all I'm saying, dude. Who cares, man? It's not white people versus black people. We're all just people, man. Like, I promise you that you're only hurting yourself by setting up this war, this division. Look, that statue shouldn't have any power over you, and that statue shouldn't have any power over them. Why would we take down Martin Luther King? Because they're taking down our stuff. Look, Martin Luther King should be your statue too, man. Martin Luther King should be your statue too, because he fought for equality, man. There are tons of people out there that wouldn't want you to have the civil rights that people have. And who cares if there are more people with dark skin in America than there are people with white skin? Just stop worrying about them. Don't even worry about them. You get out and get yours, man. Educate yourself. Read books on leadership. Read How to Be a Man by Rick Burgess. Educate yourself and better yourself. Learn something new every day, man. Who cares if you didn't use the N-word? That doesn't matter, man. Here's one last thing that you need to stop doing, man. And that is you need to stop billing yourself at these events as from the Rick and Bubba show. You're not an employee of the show. And we can't be responsible for the things that you say. You go flying off the handle saying all kinds of racist stuff. We cannot be affiliated with that. You call it the way you see it. You don't call it the way it is. That doesn't mean it's correct. A child sees the world in a certain way. That doesn't mean that kid is correct about the world. People thought the earth was flat at one time. By dividing people through hate, you are not bringing the world closer to Christ. You are not helping that situation. That's truly where you're going to find happiness, is helping other people, not helping yourself. I wish you luck. I have no ill will against you. I hope you have a good life. I hope you have a happy life. But you've said some things and you've done some things that are inappropriate and not okay. And so I'm just going to leave it at that. It is like talking to a wall. Also told him that
He needs to stop billing himself at these wrestling events as from the Rick and Bubba show.
Yeah, that's why we have that big R, the expensive trademark, so we can protect our image and people can't just go out and use it. So
You might as well be talking to this table right here. That's who you were talking to.
Hey Helms, somebody the other day, you had a hot whatever in your mouth.
They thought I had a dip.
They thought you had a dip in. Helms doesn't dip.
I do not dip.
Helms does not dip.
Our protest is better than our interview.
Wow,
is that
Greg.
what I heard yesterday?
Is that what we keep hearing?
Our protest is better than our interview.
Yeah, that's a compliment.
Yeah, Greg, you need to be afraid
It
of
doesn't
that.
sound like that. What do I think it's a compliment? No, Greg. Nothing you're saying right now.
That was a compliment.
Is Stop talking, Greg.
Finish this statement, however you want to finish it. I don't care what anyone says. Blah, 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 blah.
Okay.
I don't care what anybody says. Blah, 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 blah.
Okay. I don't care what anybody says. Cheese puffs are the best chips. Yeah, they get a little bit of something, but they're so big and they make a mess. But that's my favorite chip. I don't care what anybody says.
Cheese puffs aren't chips, but that's fine.
Yes, they are. They are too chips. Cheese puffs, I don't care what anybody says. Are they on the chip aisle or not?
I don't care what anybody says. I think hush puppies are grossly underappreciated.
I'd like us to get a big old thing of cheese puffs, by the way.
Do you like cheese puffs?
I would.
Oh, so you want to make fun of cheese puffs and now you like them?
Okay.
I'm an anti-puffite.
Cheese puffs are chips. They're on the chip aisle. Cheese puffs are
puffs. They're not chips.
They're called puffs.
They're not chips.
Are they on the chip aisle or not?
They're not called chips. They're called puffs.
Oh, well, but they're
Are
cheese
Cocoa Puffs, are they the same thing as Rice Krispies?
No, but they're cereal. Cheese puffs are in the chip family. I'll give it to you. They're not a hard chip. Y'all, I don't care what anybody says. Cheese puffs are my favorite. Y'all can't make me change my mind either.
I don't care what anybody says. Social media is the downfall of this society.
Cheese puffs are on the chip aisle, and they're a chip.
Cocoa Puffs, just like Rick said, Cocoa Puffs,
cereal.
Fruit Loops, and Apple Jacks are
They're
all
cereal.
cereals.
Yep.
They're different types.
But they're cereals on the cereal aisle.
But this is a snack on the snack aisle.
If you go to the chip aisle,
Case closed.
cheese puffs could be right beside Doritos.
You're witness.
They're right there. They're right there. I don't care what
So
anybody
is salsa. So is salsa, buddy. It's right there.
Hey, look. Hey, I know you're trying to run with your man here, but cheese puffs are a chip, and I don't care what anybody says. They're my favorite chip. Hey, buddy, you don't need to get pulled into this. You don't need to get pulled into this. I don't care what anybody says.
I don't care if anybody says Speedy's a dumbass.
I don't care what anybody says. A dolphin is a fish.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number as we make our way back. If you want to get in, phone call-wise, you can. We'll get to some more of those coming up shortly. I do want to point you to, fellers, listen up. Here comes Valentine's Day. Valentine's Day it's upon us. It's going to be here before you know it. So instead of that being anxious for you, why don't you go ahead and why don't you go ahead and get that handled now by going to 1-800-Flowers.com. 1-800-Flowers.com. You can go there right now. Order today, 24 assorted roses, $39.99. You can upgrade to 24 red roses for only $10 more using the promo code Bubba. But go ahead and get this done. It's a great offer. You only get it from 1-800-Flowers.com. All their roses will be peaked at their peak, cared for every step of the way, shipped fresh to ensure lasting beauty. And look, these bouquets are selling fast. Lock in your Valentine's delivery date. Be done with it. Don't wait. And then all of a sudden, oh, man, I can't get anything. Why would you even live like that? Get it done. Get the deal. It's done. And now you can anticipate Valentine's Day and get excited about it. So go to 1-800-Flowers.com. Use the promo code Bubba right there in the radio icon. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com. Go and get that off the list. All right, so we do have one story. We'll get back to some phones. Aaron Rodgers, the Pack gets beat, at Lambeau in cold weather again, which is very embarrassing. And you remember Aaron Rodgers and the whole debacle with the vaccination and and him, everybody, because this is when this tribalism. Now, some people are still clinging to it. That somehow, if you're vaccinated, you can't catch COVID and pass it on to people. Of course, that scientifically is no longer true. By the time we've gotten to the variant we're at now, that just isn't true. Are they still good as a treatment? I had someone who works in the medical field yesterday. He said, probably need to stop calling it a vaccine. We probably need to just call it a COVID shot, because that's what it is now. It's not a vaccination anymore because it doesn't keep you from getting it. Or passing it, but it is a COVID shot. I still think it may serve purpose as a treatment or something like that and help your immune system. Of course, we also found out scientifically that what we were told that it was. I had doctors telling me to my face, now the vaccine gives you better protection than what you've already got with your natural antibodies. That's what we think. Well, see, scientifically, and I even question that just from a common sense standpoint. Well, we now have done the study on the Delta variant, and that just wasn't true. Your natural antibodies were 6 times more powerful than what the vaccine could give you. So we were being told things that people didn't know yet. They just thought. I'm not saying they were out to get us, but they were just wrong. And this is what we've been saying before. The medical field is this is science. We're learning. We're going. This thing that somehow somebody places them on some pedestal, or if you yourself in the medical field get on some high horse, that every time that you say something, it's right because we're not to question you because you're a doctor or you're in the medical field or you're the WHO or you're the CDC. It just isn't true because we have an entire history that we know we don't always get it right. Praise God, we get it right a lot. And, man, you guys work hard, and your research and your expertise and your brilliance saves lives. So don't think I'm not saying that. And I got friends and family that are in the medical field that I love, and I am thankful for them. And I go to a doctor, and I listen, but there are certain things that we have been told throughout time, or treatments we've tried, that did not do what we hoped they would do, or they had side effects that we hoped they didn't have. That has happened. So now we're learning. So let's stop saying that natural antibodies, don't give you protection when they have been proven that they do. Of course, we probably knew that. And there were doctors and scientists that were saying, no, I actually think the natural antibodies probably cover a wider spectrum. During the Delta variant, we found that out to be true. With Omicron, maybe the vaccine nor natural antibodies do the job that they could do against the variant Delta and Alpha. Maybe that, or hey, we've just so long ago we had it. Now our natural antibodies have weakened enough that now we can get Omicron. I know that the Bubba had natural antibodies. I've had natural antibodies, so right now people who've been vaccinated, not vaccinated, natural antibodies, whatever, according to how long it's been, I think we're all at different levels of protection, and science is starting to prove that. But when Aaron Rodgers said that, look, I'm going to go with another treatment, I'm not going with the vaccine. And then said, yeah, hey, you kind of misled us on that. He became, the source of attack, and he's going to comment. He said, look, there were a lot of people that didn't want us to win just because of this vaccine thing, that people that were pulling against us. But then he's going to talk about our priorities when it comes to things like football games. So here is Aaron Rodgers after he's been questioned about losing in the first round of the playoffs after getting a bye week.
Yeah, there's obviously some plays that I wish we'd executed better. You knew this was in the mix. There were a ton of people tuning in, rooting against us for one reason and one reason only. It's because of my vaccination status and them wanting to see us lose so they could pile on and enjoy and revel in the fact that my vaccination status was some sort of reason why we haven't had success in the playoffs or whatever it might be, some sort of correlation. I think to have the perspective of an entire year of dealing with this and knowing that this was coming down the pipe at some point, with the amount of guys that did get COVID throughout the year, I knew there's a possibility that I would have to make comments about my own personal status and possibly be in the fire from it all. I think as frustrating as it's been at times, there's been a lot of reflection to try and embrace the empathy of the situation. And I think for so many people, it's really been a hard time. From a purely financial standpoint, so many of my friends who are small business owners in Northern California and really all over the country, have really had a difficult time during the last couple of years. And from a pure mental standpoint, I think the biggest thing that people have been dealing with is fear. There's so much fear around this. There's fear of your health. There's fear of your loss of money. There's fear of not being able to provide for your family. There's fear of death. For sure, fear of sickness, and the media plays a big role in that. I mean, the fear porn that is put out day after day, I think, causes a lot of strife and stress for people.
Yeah, and to tie that into now, I'm going to pick my team because the unvaccinated Aaron Rodgers can't win a Super Bowl, or else I won't be happy. Right. Kind of strange. Anyway, so there he is, kind of reflecting on that, and I'd be interested to see what happens next year.
We have a story on the CDC that says Omicron, I think, is like 99 point whatever % of their new cases now. I mean, so it is that. Super Bowl, SoFi Stadium has said, all right, these are the guidelines for championship series this weekend, 49ers and the Rams, and for the Super Bowl, KN95 masks will be handed out. You have to either be vaccinated or have a negative test before you come and watch the game, all this kind of stuff. But it does seem like we would approach things differently and quit putting vaccinated where we currently are in a different category. We should all be in the same category because it is proven that you can catch it and transmit it even if you're vaccinated or not. It seems like we're still running off of old news and we haven't adapted to where we currently are.
I don't understand the SoFi. So all these other sporting events, indoors and out, by the way, concerts, they've all just said we're doing what we always do, and it really hasn't. It really hasn't led to the end of time death rate problems. It hasn't really made one impact one way or the other. There's just as many people catching it and whatever in their daily lives than could catch it at a football game in a giant arena. Mm-hmm. So that also is outdated.
Yeah,
I mean, why are you doing that? And if I were the NFL, I'd take the game away from them.
Yeah, in the conference championships or this weekend, right there at SoFi, I think the way I would say it is, I understand unvaccinated, you need to show a negative test. Got it. But it seems like vaccinated and unvaccinated should have to show
I think no one should have to show
Well, I'm just saying if that's your policy, it should be for both.
No, you're right.
Just because you're vaccinated doesn't mean you don't have to show a test that's negative, because you can still catch it and transmit it. So why? Do you understand what I'm saying?
I know what they're saying.
It's not just the unvaccinated that's transmitting.
No, I got you. What they're basically saying is, if you catch Omicron, we want you to catch it from a vaccinated person, not an unvaccinated person.
Right.
I still got it.
Right. Right. I guess that's my point.
Yeah, it is. It doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't.
It's back to clinging to something. It's almost like you hoped something. And how about this? Give the vaccine credit. It really did do a good job with Alpha.
Yeah.
With Alpha. And I think probably has helped some people to be more resistant to it, who didn't have antibodies otherwise. It was not better than natural antibodies. Total lie. Okay? And right now, it will not keep you. It may help you, but it will not keep you from catching Omicron or passing it to someone else.
Right.
So if you're going to say, well, to come in this stadium, we got to know you don't have Omicron, well, then you'd have to test everybody.
Yeah, right.
Vaccinated, unvaccinated.
And they say you have to. They're going to hand out the mask as you come in, and you have to have a mask on during the game unless you're eating or drinking.
Can you?
Now you're putting the responsibility on the folks that are in charge of each section for security. What are they, the mask police now? If somebody, you see it down and they're not drinking or eating, I mean, that's tough on them now.
Well, there's no way to monitor that in a stadium.
I'd like us to do a test where we test everybody for something, go into a big event, stay there for a couple hours, and then come back 3 or 4 days later and test all those people again and just see what we get.
Yeah. I don't know.
More phone calls coming up at 866-WE-BE-BIG. But you're right, it makes zero sense, which shows you it's nothing but feel-goodism.
That's all it is.
We want to say we did this and weren't reckless, but we have no idea what we're doing.
Yeah. Bubba.
Hey, Rick and Bubba Outdoor Expo! Expo!
Thank you for your service.
Oh, yeah,
sir.
definitely.
I know you appreciate everybody saying that, but a nice 20 would be better, wouldn't it?
How are you doing? What's your name?
Beth.
Haley?
Kylie
Beth. I'm sorry. I couldn't understand that.
What do you think? What do you think?
Hey, buddy, how old are you?
7.
7? How old do you think Bubba is?
He's 8.
Turned 10 this year. Where you get something drinking here? I'm kind of thirsty.
That's Adler. We hold him sometimes when he gets tired.
There you go.
Just like that, actually.
Yep.
So you want me to hold you?
Yeah, probably.
Okay,
Yeah.
come on.
There it is.
We're the same.
Yeah.
We're the same.
Oh, I think Speedy lost his lanyard. I gotta go give Speedy his lanyard back. Hey, Speedy, you lost your lanyard. Hey, Speedy. Hey, Speedy. Hey, Speedy. Oh, sorry. Hey, Speedy. Oh, sorry. Hey, Speedy, you forgot your lanyard. Oh, sorry. Hey, Speedy, here's your lanyard. Oh, sorry. I thought you were Speedy. Hey, Speedy, I got your lanyard, man. Oh, you got a lanyard. Okay. All right, my bad.
I like it like that. The only problem, I would love to have this truck, and I would have one obstacle. I couldn't be able to get in it. Hey guys, I put you in this Jeep today. We're gonna sell this to you today. Dale Earnhardt Jr. himself slept in that back seat one night for about 2 hours.
I've already won the race.
Now it's uncomfortable because Bubba was going to just get a picture, and now he's actually in there driving it. Like, he cut line in front of, like, little children.
And there's little kids there, Rick.
And look, now he's locked in. I mean, he's left.
Please, Bubba, can I have a turn?
Do what?
Please, can I have a turn, Bubba?
Yeah, just a minute. Be right there.
And he's still there. A minute ago, when I mentioned, I thought, well, he'll get out.
I'm working. Don't distract me.
Okay, I knew there'd be some awkward moments. Right now, that has moved to the #1 spot.
Are you ready for a turn? Yes, sir. Good to see y'all. Thank you. That was awesome. A little rough getting started there. The steering wheel was up under my gut, so it was a little hard to turn.
Rick, and hey now, wait, please show what he can do. Hang the hell up.
And the guy with the best hair at the expo.
Hey, there it is.
Best hair right here.
Second best hair.
Second best hair. Just remember, vote Ainsworth. Yes, bald is beautiful. There we go.
Now I'm probably stuck in here, can't get out, but it was worth it for that moment. Look, one leg out, I've learned, just take your time. See, when I was young, I'd rush things. There's a lot of jokes with that, but I'll let that go.
What is this on your hat?
This is the Bill Blade.
Oh.
That thing is legit, super functional, easy to use, just pops right in.
You don't want to go through the airport with it, Ella.
No.
It's to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, and we are back. And we thank you for being with us. We'll get more of your phone calls in now, and you can dial us. Some lines are available. So we come back. We gave you a little bit of a COVID update today, but we tried to kind of curtail the. But a question came up, and there was some talk about that, and then you got to think about the Super Bowl and coming up. But I mean, here's some of the lunacy of it all. So Fauci is warning us it's too early to believe that that our country has the COVID-19 situation under control. Says that Pfizer is warning children under 5. Are you ready for this? Under 5. Says, look, just be ready. What we're going to give them is going to be 3 shots, 3 doses. We're going to give children under 5.
Yeah, no thank you.
Tell me the parents that are going to line up for that one. Yeah. We have another professor that says COVID will be with us forever. We know that. But the worst of it, he says, I believe, has passed, and we'll manage it just like we managed the flu, which that's more and more what it's beginning to feel like. Dan Bongino, permanently banned from YouTube. Permanently. He is gone.
Both channels ripped off.
Both channels, because they say he shared and posted COVID-19 misinformation. What does that mean? We have to ban the CDC, Dr. Fauci, the World Health Organization? How many different people would we have to ban from YouTube who gave all of us COVID-19 misinformation? Like some of it I just mentioned a minute ago. Like that your natural antibodies are not as strong as the vaccine. Well, that's misinformation. Oh. So do we leave those people on YouTube? Anyway. I bet. How would you? This is why I want the Super Bowl to be taken from Los Angeles. I know it. L.A. charter school faces lawsuit because they roped off unvaxxed students, denying them classroom access and threatening them with suspensions if they didn't get vaccinated.
Roped them off.
Roped them off. And back to what Speedy just said, the lunacy of that is the vaccine does not keep you from getting Omicron or passing it. I don't even understand the logic. So that's the lunacy that we have. Again, it goes back, and I don't know who to credit it with. I don't know who said it, but I remember when I heard it, I said that is it. Look, the virus is not our problem anymore. I mean, you want to deal with it, you want to get well, let's continue with some great treatments, and let's help people through it. Our response to the virus is what's destroying everything. The virus is no longer destroying our lives. We're destroying our lives by our response to the virus. I mean, and some of this lunacy. All right, let's go to Cross in Pelham. Hey, Cross, thank you for your patience, and welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Hey, I'm great. How are you guys?
Fantastic.
All right. So I was calling today because I was wondering what your on the death penalty, actually. So for me, I believe that it should be a maximum punishment, but it should be absolute for rape and murder. That's what I believe. I wanted to know what you guys thought about.
You talking about the death penalty in general, or more of the things you're talking about when the death penalty should be used?
Just is the death penalty biblical and just?
Oh, yes. Yeah, of course it is.
Yeah.
There's no problem with capital punishment from a scriptural standpoint, but what it is you're not supposed to take innocent life. But if someone has been judged to be found guilty of taking the life of a person who was innocent and killing for fun, killing for reasons that were not substantiated, then the Scripture clearly says that person should be and can be by the government put to death. Now, when you get in, so there's no issue morally with capital punishment. Now, I think you make an important point, but it's not something to be taken lightly. I mean, it should be used in the most severe circumstances. But from a biblical standpoint, the Bible has no issue with capital punishment. And even what, like I said a minute ago, Paul said the government was established for, to keep law and order, and that would include capital punishment for those that had reached the criteria of it. But the criteria, right, is important. Let's continue. Let's go to Jerry in Piedmont. Jerry, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Jerry.
Hey, listen. Helms was talking about Greg being on that urine therapy. I just wanted to explain to him, I'm sure Greg will agree with me, his minions, including me and himself, the definition of urine therapy is if you don't agree with us or you got a problem with us, then... All
right. Saw that was going.
Yeah. That's good, Jerry.
Saw that one. By the way, I did in our Alabama news at home, AL.com, they had this story about this guy.
Oh yeah.
Did you see that one?
Yeah.
About
urine.
Yeah. Somebody asked me about that yesterday afternoon, and I didn't even hesitate. I said, I'd just rather have the virus.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I got I'll take my chances
yeah,
with the virus.
Yeah, even if that was somebody said, "I'll tell you it'll work," I said, "I'm probably going to survive the virus."
I think there's alternatives to it.
Yeah, I think I would I'll try some of the other stuff, and if that doesn't work, I'll just kind of grind through the virus. Not going to be drinking urine. That's not even an option.
What about urine for an earache? You've heard that's old home. That's a home remedy. Really.
No.
Just saying.
No, and the person that you're trying to get help from really has to be a good aim.
They do.
Let's go to.
It's not easy to pull off.
Danny in Georgia. Danny, go ahead.
Don't have your favorite hat on.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, Danny, go ahead.
Wondering if y'all had heard the new Eric Clapton song, "The Heart of a Child."
I haven't. No.
It's running the lockdown crowd crazy with the words. I'd advise you to listen to it and take a look at the words. I have them here. I don't want to read them and bore everybody to death.
Yeah, well, I know that Eric all along when he said, if y'all going to tell me only vaccinated people are coming to my shows, then I'm out.
Yeah, he's been on that side since day one. He kind of goes against what most people in his industry are taking.
Yeah, and I'm sure I'll check that. But, it sounds like he's saying, there's a lot of damage going on with how we're handling this that may be worse than the virus itself. Ray and Bessemer. Ray, go ahead.
Hey, big time.
What's up, Ray?
I'm convinced your whole crew is going to live to about 150.
How do you figure that?
Well, y'all, I know we've all heard that if you laugh more, you live longer. And you guys, that's all you do. And you get paid to do it.
Yeah. Isn't it great?
Some days my jaws are hurting. I'm laughing so much.
It's going to help Speedy, too, with that 2-pack a day habit.
Absolutely. It'll overcome it.
Now, what I get to do for a living, the laughing and the fun that I get to have with this crew, I feel it extending my life.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's
yucking it up. You can't beat it.
Yeah. Let's go to
Helmsy hates it.
Rebecca in Gardendale. Rebecca, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
I have a great suggestion for a Supreme Court judge, and it would be Condoleezza Rice. She's black. She's still female. She's brilliant. She's a published author.
Yeah, well, that'll never happen
She's
because
extremely qualified.
Yeah, because she's probably as qualified as anybody they could ever find, but she made the mistake of being in the Bush administration and not being as far to the left as they would prefer. So that will affect her blackness in the eyes of the left.
Absolutely.
Top of the hour. We'll be right back. Hope you can stay with us. If not, have a good day.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right. Hey, you fired up so far?
I'm fired up.
That's the guy who runs the expo. It's got Moultrie's name on it, but that's the guy that makes it happen. A little stressed out. Hey, I'll tell you what, I like that hat you got on. Where'd you get it? I love it. You sold a shirt.
I know.
You
I
sold
sold
a shirt.
a lot of them.
I mean, I sold a lot of them.
You're getting commission off that, ain't you?
What do you think?
You can't even have commission. Yes! What's this?
Look at that.
What is it?
I want you to look at what somebody gave me.
You ain't gonna do this to me.
Come on, man.
You think I was just born? Hey, I might have been born in the morning, but it wasn't yesterday morning.
Can I do it? Yeah, you just gotta. You slide that up. Yes, sir. When it's red, it's activated. Okay, red means go. Whoa!
Why you always film me eating?
That sounds like an owl.
It's 100% owl.
Rick and Bubba I'm so tired I can't even talk. It's Rick and Bubba Outdoor Expo.
Hey man, you think I should fly the drone in here? Probably not. It's probably a bad idea. It's probably we won't do it.
I didn't see you were shot at. You all right? Yeah.
Whoa, who's number one? Okay, you're 21, and they have to be overhand?
Can I have some soup, please?
No soup for you.
What's up, guys? How's it going? What time? Do you know what time you're doing the giveaway or the drawing? The drawing, right. Excellent. Have you guys tried the soup, by the way?
Adler came over and goes, "Hey, what time's the giveaway?" Went, you mean the registration? The drawing?
The drawing.
The drawing?
Hey, Wyatt, I got one more thing. Pick it up and read it.
Hey, Wyatt, this is your chair.
That's right. This chair is going home with you today, bud.
Really?
Yep, that's your chair.
I wasn't expecting that.
Wyatt applied for an application probably about a year and a half ago, something like that. We're just honored to be able to present the chair to you. So Rick and Bubba signed this hat.
How about them wheels, brother?
Yeah, that thing's awesome.
Scott Dawson, 2018.
Scott Will.
Is he going to put us on the Alabama Conservation Board? We don't know, and that's not important. We just want him to win.
Yeah, no promises.
We don't want anything. He didn't take bribes.
No promises.
He didn't take bribes.
All right, guys, you ready to give away the bow?
All right, open it up.
All right, this is Matthew's bow,
I'm not looking.
and Bubba's reaching in there, and he'll be held accountable for all of you who don't win it.
And the winner is Brenner Clark.
Brenner
Clark.
Brenner
here.
Brenner Clark. Brenner.
No, you don't have to be present to win. We'll be getting in touch with him, and congratulations to Brenner.
Yeah, so
Wherever he is.
wherever he is,
Brennan Clark.
Brennan Clark.
Hey, is there a Brenner anywhere? Brenner!
I bet I've gained 10 pounds the last few months. Can't have it. That's shocking because you eat so good.
Tuesday, here we go.
In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Did you see the cab driver that the Hawk flew in? His cab, he had the window open and he wouldn't leave. He couldn't find anywhere to land, so he got there with him. And he tried to get rid of it. Nobody would take it, so he carried it home. So he's on YouTube showing the bird eating whatever, and he's panning around the room. Guess what? He's got the Confederate flag hanging in the corner. He went from hero for saving that to everybody's out to get him.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
All right, 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number, and we thank you for being with us for another hour. And, it looks like that Bubba is on the mend, and he will be back with us tomorrow, so that's good. So look forward to that, and then he'll get another couple days over the weekend to kind of really solidify, get back on his feet. Then come back Monday, we'll be knocking it out, until somebody else on the show catches it. But at least he'll be back in time for me to be gone. But anyway, so, no, and I actually will be gone, I think, barring some sort of turn. That I will be gone on Tuesday of next week because it looks like You try. Sherry has this ongoing shoulder problem, and we have tried to do it through physical therapy for her to be able to get her shoulder back, and it just keeps going backward and backward. And the problem that she has is a little hard for me to understand. I know that orthopedic people understand it completely, but and it has to do with a calcium deposit in the rotator cuff, and she's got a bicep that's been torn that's up on the top part, which is good, not down there where I had mine that time. So it looks like for her to be – we have Big Love is scheduled to graduate from Mississippi State, and we've got a big trip with his brother and Sherry and me, and while we're going to be going on spring break. And for Sherry to be in a position that she can actually, not be miserable on the recovery 6 weeks from now, we're going to looks like we're going to do surgery Tuesday. You try, and you try to avoid surgery if you can. But it's just, she's like, and then you do that thing. She goes, well, if I just had surgery back when I first had been diagnosed, and now I'd be past
rehabbed and everything.
Yeah, but what we were thinking about, you don't want to drag that into Christmas.
No, I forgot. Yeah.
See, she would have been rehabbing during Christmas, yeah.
There's never a good time for surgery.
There really
Never.
isn't.
You'd had to go to Christmas sling,
right? And so anyway, so coming up on Tuesday. The way they said it's about 6 hours, not the surgery, but
a whole process.
Yeah, the surgery's I think about an hour, but they said the getting there, prepping before she can leave, you're going to be tied up in 6 hours.
Yeah.
So anyway, so I probably won't be here Tuesday, so I can take care of her and get her home and get her settled in and all that. So that's but we'll let you know. That's the way it's looking right now. So don't think when that happens on Tuesday, well, now Rick's got it. Down goes Burge.
They're making up something about it.
So I probably won't get it till later in the week. But anyway, no, I'm just kidding. So also we're going to make an adjustment. It's beyond our control. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, I told you we had an interview that was coming up that is extremely powerful, and there's no doubt it will be. But because of what this person that we're not going to be able to name or show you their face, because of what they do, unfortunately, something can pop up at any time that they need to attend to, and that has happened. So our Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, will change. But we've been thinking about this, and some of you guys have been asking for this, so we've moved that interview to next week, and that'll be good because Bubba will be back and he can be part of that interview with me because I think he'd be really, really fascinated with this guy too and have some great questions for him. But people have been calling over the years, wanting Greg and I to do a behind the music of the world's greatest garage band, Mr. Lucky, and so we were thinking we would jump in because starting to add because there's just no way. With this show, if you're going to do a podcast, 46 weeks of the year, trying to have, and I think it ends up being, trying to have 40-something guests every year, are there really that many people that you really even want? I mean,
when
it's
you run the numbers,
right. And so what we're going to do on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, for those of you that have been asking for this, Greg and I will go back and we will go behind the music. And we'll go all the way back to our history with the various rock bands, and we will work our way to how Mr. Lucky was born.
Okay.
And so we'll walk through all that and tell you some pretty hilarious stories about how Fat Fest came together, that first Fat Fest when things, if you remember backstage, went south for a while when Kevin Derryberry came back. And said, hey, I got to talk to you about something. Yeah. And the Three on a String saved the day. We'll
as they always did.
Yeah, as they always did. So we'll go behind the music on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, this week, and then next week hopefully we'll pick up that interview again. So that kind of gives you an update on that. So as we start this hour, and be sure and catch that, we've got a number of things that we've been trying to catch up on. But I know that and this is nothing I'm looking that we have to save for Bubba. Did you see yesterday that he sent us that like there was some sort of I could tell he was coming back alive because as long as he's not here, we won't really do any tech updates or science. And you could see yesterday that he was starting to throw out
he found
some biscuits that if he was here, we'd clearly be talking about.
Yeah.
And there was one that they've seen something. You know, I mean, you and I can't talk
We're
about
getting
it.
a
Helmsy
sound
and
from space,
Yeah.
and then a bright light that's 400 million light year. I don't know how far away.
He's also thanking us for the urine comment, but I see that here. But anyway, the mysterious object 4,000 light years away, unlike anything seen before. Mysterious object.
Of course, we don't know that it looks like that. Some artists drew that, and
What? That's not even the picture?
I think I read that right.
Right.
That's not
That's
a
what they
picture.
assume it
It looks like that. I might have made that up, but I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
I did. You know how our minds work. He sends this last night at 7:15.
Oh, yeah.
As I'm trying to find something to watch on television.
Yep.
And I realize as I'm going through my movie choices and I'm
Right.
looking at this, I see Gravity with Sandra Bullock and realize I've never seen that movie.
Oh, you
and I
haven't?
started watching it because
slow.
of that.
A little slow.
It is slow. That's why I stopped watching
It's
it.
okay.
Oh,
And
it's slow.
That's why I moved on to
Ooh, it
SEAL
was
Team.
good.
Yeah.
I thought it was good.
You thought it was good?
Yeah.
Good and slow.
That's a good like girl power movie. I'm gonna watch that with Ruby when she's age appropriate.
Okay. Well, why don't you do that?
I will.
Yeah. She's nowhere near that yet, so you've got time.
I got a couple. I got about a decade.
You got a while. Well, maybe before that, but at least you don't have to rush out and watch it.
No.
Yeah. So
Didn't realize Clooney was in it.
Yeah. Sort of.
Kinda. Is he or is he not? Is he dead or alive?
Greg.
Well,
there you go again.
Wow, Greg.
That wasn't
Spoilers
me.
much?
That wasn't
guys,
me.
guys, that movie has been out so long.
2013.
If you don't know it now, that's
Yeah.
my point.
Right. 8 years ago.
It's way beyond
9 years
trying
ago.
to
Whatever.
keep ruining it for people.
Greg, is in your world, and this is something of all the movies we've all watched, and we all love an ending that we don't see coming.
Yeah.
Okay. Until
love
somebody
that.
tells you,
Very
and
rare
then
that
you see it
happens.
coming. Meaning you had a conversation with me by the coffee pot. But what movie in your mind you're thinking about had the ending that you didn't see coming?
Sixth Sense.
That was the one.
Yeah,
I think
and there's another one.
I think I have to agree with you a little bit.
That
on
one got me.
Yeah.
There's and then there's other ones too.
What about Book of Eli?
Yeah, well, I didn't know he was blind.
Greg.
No, I didn't even know it after I watched
If they
it.
don't know that by now.
Listen to me, Rick, and I've rewatched it since. He's not blind.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
I had the movie. I never realized it. I missed it the first time. I guess the Braille.
Right.
And then me and Taylor were talking about the show. He goes, "Yeah, man, what about him being blind?" I said, well, "Who?"
You never picked up on that
No,
even
I
after
never- not
watching
the first
it?
time I watched it.
What are you
Now,
talking about?
Greg,
I didn't.
Wasn't paying attention.
You
I
weren't
didn't pick
paying
it up.
attention.
I was like,
Wait a minute.
Who was blind?
That was the whole movie.
I know, but I didn't get it. I missed
Well,
it.
you just moved on like, well, that was a pretty good Denzel movie.
Yeah, I thought.
Well, that guy can fight good.
Yeah. Some gun.
Survivor.
Get after it.
What about Primal Fear?
That one too.
What
That
about
one
Primal
too.
Fear?
That's a good one.
Huh?
That is a good one.
What happens in that
That
one?
one caught me too.
What happens in that
Easy.
The guy with the split personality.
one? Okay.
Do you remember that?
So it's kind of like Fight Club.
It's Edward Norton. I think it's the first movie he was in.
Yeah.
Edward Norton's in that too.
He's in
Yeah.
Primal Fear.
He's in that and Fight Club. I
Right.
guess
Yeah.
he's got a.
I never saw
personality thing.
Fight Club.
It's not a. It's not a movie for anybody, much less families. But there is a big twist at the end.
Primal Fear's got a good twist.
Well, isn't Meatloaf in that too? Now we're doing all kinds of callbacks.
Meatloaf is in Fight Club, by the way.
Yeah.
He's got.
Seemed like there was one I
He's
watched
got
not too
some
long ago
problems.
that got me.
He's
and I
got some
can't
medical
remember.
problems.
All right.
Two big medical problems.
All right.
I got
Okay. Don't want you to take that movie and just go on your own way.
Hey, it's a weird movie.
You won't,
Normally,
you won't
I've-
show that one to Ruby.
Now, Rick, a lot of times I figure out the ending before I get there.
Did you figure out Primal Fear?
Did not.
Did you figure out Sixth Sense?
No. That may be the one that caught me off guard.
And of
more
course,
than
we
anything.
now know you didn't figure out the Book of Eli
No,
because you
I
didn't
didn't
even
realize
know
he was blind.
Even when they gave you the unexpected
When the
ending, you
movie
just-
was over, I had no idea that he was supposed to be blind.
What about the horrifying Seven?
Oh, Rick,
That's
don't
a
even
rough
bring it
one.
up. That's a bad one.
Oh.
Ugh.
Hey, I've got one.
What's that?
I was talking to Adler just the other day. He
Oh,
said,
you
"What
can't-
about
you
Clueless?"
can't hear the bed music,
He
can
said,
you?
"What about Clueless?"
I never said that.
I've never seen it.
Are you living with a growing prostate? Do you pee more often than you used to? Do you
Straightforward.
wake up to
That's so straightforward, and
Is there a thought that you're
that commercial right there. Now the coach is trying to get another job. Guys, they got Bill. They had Bill Cosby numbers. I didn't realize it was Bill Cosby numbers.
You're right.
I mean, 50, 52. I mean, oh my gosh. Could some of these people be exaggerated? Sure. But if we just took any percentage.
All right. The middle part of an egg
The yolk?
Hey, Helms.
Yes, sir.
The middle part of the egg.
Yolk.
Somebody was saying yolk the other day.
Folks. No, I don't say that.
Folks?
I say folks. How's your folks? They doing good?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Like folk music.
Folk music, yeah.
Yeah.
Polka.
Polka.
Because I feel like they say like the polka is like the dance.
like the polka dance.
Like the polka. I feel like that's an L.
I know, the polka.
But polka is polka dot.
Polka dot. Polka dot.
That sounds weird.
Polka dot.
I don't know.
All right, I'm gonna start saying egg yolk and polka dot.
I'll tell you that Matthew Stafford, he just keeps on making the jag, doesn't he? By being an average quarterback.
And he ain't got to worry about getting hurt in the playoffs. You know, as long as he's in decent.
And let me be clear.
Yes.
As far as me, I do think it's wrong to do this because I think there's going to be now conversations not only are at some point I guess not going to take place. Now we're going to get into conversation, not even have everything right. I mean the good and the bad, including the bad. You know, just like when Southerners somehow try to make this into something also it's not in an overly positive situation. But what I would say is this. Now, let me be real clear. As far as the things Rick Burgess has to worry about, I couldn't give a rip what y'all do about all this.
I don't either.
Yeah.
Doesn't change nothing, doesn't affect nothing.
And
waste of effort.
And as I said yesterday, for most of the real problems that face this country, this one is it don't even make the top 100. It don't even make the top 100. And it's getting a lot of energy right now we need to be putting towards something else. Yep. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I think I sent you his link
Who's the guy?
Dick Morris. He's got a new book out, best-selling author, actually. All right, I'm going to call him real quick. May I speak with Dick?
He's ultimately responsible.
Hey, it's Speedy with Rick and Bubba. How are you doing? We are going to be going on in about 4 minutes. You want me to call you back? Okay. I hate when I call somebody and they make me call them back because as a producer, will you get them back? I mean,
so much rather just keep them on hold.
Yeah, because you know you've got them, and so now you're sitting here and you're hoping, are they going to answer? How many times do you think I've said, yeah, I'll call you back, and then they don't answer?
Dick Morris, welcome back to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Well, thank you, guys. You remember when I was first on your show right after I left the Clinton administration? I said, I'm Rick, and I used to work for Bubba.
Yeah, you had it all together, didn't you? In this book, you're taking on what a lot of people think is there is an all-out attack on this administration.
The minute Trump was elected, the CIA and the FBI decided to bring him down. They tried to beat him in the election, and then they decided it was time that they had to get rid of him. And this is literally a coup by what many people call the deep state, the permanent bureaucracy that sits in Washington in the intelligence and defense communities and really believes that its mission is to be the government and impose its will on elected officials. But by the way, can I just mention that I love Roy Moore, but I think Strange would really be very much of a rhino, whereas I think that Moore would be a real Republican.
Huh. Dick Morris had a little bit to say about Bubba's point.
I didn't see that coming. I wanted to open up the floor and just fall in it. Just get out of the room. By the way, and I got another spot coming up on my head I've seen. About a week.
Speedy's got one of those growths starting to come back on his head.
Oh, no.
Have you noticed? Have you seen it? Take a look. It's up top.
Oh, I see it.
See
I
it?
see it now, yeah.
I probably wouldn't have noticed it, but he brought my attention to it, and that's all I can see. I guess we're going to have to name it. Hey, we're going to have to name that thing on his head. Do you have a name? Start thinking of a name.
What about Dick Morris?
That's a good one.
21 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. We got some more to cover on the program before we're done today. So Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, is having to change topic on the fly and because of something beyond our controls, but But good news is we can have that interview next week when Bubba's back. And Bubba should come back tomorrow. So Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend, Behind the Music. Some of you have been requesting, we're going to do it. All right, so a couple of things going on. Have you seen this? And Adler's got it. They're calling this a homeless, prolific shoplifter, and you're going to see this, has been charged with trying to steal a 70-inch TV from a Seattle Target. Now, keep in mind, a lot of cities are just letting people come in and get what they want anyway.
Yeah, we saw that video yesterday of the security guards and just watching them.
I mean,
didn't ever move, never question them, nothing.
Yeah, right. It was.
I would want to go. Now, you're obviously being paid to be here, but you going to do anything?
Here he is trying to get on the elevator with the TV.
Yeah, so
I'm just going to grab a bit, not just a TV. I mean, a 70.
Oh, a 70-inch. Yeah. Says that it was the 22nd time he stole from the store in the past 3 months.
He's obviously, boy, they must really be leaning on him hard.
I'm going to say this
done it
again. He's robbed this Target 22 times. Okay, 22 times. You would think since, and they're saying that a Seattle judge has released him again.
The same Target. He's robbed 22 times.
He's having a hard time with it. I mean, it's 70 inches. Is this a security guard standing there?
Yes.
I think I'm getting him here.
Are they finally going to charge him here? Yeah, they're arresting him now. Right. And he had a really hard time.
Is he trying to make a run for it? What's he doing?
Yeah, I don't know. It's almost like he expects to get to keep the TV. He probably does.
He's like, "What's the problem, gang? I've done this 21 times."
Yeah, what are y'all talking about, man? I come in here and get stuff all the time.
Look at this.
And I thought that you guys just let me have it now. And I mean, he literally is trying to take it, saying that y'all just let me have it. I mean, why are you stopping me now? And that is the attitude that it will breed if you don't prosecute people and you tell them they can come and steal.
They're not even running or trying to hide what they're doing. They just pick stuff up and turn around and walk out with it.
Please don't forget whatever your politics are. This is the world the left prefers us all to live in.
This is it.
I really wouldn't miss that when you're maybe growing up and trying to establish your worldview and somebody's told you you're mean if you're not a Democrat. Just pay attention and see if this is the world you want to live in. See what kind of the world they want to give you. See if that's the one you would prefer.
So he's like, why does he care? Because, they may arrest me, but they've done that 22 times. They've done nothing. They just let me go.
And
so what's the difference?
And he's been released again, from what we've gathered, or it's probably going to be. So there you go. Guess what? He'll come back again.
Yeah.
Right?
Maybe a little smaller TV that time. If TV hadn't been so big, I think he could have got out.
Should have gone with the 65.
Yep, he could have got out the door with that.
Well, that's a good call. All right. By the way, Camp House, do you think that TV's too small?
Yeah.
Really? Well, I keep getting that from.
The first thing I noticed when I walked in,
watching
this was
laptop.
When you first got it.
Yeah.
And you were having some issues. You didn't know what you were going to do as far as cable streaming, all that. First thing I noticed when I walked in it. I thought that is way too small for this area.
Rick, you need to go up 2 sizes.
2?
Hey, you're Bravo 1. Okay,
all right.
You say some rinky-dink deal.
Well, it's just Camp House.
Were you caught off guard by our reaction to that?
I just think it's adequate for that room.
I'm actually glad you brought it up so we could get it off our chest.
Yeah.
That's bothered me forever.
Watching a ball game on that's like watching an electric football
Might as well have your iPhone.
By the way, wow, big exaggeration.
What size is it? What size is it?
42 maybe?
No, it ain't that big.
Well, it's not.
If it's
it's 20 something.
I would say 27 to 36.
Bigger than
27 to 36 for sure.
Okay.
Whatever the littlest one they make now.
No. I didn't get the smallest one.
Well,
I did try to get one that was easy to carry out of the store.
Now, maybe that was it, but you could at least win. One size.
It's Camp House. We watch
2
TV
size.
down there, maybe 4 times a year?
Yeah, but when we watch outdoor hunting shows, wouldn't you like to be able to see the deer?
Rick, you brought it up.
We've
never brought this up.
Well,
You're the one that brought it to the table.
Let's just start setting this laptop up. We can watch it.
Yeah, I'll just watch my iPhone from now on.
All right, Sioux Falls Police. I finally upgrade to what I think is a newer TV that looks better, and now y'all complain about what size it is.
That needs to be in one of the bedrooms.
You need at least one that size right there.
All right. So a Sioux Falls police officer is going to finish a DoorDash delivery. Now, see, I love this person because they had to arrest the driver, and they didn't want the people to not get their food in the way. And you're going to see on the doorbell camera footage, the law comes up to deliver the food because they had to arrest the driver.
That's funny.
And you got to love them for that. Look. Look, he's got their DoorDash.
Good thing it wasn't donuts.
Not who you're expecting, but your driver got arrested for
Oh, that's funny.
So I figured I'd complete the DoorDash for
Tip him.
My goodness.
Yeah.
Wow.
Just think the DUI driver probably got a good tip.
Right. By the way, it looks like she got. Was that Arby's?
That is funny.
Looked like Arby's to me.
Yeah. I didn't know Arby's. Well, I guess some of them, they deliver all that, don't they?
Yeah.
I told you that time that I told Big Love he was coming a little hot with DoorDash when he ordered a blizzard from the bottom of the hill.
Yeah, the time you pay the fees and all, you might.
Great, from the bottom of the hill.
That's quite a blizzard.
You know where that McDonald's is.
Oh, yeah.
How close that is to
You
our
could nearly
house.
walk to it.
You could nearly walk to it. And all of a sudden, and of course, this was in that first wave of
So
COVID.
he ended up with a $12.
Yeah. I don't know if you had that, but that was during that first wave of COVID, and he tried to always use that.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you
Trying to
know,
be safe,
well,
right?
you know, we got to eat at home now. Can't go out.
Try to be safe.
That's a blizzard, buddy. I don't think you want to spend the money that you just spent on a blizzard
Yeah.
to come to the door when you could literally walk to it. You know, I mean, it wasn't that. It wasn't. I mean, it wouldn't be a fun walk,
No.
but it's not that far away.
It'd be a short drive. I mean, just jump in your car.
I don't even know it's timeable.
I know.
I mean, the drive is. It's inside of 5 minutes.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
easy.
Yeah, yeah. So, but anyways, I went to the door and I saw him go over. So I walked back with a blizzard. I said, "What are you doing?" I just had a blizzard delivered to the door. Did you just have a blizzard delivered to the door by DoorDash? My goodness, at least let that be what your dessert was on the meal.
Time it got
Yeah,
there.
yeah. Well, I mean, I didn't want to go out. You know, pandemic. So anyway, yeah. All right, well, that's. I mean, you got to love the police for doing that.
Oh, yeah.
Because I mean, I'm not saying that I wouldn't care about the person that got arrested or whatever, but you know, if they said, "Hey, we had to arrest your driver," wouldn't all of us follow up and go, "Is the food still in there?"
Yeah,
I mean,
where's my
did y'all arrest him before he picked up my stuff?
I
Or
paid for it.
Yeah. Was he
Is
en
the
route?
police eating it?
Right. Do y'all have it?
Yeah.
So they were
I got it.
proactive and they brought it to the door.
It went above and beyond the call of duty. I got
Craig,
hung up there.
you don't have to backtrack. You don't have to backtrack. Now we heard you say the donut line.
Oh, did you hear
right?
it?
We
Nobody-
heard you
I
say
didn't
the
think about
donut
it.
line. Okay, buddy.
Did he throw that out?
Yeah,
that
he
got
did.
by
I
me.
said good thing.
Guys, I thought we had said, and you know, Bubba's been, Bubba made a commitment. He was done with donut jokes on the
That's
police.
a good point.
Craig, I can't. You couldn't remember you said it.
Yeah.
Craig, Blue Lives Matter, Craig. Okay, buddy.
There was a friend of mine that's in law enforcement and said they actually got a call to a donut shop and they were like, "Oh, who's gonna go on this?" So everybody's gonna say something.
Yeah. Oh, if you're a policeman, there's trouble at the donut shop. You're like, I ain't going down there. All right, bottom of the hour. We'll be back. 866 We Be Big. Your phone calls when we come back. Whatever you want to talk about, whatever's on your mind, comments, questions, bringing information to the table. You guys have been doing a great job on the last few phone segments in the last couple of days. Very proud of you. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Gary, I was wanting to ask you about when you were talking to the man who was blind. That you were a little. I wish,
That kind of embarrassed me a little bit. You know, he walked up there. You know, they was giving away. I thought he'd got him one of them fishing poles. I said, "What kind of stick is that you got?" He said, "I'm blind." But he did tell me he burnt the end of it watching the Eclipse last week.
I don't know it, Gary. Gary, you can't say that.
At first they were like, and I know we don't know the real story.
I was going to say, we used to get a lot of information, but I don't think we're getting any more because of Trump. And in his latest statement, press release that they put out, all options are on the table. Are we going to look up this afternoon or this evening and we fired upon North Korea?
Well, I think we're trying to get people in there that can take care of it. I'm going to make a prediction. I think you're going to see a major earthquake in Korea. Major. And then we'll be there to rush in with help.
Hey, let's reenact that. You be the cameraman.
There's a fat photographer has no idea what's about to happen.
Yeah, I know.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
Oh my gosh, I didn't know that
Boy,
was in
I'm
there.
telling you, I didn't realize it was
Do we have any oranges or anything?
Yeah, we got peaches.
Nobody's gonna allow you to go.
We got peaches,
I'm
Adam.
gonna let anybody throw something in my mouth. Greg, act like this is it. Just kind of look through it.
I'm not doing this. All right, Greg.
I know you.
All right, so read it out.
Standing right here. All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
I can't do
You know what? I don't know how Trump will do it, but if there's some way he could get Kim Jong-un to pose with a Confederate flag, we might get him out.
Chris Adler.
Good morning, sir.
Lord, we just love you.
We have a political agenda.
The thing the other day on that AL.com saying that Trump was backing off on Luther. If you read that article, it didn't even say that. No. But they put that headline up there.
Click through.
Yeah, so you'll see it. I read the article. It didn't even say it in the article.
What is really funny, the true political position of AL.com, do you think they want Roy?
No.
See, it's just whoever we can spear at any moment.
Helms, finish this phrase. You're a real adult when
you stop asking your parents for money.
You're a real adult when
you go to a home improvement store and walk around with your family and it's fun. You're over here getting an extension cord and a piece of wood and you're like, hey, this is awesome.
You got your nickname?
Woo! Finally.
Hey, finish this phrase. You're a real adult when
You move out of the house.
You're a real adult when you go to your kitchen sink and you turn on the water and it occurs to you you were paying for that water. Wow, even water costs. You're a real adult when
you quit riding a skateboard and playing with a drone at work.
You're a real adult when you can go through a drive-through, and if you want to get a milkshake and an ice cream cone, you can. You don't have to pick. You are a real adult when, to me, when you make your first house payment. But that was in my world. And
what about when?
Brittany Wagner joins us. A lot of you knew this name by watching Last Chance U 2 seasons on Netflix. "35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show." Come on, come on, come on. Fellers. Yeah, don't look, don't let an opportunity pass you by here. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. I mean, maybe, Valentine's is coming up. And, hey, she's been saying, I'm so tired of this mattress. We need a new bed. And you go to HelixSleep.com/Bubba, and you go in there and you be sure you fill out the way she likes to sleep, the way you like to sleep, and you like the firm mattress, the soft mattress, the medium mattress, whatever she's been saying about the current mattress she doesn't like, correct it with HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Greg, you and Lisa sleep on one of these every night.
That's right. It's a great mattress. I sleep very well. And they say they're going to give you 100 nights to make your mind up, but you'll make your mind up right out of the gate.
You get in there and you do a little snuggling. Clock goes off, don't want to get up. Snuggle up. So anyway, go to
hit the snooze.
HelixSleep.com/Bubba. As Greg said, they'll give you 100 nights to enjoy it. You'll save $200 by using that URL. You can find that link also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Right. They'll ask a few questions, like I said, about how you sleep. They'll customize it, send it right to you.
Sleep on your back, sleep on your side.
Yep, coming to your door, and we're saving you $200, and you will love it. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. All right, so a couple of updates. Let's start, first of all, the one that's on the phones here. We did call for some phones. You remember when I was it wasn't this past Wednesday or yesterday. It was last Wednesday. So one of the guys in the Wednesday Bible study that actually comes, here in person, hands me a freezer bag with, or one of those big sandwich bags full of dry roasted peanuts, and it had Helmsley's name on the bag, and he said, "Hey, because of a medical issue I've got with a kidney stone or something, I can't have peanuts anymore, so be sure Helms gets these." Okay. So I thought, well, Helms must be looking forward to some dry roasted peanuts or something. So
Something like that.
I mean, I didn't ask any questions because I thought this is between him and Helms. I didn't see 5 other bags, unfortunately, because a lot of folks here like dry roasted peanuts. And Greg, you got in them, hadn't you?
Yeah, I ate the whole bag.
Greg, you're not supposed. Those were for Helmsy.
Well, we don't know why they were for Helmsy.
That's
the mystery.
And that's what I want to know. Ra, can you explain this?
All right, what's up, Dragon?
Hey, so tell me what you were doing.
Yeah. So let's first of all let's get some clarity on this whole mystery, the bag of roasted peanuts here, because Rick seems to be living out a little bit, just a little bit of information, and I think he needs to hear the truth, by God, So,
I'm regretting eating these peanuts.
Well, what I'm saying is, I probably wasn't paying attention. I guess like I should have. But go ahead.
Well, hey, that's all right. So I'm in Rick and Sherry's class at church, and I know all you guys. I heard y'all talking about this. I know all who you guys are by name and face, and so I've been out of it a week due to the kidney stone surgery.
You feeling better?
And, so I just happened to hear. Yes, feeling much better, thank you. Feeling much better.
Awesome.
And so leading up to that week, I had a conversation with Rick leading up to the Bible study that week, and Rick had mentioned to me, said, "Hey, you ought to come on by the Wednesday Bible study there we do on YouTube." And I said, "Well, I got to deliver for FedEx that day, but I'd try."
Yeah, remember that.
And Rick comes back, "Well, if you want to be anything like me, you best get that AO there." No,
I didn't say that.
My
I didn't say that.
All
right.
So, hey,
might have thought it.
Around, I'm running. Hey, Wednesday rolls around. I'm running a little bit later than I wanted to be, but I just knew I needed to get over there and do whatever it took to get the old Rick Warren's purpose-driven life. So,
oh my goodness.
And I remembered this bag of peanuts my dad had given me during the holidays from a friend of ours grows them on the farm. So I swing by, grab them, write Helmsy's name on the bag, and on my way there, and I'm a little late. So whole story, the long story. Short version is the reason for me addressing him to Helmsy's, because I hear him on the kickoff hour talking about his love for nuts about as much as Bubba has the hots for NASA's space rocket. So that's it.
That's it. So
that's it right there.
Okay. All right.
He does love him.
Yeah. I did. Okay, Rod, thank you.
Wow.
Yeah.
And now, Greg, you just absolutely took him over and tore him up.
I did.
Yeah. So Helms, he said on the kickoff hour, you talk about how much you like, I guess, the dry roasted peanuts, and that's why he brought them to you.
Not sure.
First of all, I'm starting to question who you're allowing to come to your Sunday school class.
Well, remember what it's for.
I know. That's exactly where I had to go next after I thought about that.
Right.
Yeah, I like nuts, and I don't talk about that a lot.
Yeah.
But I like a good almond, good salty peanut.
Yep.
Cashew.
Were you afraid to eat
I
them?
like a glazed pecan.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess of all the guys on the show, he said he thought you would appreciate them the most. I think that's kind of what we take away from this, right?
Yeah.
That's
and
exactly.
Of course, little did he know, Greg wanted them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like dry roasted.
I didn't get
Always
one
have.
single one of them.
Yep.
Not one, Greg.
Greg, how were they?
They were good.
They
were good.
Well,
I let them lay here for a while. Then I thought,
does anybody want any of these? Any of these? Any of these?
What you got? Almonds?
Almonds. Yeah, I got almonds.
I got you, buddy.
Almonds.
No, thank you, though.
Thank you, buddy.
You can have them if you want.
No, we're good. Thank you, Adam.
There's these right here.
We're good, Adam. Thank you, buddy. Well,
I appreciate the thought, Rick.
Thank you, buddy.
Even though it had a little ill intent to it, I appreciate it.
Well, I see. Now, I did not know that, and probably since I was doing a Bible study, if he was trying to make a joke about it, I probably on purpose blocked it.
Yeah,
I can see that.
Yeah, it was a little different.
Yeah,
I think y'all gave him a pass too when he said, "Long story short,
Nah.
you should have cut that off and said too late for that."
Yeah.
Well, and it's one of my favorite lines, and I always say, "Well, I'm afraid that ship was already sailed."
yes, it has.
Yeah, but we've missed that opportunity.
What did you start thinking about when he was telling the story? Because it was so long.
Yeah, it was longer than we wanted.
Did you think about what you were doing later today?
Well, no, what it was, I thought to myself, I'm now becoming extremely nervous about how the good ship Lollipop is going to land.
Okay,
but I see it was, and then he took a shot at me too, which is fine.
Yeah. There you
It's
go.
all right. Of course, I'll remember that.
Yeah.
I started thinking about motorcycles.
Did you?
Did you?
Okay, thank you for your honesty.
That's what I was doing.
Couple more updates, and then we'll get to more phone calls in the next segment. I just saw Red Shoes.
Oh, really?
Outside of the stall at a stand-up urinal.
Oh, no. He's moved up.
Yeah, and so here's what was interesting is as soon as I walk in, of course, I noticed the red shoes, and just when I thought, well, okay, maybe I'm too inquisitive about the life of Red Shoes, but then just when I was ready to say, yeah, I mean, I look and Red Shoes has got a phone up to his ear, standing at the stand-up, saying nothing. There's no conversation, which I was somewhat thankful for, but there was nothing, and like the phone stayed on his ear while he was standing there, and then turns around, never releasing the hand that has the phone, puts like one hand under the faucet to wash his hands, and then pulls with the other free hand a paper towel out to dry his hand, and goes out the door with the phone still up against his head with no conversation going on. No conversation? Well, if it was one-sided.
I've got an idea.
Okay,
I've got an idea. I don't know about you, but got some buddies that every now and then we'll be doing something. They're like, man, I got to get on a conference call, but I'm going to mute my end.
Okay.
But I got to be in the call.
Okay.
So maybe he's in a conference call just listening.
Yeah, that's possible.
And maybe that's why he stays in the stall so long, too. You think he's at a conference call in there?
He must.
I know why he wouldn't be at his desk.
But you know how like sometimes, and of course this time it was a stand-up, so it's not the same thing. But you know how sometimes, and I remember Mickey Dean, God rest his soul, was the first one that brought it to our attention. We'd all experienced it, but nobody had never vocalized it. When he said, do y'all have certain places or certain things that make you have to go to the bathroom? Oh, yeah.
And
he was talking about a bookstore. As a place.
The woods, quiet in the woods.
The woods. Yeah. For some reason, if I'm not by myself, I walk into the storage room and start looking at stuff in the storage room. Or when you was a kid and played hide and go seek. Oh, yeah. You'd be hid, I don't know. And so
carpool line was mine when the kids were real little. I had to sit in the carpool line.
So maybe
get stuck in that line.
So maybe that the conference calls prompt him to go.
That
but
could be
the big story is, it's almost like seeing the guy on Home Improvement who used to stand behind the fence, and you finally saw, and that's what you look like. I know I could identify Red Shoes now.
Yeah.
Not just by his shoes, but by the way he looks.
Yeah.
Because that's what you normally see.
I walked in, I said, I wonder if that's Red Shoes, and I looked down, I said, oh, it is. That's him.
So he didn't know he's a topic on the show then?
Probably not.
Yeah.
Might not. Maybe he didn't listen. Also, thought I was going to get beat up today after the lacrosse thing yesterday.
What?
Very uncomfortable moment for me today. Y'all did cause some issues with the lacrosse thing yesterday, and there was a little bit of trash talking and with the people of the building, and you wonder how that was received. So I get out of my truck today to come to work, and as soon as I pull up, I see there's a person waiting on me in the truck. And I thought, well, here they've done it. They've stirred somebody up here at the building, and now I'm going to have a conversation out here in the parking lot. And so as soon as I open my door, he opens his. As soon as I step on the ground, a little bit of a stumble because of the lift kit, he steps on the ground. As soon as I start walking to the door, he is cutting me off at the door. And I thought, well, here it is. And here we go. and I look at him. Finally, I look at him. He goes, hey, man, they still ain't got me a card to this door, and I got to get in here in my office. And I was he needed you to get in. And he just needed me to help him get in.
Rick, what if there's somebody trying to break in? That was their excuse.
Well, I mean, as soon as he turned right and went up the steps, I quit worrying about it. You know what I mean? It was like he's made the decision he's not going in here with me. So,
yeah,
I wish
Ricky's someone else's.
I wish whoever's up those steps the best. You know it.
You're just glad he didn't want to fight.
I'm just glad he didn't hit me with a lacrosse stick. We'll come back. Final phone calls of the hour. We'll wrap it up. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And, of course, you met Brittany in this show. She was part of the administrative staff responsible for monitoring the academic well-being of the school's 200 student-athletes, all who had come from some really hard situations, and the only way they were going to have a chance to continue to pursue that dream was to stay academically eligible. And wow.
That's full-time job.
Are you okay? I guess the question everybody wants to know right out of the gate, for any of you that were involved in this, and we do realize that when people say reality television, you got to put quotes around it. When you watched it, do you feel like these 2 seasons were a fair portrayal of this university and what goes on there?
I do. And I think some of it, that's probably a bad thing, but some of it is a very good thing. But I do. And I think that it was true to what happens there every day, because the cameras came in every day and just sat. I mean, there was a crew in my office at 7:30 in the morning, and they sat there. And if there was nobody in my office and I was just doing work, then they just sat there and filmed me doing nothing. But if, in the minute a player would come in, cameras were rolling. And they did that from August to December. There was no script. There was no induced plot lines. I was never told to do anything that I normally wouldn't do or say something that I normally wouldn't say. I mean, it was true to.
Did you ever do or say anything and you go, guys, cut? Don't put that in.
There were a couple times where, you do, and you have no control over it, but you say it, and then 2 seconds after you say it, you're like, that probably wasn't a good idea. Initially, I didn't agree to do the show. I said no because of that, because I didn't want to be on a reality TV show. I didn't want to be edited to look like everyone else that's ever been on a reality TV show looks. I didn't want my life destroyed. And so I said no. And it wasn't until I met the producers and watched some other things that he had done and started to really realize what kind of people they were and that wasn't their intent, that I agreed to do it.
So your opinion is they were fair?
Very fair.
Okay. Good, bad, and ugly.
Good, bad, and ugly. They were fair.
Did you have any idea it would be as big a hit as it was?
I had no clue. And I had no clue because I didn't even have Netflix. So, I didn't even know.
Right.
I mean, I'm filming a show for Netflix, and they're like, what's your favorite Netflix show? And I don't know. I have Netflix. I guess I should get it.
How long were you at this junior college at each?
I was there for 8 years total. I was there with Coach Stevens. The whole time.
Did you feel at the end of it, if you're watching the last episode, I got a sense that you were just exhausted with it and needed to change?
I was frustrated. I was exhausted, and I felt like I had done all I could do under those circumstances. Right. I felt like unless there were some bigger changes, I had done all I could do. And when you're in that situation where you feel like you've done all you can do and nothing else is changing and you're just stuck, it's time to go. I mean, it's just time to go.
I guess, and my son played, and of course my dad coached, so I'm aware of the status of some of these young men. I know what it looks like. And I remember my son saying, Dad, on my team, 80% of these players I'm playing with, either they don't have a father or there's no father involved. Either they don't know who he is or he's not somebody they'd want to know. Mm-hmm. And he says just watching the effect of the lack of strong male leadership on these young men is mind-blowing. And so when you're in that situation, there's a lot of responsibility because sometimes this is the only investment outside a lot of times of mom that any male figures are having in these young men's life. And there's a lot of responsibility with that.
Mm-hmm. There were some of our players who the first night they spent in Scuba, Mississippi was the first time that they had slept in a bed. The first time that they knew that the next morning they had a meal. The first time they had eaten 3 meals a day. I mean, there were a lot of first times. You know, the first kid not only in their family but in their whole community that had gone to college. And you know, when you sit back and think of we can sit in our houses and drive our nice car. I mean, when I went to college, I had a U-Haul with like matching, everything. Right. Like, and I can sit from where I come from and say, well, you should do this, you should do this, you should do this, you should act like this, you should. But it's easy for me to say with all the tools and resources of the parents that I had and the experiences that I had. But when you look at a kid like that who shows up at a college and he's not going home for 2 years, he just drove 24 hours on a Greyhound bus and he gets off the bus with a backpack. And that's it. Like, that's all he owns. You know, and he says, look, I'm just happy to be here because I get to sleep in a bed tonight and I get a breakfast in the morning and I've never had that.
Right.
You know, when you see that and you look in their eyes and you really know their experiences, I mean, that's a totally different ballgame.
For the Rick and Bubba Show, everybody go. Let's say. as we make our way back, phone calls are coming in now at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we certainly can chat with you if time does not get us. So let's get started. Let's go with Greg. Greg out of Columbus, Mississippi, and he is listening to us on Laser 96.1. Let's go to, hey, Greg, what's going on, buddy?
Hey. Yeah, Bubba will definitely be back tomorrow because Auburn's basketball game Saturday is a non-conference game, so it doesn't really matter. So he can come on in tomorrow.
Yeah, we look for him. There's no Bruce Pearl, conflict of any kind, and it's. Do you think people that sat by him at the ball game Saturday are starting to say,
Yeah.
I heard Bubba's out with COVID?
Yeah, I actually know one of them. Do I check with him? Hey, buddy, how you feeling?
Do you check in and kind of see what's going on?
You just let me know, do I?
Yeah, well,
do I?
You leave well enough alone.
I'll go right now.
Let's go to Steve in Eufaula, Alabama. Steve, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, how you doing, fellas? Good to hear from y'all this morning.
Thank you.
I just wanted to share a quick testimony, if I could.
Okay.
I was saved in 1972, and served the Lord, fortunately by His grace, for these years. But in May of 2017, I was diagnosed with stage 4 lung cancer. Never smoked a cigarette in my life, but I got it. And 1 year ago, they put me on chemo for a year, and then they put me on the immunotherapy for the last 4 years. Didn't have any of the normal side effects, thank the Lord. They told me I'd lose weight. Didn't work. And still fat. And lose my hair, and still have it and all that junk. But the Lord just took care of us. But they've had me on immunotherapy. I got COVID in 2020. Had a blood clot pneumonia in the hospital overnight. And this past December had the Omicron. And just wanted to share, you don't have to be afraid. You're going to die one day, and you better be ready.
Yep.
We have an appointment, and nobody's going to change it. COVID didn't change it.
Right.
The government doesn't change it. And I'm not going to die a minute before God calls me home, and none of us are. And we're not going to miss that appointment. And, God has not given us the spirit of fear, but He's given us a power and love and a sound mind. And thank the Lord for that sound mind. And I just thank for you guys echoing that on your program and sharing that. I just wanted to share a quick testimony about folks that may be dealing with health issues or dealing with whatever, or just getting old and wondering what's going to happen to you. You don't have to be afraid. You can be ready to trust the Lord Jesus, and He can give you peace every day of your life you have, and use it for Him.
Amen. Well said, Steve. I got nothing to add to that, man. I mean, what you said is 100% correct, and that's why we're not called to a spirit of fear if you have been redeemed. Now, if you haven't been redeemed, there's probably a lot of reasons to have fear. But you're right. The thing that got me the most on that too, Stephen, and of course going through what you're going through and have gone through so graciously and have honored Christ so well, is you can't just say, well, I shouldn't be afraid and I shouldn't be anxious. No, it's actually called sin. That is a sinful attitude for those who have been redeemed. And so thank you for, it's easy for someone to say, well, yeah, I'm not fearful. But, boy, when you can say it when you've had lung cancer and they gave you a death sentence, 4 or 5 years ago, and you've had COVID twice, even in a compromised situation, and you've gotten through it, it's one thing to say it, but you're definitely living it. So thank you for that example. Jack and Coleman. Jack, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Morning, Biggins.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, it's not quite as moving as that, but I had a friend that was in the hospital. He said, hey, man, when I get out of here, I want you to help me train. I said, well, what can I help you do, man? You're in a wheelchair. He said, I want you to help me train box. Like, what do you mean box? He's like, I want you to sit down and we're going to box in wheelchairs. Like, you're serious? He's like, yeah, there's a thing. I want to do this wheelchair boxing thing. So I had to go look it up on YouTube. It's a real thing.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how you would get close enough to each other to land a punch.
Well,
I guess you can lean forward. Yeah.
If you're familiar with Kimbo Slice and the backyard bare knuckle boxing, they hold the wheelchairs one man stands behind each wheelchair and they strap their legs in and tie the chairs together. And it's just bob and weave and swing. And these are all wheelchair-bound people that do this.
What in the world? Can you run that by me, how we set it up again?
We're tying each other together.
Yeah, because I could see how you could get the chairs next to each other, and I can hit you with the right, or left, whatever side I'm on. But so I push one chair up to alongside it. I mean, what are you talking about?
No, you're face to face like normal boxing. Bubba would stand behind your wheelchair.
Have you got me in the wheelchair?
I think he does have you in the wheelchair.
All right, so where am I?
You're in the wheelchair.
Sorry, buddy.
Bubba's behind your wheelchair.
Right.
And the opponent has the same setup. They're in a chair with a big man behind them holding the wheelchairs. And sometimes people will come in and actually hold the wheels still so that when they hit, they're not rolling backwards.
Got it.
So it's a team effort of wheelchair boxing.
I had no idea, but
I want to see it in the parking lot, guys. Right in front of that window.
You know what? I think I
would like to see Adler.
I actually agree with you.
I would like to see Adler box your buddy.
We've got to find, a couple of wheelchairs, which I think we can, and some gloves, which I think we can do that. These helmets may be hard to find.
In the hospital. He was fighting gangrene at the time.
Oh my!
And he's like, when I get out of here, I want you to help me get together. Well, we can't go run or exercise. And when he said boxing, I was like, are you serious? He's like, yeah.
Well, he's going to be in shape because I'm going to tell you, boxing, whoo, my goodness, that's some of the hardest attempts at cardio. Boxing, if you box, you're in shape.
Yeah. So you're in, Ad?
Ad, are you in?
Well,
yeah.
I don't.
All right, good. So you're in.
I don't think I should be boxing a person that's.
He's
don't feel sorry for him. He's probably going to whoop you.
I don't feel sorry for
doesn't
anybody.
need your sympathy.
That's not what I was saying.
He doesn't need it.
He doesn't need it. No.
That's not what I was saying. By the way, y'all, we were talking last segment, when the show ends, that's when I have to poop.
Rick and Bubba.
Mississippi, spoiler alert, if you haven't seen the show.
Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour, bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, bro.